Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Bom dia, good morning, buenos dias, bonjour.
Buenos dias, bonjour, buongiorno, calimera. Bom, isso não é a mesma coisa, não é bom dia mais olá em grego, mas tudo bom, funciona. Bom dia a todos. Estamos aqui para iniciar agora este que será o segundo dia de competição neste Eurosurf 2025 no âmbito do Ocean Spirit Santa Cruz 2025 também. Bom dia, Nuno.
Good morning. Now in English, welcome everyone. We would like to welcome you, of course, to day number 3 of the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. I'm Nuno Cardoso. Alongside me is João Valente, and we are here for the call. And what's the schedule for today, João?
Well, we are working today for the first time already with 2 stages. We're going to be concentrated in stage 1, where we're going to have the opening round of Surfman, which is 12 hits, followed by the second round of Surfman with 6 hits. Then we're going to have 4 hits of longboarding, both men and women, 2 hits each, and then we're going to have the podium 2 schedule, which is the surf women second round, followed by the first round of the repechage for the women, and also the second round of the repechage for the women. But here you're going to be following the men's opening round, and it's going to be like an 8 hours day, so not a long day, but plenty of surf to watch, so keep with us.
Yes, indeed. We're only going to broadcast podium number 1, and where we'll be running the men's round to start with in this morning. So heat 1, round 1 of the surf men's division is ready in the water. So let's jump to the water so we can watch what's going on out there. João, we saw an increase of the swell today like it was forecasted. Yeah. Although the winds just kicked in a little bit, not too strong, but no. You can feel the wind already.
Well, there's definitely onshore winds, but there's plenty of more swell. From what we've seen so far during the training sessions is that form is holding. The waves have been holding well, and what we're going to see is some heavy moves on the ending sections of this competition. So stay around. It's going to be an exciting day.
Let's jump into the water, because I just listened to the buzzard, and that means that the heat just started. And who do we have in the water up and riding right now? It's Mark Boyd from Scotland, wasting no time and completing that wave with the floater. He's the fellow in yellow. Who else do we have in the water, João?
We're going to have in red Leo Preda from Italy. Then in white, Robin Keating from Ireland. And to close it, I'm going to leave the black surfer, the surfer in black for you to say, Nuno.
Maximilian Michalski from Poland. He will be in the black.
Maximilian Michalewski.
Yes. I do believe.
Almost got it right.
Yes, almost.
I'm not sure that I got it right, but I think I was closer than you.
You can see on the screen the waves have a lot more power, like João mentioned. We've been watching the ocean since the early morning, and you can see there's more punch into the wave. The peak remains exactly in the same place. I do believe that we will be seeing more opportunities on offer, and of course a little bit more punch on the waves. So if the 2 days were full of performance, I think today we'll double up those performances.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be much more heavier and much more challenging for the surfers, especially those that are not very used to conditions like this. But it's like I said, it's going to be an exciting day and not a bad start for the Polish surfer. Check it out, Nuno.
Yeah, strong first turn there, super vertical, throwing a lot of water. And the second one was pretty similar as well. He almost lost his composure there at the end, but he finished off that wave.
And now we have the Italian surfer Leo Apreda.
Whoa.
Starts with the first air move of the contest, I'd say.
Yes, very progressive move there from the Italian surfer. Right now, Mark Boyd wasting no time and backing up his first wave. So within a little bit more than 2 minutes, João, 4 waves ridden already.
Yeah, that's going to be a day full of waves because the coming back is breaking really close to shore, which is not a common thing in Portugal, but is common in Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is one of the few spots in Portugal where you have this sort of breaks really close to shore. Most of the surf breaks in Portugal are very demanding from the physical point of view. They break far away from the shore. People have to endure long paddle outs, but not Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is really close to shore, and especially in these conditions, with just the inside bar working, it's very easy for the surfers to get back to the peak after their rides. So we expect to see a lot of waves today, a lot of opportunities for surfers, and more opportunities usually means more risk to be taken. So expect great surfing to be seen today.
Yeah, we're already seeing it by the hands of Leo Apreda and Maximilian. And yeah, don't get us wrong. Still, you get one of these short breaks on your head and it's going to hurt. It's going to take some energy out of you. Santa Cruz is known for that. These punchy inside, full of power waves. And if one lands straight in your head, it will rip your board out of your hands easily.
Yeah, and it's a very good day for breaking some boards. I'm sure you're going to see some boards broken today because it's crucial in conditions like this, the finishing move. It's one that judges will pay very close attention to because that's where most of the risk will be. And also the potential for scoring because there are going to be some very heavy finishes here.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you, João. Let's wait and see what the Surfman division that are eating the water for the first time in this event can do. This is round 1, heat 1, and we were watching Mark Boyd from Scotland going for another left-hander. He's a goofy footer, so he favors the lefts for sure, and he finishes off that wave. Not too impressive, and the judges are kind of agreeing with me. Those first 2 waves of Mark is in the 2-point range, but the first wave of Maximilian was a 5.5. Those 2 backside hooks were really great. And that reverse air from Leo Apreda just clocked in a 5, 6, 7. The best scoring wave of the heat so far, João.
Yeah, that's true. But I think it's just to warm up things. We're definitely going to see some great surfing here today. I might notice that these conditions also are very welcoming for the air moves, the so-called progressive surfing, which usually means lots of tails blowing and airs to be taken. So expect that. I've seen some ramps here already working. The steepest parts of the waves provided the needed speed for attacking those sections. So yeah, let's see how the day progresses, but I think we're going to see some really good quality modern surfing here in Santa Cruz today.
Oh, for sure. I was watching the free surf yesterday and I saw a bunch of crazy moves.
Wow, talking about crazy moves. Strong finishes there for Leo Apreda. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on to finish it. But there was a first great attempt at a heavy section heavy closing section. We're going to have plenty of those today. So let's see. It's funny, I can remember the first time that Santa Cruz made its first appearance on a national level. It was, I think it was 1993 or 1992 even. And there was a national contest here for the first time. And the thing that first set the contest apart from all the other contests that we had at the time was the short break. There wasn't a single venue for the circuit where the strong short break was something that would come into play, and Santa Cruz totally changed the game for that, and it gave a great advantage for those surfers willing to take the risks in the end sections.
Yes, indeed. Comparing it to Ribeiradilhas or even Costa da Caparica type waves, it's totally different. Totally different. The sand is a little bit more thick. The grains of the sand are a little more thick. They move around a lot. That's why Santa Cruz is known for one day there's no sandbanks. A swell hits the coast, and the other day could be a perfect sandbank somewhere alongside the 20 kilometers of beach available in Santa Cruz.
Nuno, you coming from a bodyboarding background, are there any top bodyboarders coming from Santa Cruz? Because the place is perfect for bodyboarding, right?
Oh, for sure. Back in the day, and also...
Just let me finish with this wave. It's another wave from the Polish surfer. This Polish surfer is showing some surprising, we don't know much about these countries surfing. So when we see a country like Poland being represented at Eurosurf, we are always curious to learn about the actual surfing level of the surfers. And Maximilian is showing some great display of surfing. He's currently in second place. Has already a 5.5. So well done for the Polish surfer.
Yeah,
it's
he's about...
thing. Maybe it's our mistake because we don't really know about the Polish surfing scene, but it's surprising to see a guy from Poland doing so good.
He is about to take the first place. Like I was mentioning, he was only on the need for a 1.38. He got a 3.67 with this last wave, so he takes the lead. I bet you $1 million that he doesn't live in Poland, and he probably lives in the Canary Islands somewhere in Europe, because his surf is in rhythm with these types of waves, so he's accustomed to what we are seeing at the moment in your screen. Right now, up and riding, this is Leo Apreda from Italy, the man in red, the Forza Italia team cheer.
Yeah, trying to get back to first place after falling down to second following the last wave of Maximilian.
Yeah, quick on his feet, goes for a first turn, not too much there, but he's able to finish it off on the end section, then probably that will be enough for him to jump into the lead. No, just close. He needed a 3.5 and he got a 3.47 draw.
Wow, that was close, and now it was another attempt for Mark Boyd from Scotland. But going back to our conversation, Nuno, I can't remember any top bodyboarders coming from Santa Cruz. Are there any?
Back in the day, we had a couple of standouts for sure. Those guys used to visit Iriset as well to surf some slabs. So we knew that they had the skills and the technique to deal with those types of waves. Because probably technically is way more different than dealing with the beach break.
Wow, another great move from Maximilian. Maximilian Michalewski really showing some skills here. And let's go, Poland.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go. He's leading this one. Trying to keep up is Robin Keating from Ireland with this left-hander effort. Unfortunately for Robin, is gets stuck on the end section. It does not complete that move. But getting back to the story, nowadays you got some really good generation here, and we've got guys like Pedro, what's his last name? But I really like his style, and he competes on a national level too. And I also like Luis Agostinho. They call him Corvo. And Corvo, in the last years, he's been present in some of the best sessions. Okay. And they are pretty regular on their home spot and on other spots that are mainly dominated by bodyboarders. So
Okay.
yeah, we got some really great talent here in Santa Cruz bodyboard-wise.
Okay. If there's not more, I think the only reason for that is demographics. Santa Cruz doesn't have as many surfers as other areas, but
I think they're happy about that.
yeah. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the only reason, because the wave is perfect for those crazy bodyboarding moves. Now we'll see Mark Boyd from Scotland trying to finish off that re-entry, and then answered by the Irish surfing Robin Kitten. And again, wow, is there a... No, I think the priority was with Leo Preda from Italy. So,
I
yeah.
just went and checked the surname of Pedro. It's Pedro Fernandes.
Okay.
There are, I would say, there are the two odd locals. Of course, there are some more underground unknown guys that are ripping as well. But I do believe these guys are the guys that are most on it throughout the year.
Okay.
Oh,
We see here the situation where Leo Preda used his priority to get ahead of Maximilian Michalewski.
yeah, utilizing his priority, blocking Maximilian, going for the air reverse there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Leo, is not finishing it. Almost at it, but at the end he could not turn it around. So he's going to keep that second place. As he's blocked Maximilian, he's not going to go improve his situation as well. The previous save for Maximilian was a 4.63, so it increases his lead over Leo Preda. And now it's all up to Mark Boyd to try and get that 6.47 to try and make this heat go his way, at least reaching the second place. Robin Keaton is a little bit further away in terms of requirement. He needs a 7.57 to try and assault that second place position, held up by the Italian stallion in the red, Leo Preda. First great heat, João.
Exactly, yeah. But when I saw the draw, I was wondering whether the Polish surfer would be able to handle the conditions here. And yeah, I'm surprised to see him in first place. And I'm learning that there's a scene going on in Poland, if not in Poland, by Polish surfers around the world. And yeah, it's a very, very nice surprise to have this level of surfing with from a non-traditional surfing nation. And it just shows how far surfing is getting. And there's no more easy draws these days in surfing.
Yeah, I think the message is, watch out, guys. Made in Poland is here.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. So we are here already on the 5-minute mark. The situation is, as you can see, as we see another wave for Maximilian. Fast off the top and then finishing it strong, but unfortunately it's not making it. So this one will not get into his best too.
Yeah, but first great turn there, throwing a lot of water, but the second one he kind of mistimed it and it was not able to pull it through. But the wave that really impressed me, João, from Maximilian was his first wave. Two strong backside hooks. And to start the heat off, it was like in the first seconds. So he set the standards, and we were like, "Whoa, who's this guy?" And wow, he's gonna get a great score to start with. And it looks like he's a keeper. It's the second best scoring wave of the heat so far, only beaten by Leo Preda 5.67. So these guys are on form in this first heat. Unfortunately for the Scottish and Irish surfer, they're still struggling to find themselves to score a wave over the 2-point line. And yeah, there's still some time on the clock, I would say, good enough for them to catch at least 2 waves and turn this heat over. But they need to start to move and get into rhythm with the ocean if they want to knock out Leo or Maximilian.
Yeah, one of the things that these conditions will provide, is a permanent drama as far as last-minute results go, because it's so fast to get back into a takeoff position after riding a wave that there's always chance for another wave to change the situation. So I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of dramatic finishes during this rounds, because there's always the opportunity for someone to catch an extra wave, even if there's just 30 seconds missing on the heat.
Yeah, I like an expression that is said in English. It's a little bit pejorative, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's not over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, that's true.
And 3 minutes until that lady sings. And let's see if Mark and Robin can turn this around. But look at Leo. Oosh. Bad choice there. Not a good call, utilizing his priority for sure. Leo still has time to paddle out the back, like you mentioned, Jean. Yeah. It's going to be quick paddle out if you don't take a wave on that, of course. But for that to happen, it's going to be very hard. There's not much interval between the sets, but the paddle out's so short that you can get out there really quick.
Yeah, and talking about unexpected countries, check out the lineup for the next heat. We have a Spaniard and a surf from Netherlands, one from Denmark, and one from Turkey.
Yes.
So, yeah, definitely many different nations here, and if this performance by the Polish surfer is any indicator, we should pay attention for those surfers from these non-traditional surfing nations, because surprises might be on the horizon here.
Yes, I'm not putting my hands on fire for anyone right now. After seeing Maximilian perform in this heat, I think at the beginning of this round, it's everyone's game for sure, and they need to adapt to the conditions and perform. Basically, that is it. Talking about performance, we are watching Leo Apreda. Wow, ditching the tail there. Unfortunately, not bringing that last one around, but that would be a great way for Leo. A little bit smaller, but he was a runner. He had space to clock in some moves, but he was not able to connect that second one. Take us through the replay, João.
Yeah, he started here with that snappy cutback, and then yet another one, didn't finish it. But, Leo is basically dealing with trying to get first place from Maximilian, because both Mark Boyd and Robbie Keating are very further down the scoreboard, and I don't think they'll be able to change the situation. We are on the final seconds of this first heat in the morning, and it seems to me that that's the final result. We see another attempt here by Mark Boyd, but I can't see them, neither of them getting above 6 scores at this time to change the situation. So, with 20 seconds to go, we have Maximilian Michalewski in first place, followed by Leo Apreda, and it seems to me that those will be the two advancing for the next round.
Yeah, last wave of Robin Keaton in the wide was a 2.3. It improves his situation, reduces his requirement, but still 6.84 would be the highest scoring wave of this heat. But there is no time, so the story ends here. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for some more action right after this.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back. We are starting already the second heat of this opening round of the men's competition at the 2025 Eurosurf. We have, as I said before, one surfer from Spain, one from Netherlands, one from Denmark, and one from Turkey. And here in the booth, now I'm joined by Lourenço Grandella, who's going to present who are the surfers in this heat. Good morning to you, Lourenço.
Good morning, João. Another day with heavier conditions than the first few days. And the surfers in the water. So right now up and riding on the white jersey, Stef van der Noordenen, I believe that's how you say it, Noordenen, from the Netherlands. And then Diffen Donegan from Spain, David Johansson representing Denmark, and then Tolga Usal from Team Turkey. So the first wave we just watched from the white jersey was 0.57. It's going to be a throwaway for sure, with still 18 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. We're going to have a lot more waves being ridden.
Oh, yeah. And here it is. This is the Spaniard surfer. Theoretically, he should be the stronger surfer in this field, Dylan Donegan. And we're still waiting to see the score. So first wave of Dylan Donegan was a 4-pointer. It seems to me that this one might be over that, just because of that strong off the top on first section over there.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow the surf scenario, you definitely know, you've heard of this name, Dylan Donegan. He's been ripping for many years, putting the work in. And yeah, you can tell by the power he brings out here.
Yeah, Dylan is definitely someone who's aiming to the Challenger Series. He's aiming at a pro career, and he's been training hard for that. He's been showing some results. He's been doing okay in the regional QS. So hopefully within a few seasons, even who can know, maybe next year we'll see him on the Challenger Series, because he's really talented and he's been working very hard. Now he's here representing the Spanish team, and yeah, he represents a very strong team, a team that is also aiming for the title. So it's definitely a candidate, especially in this contest where we are going to be missing the French team. And from what I've learned, the reason for the French team to pull out of this Eurosurf is due to a coincidence with an important Challenger Series event that will happen in the U.S. in California. It'll start by the end of this week, and it's U.S. Open, and there's lots of French surfers on the Challenger Series, where there's much less Portuguese and Spaniards. Of course, the Portuguese and the Spaniards had to adapt their teams according to the availability of these surfers. And the French, apparently, they opted for pulling it off the contest altogether, which for me is a very strange decision, since I believe that French surfing has a much bigger roster of good surfers to be chosen from, even if some of them have other sort of compromises. So, well, it was a decision. I can't find anyone from France to ask more specifically about this, but that's the reason, the main reason, allegedly, for not participating in this Eurosurf.
Well, interesting information. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with surfing. We always have multiple, with international contests. I mean, you always have multiple contests going on all around the world, and sometimes they can happen in the same dates.
Yeah,
so
it's something that the world organizations, namely the two main bodies of organization, which is the WSL and the ISA, have to work on. But we'll talk about it later. Now we're going to go for the interview with the winner of the first heat of the day. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here with the first heat winner from Poland, Maximilian Michalski. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, more or less correct.
More or less. Sorry about that. Impressive first win, impressive first wave. You debuted the surf men's division with one of the best scoring waves so far, with 2 vicious backhand hooks. How do you feel about the conditions that are a little bit different from the first 2 days?
Yes, it's definitely different than the past 2 days. Yesterday, actually, I drove all the way from Peniche for my heat, and then you didn't run it. But it looked all right yesterday as well, so I don't mind. Like, whatever the waves are, I'm having fun, and yeah, I'm happy to keep on having more heats.
Yeah, it seems to be working. You only hit the water on day number 3 of the competition. What was your routine in the previous days of your heat? What were you up to? Did you surf around here? Did you get to practice anywhere?
No, mostly I just surf here and then spend some time with the team and just relax, wait for my heat.
Yeah, we can see your surf is very progressive. We're going to ask you about the waves in Poland, but for sure you train outside of Poland with surf skills like that.
I actually live here in Portugal, up north in nearby Peniche, so yeah, of course I know the Portuguese waves really well. So it's actually quite similar to where I live.
And you falas português?
No, not yet.
Okay, so take time to send a message to who's watching back home.
Okay, everyone watching back home, thanks for watching, and stay updated for the next heats.
Yeah. Congratulations, Max, and see you next heat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Back to you, boys.
that's the explanation. There you go. So Maximilian living in Portugal, close to Peniche. So yeah, he's surfing pretty close from home. That's why he's so comfortable. Still, I would like to learn more about if he started surfing while living in Portugal or if he moved to Portugal because of surfing. But that is something that we'll learn throughout this week. There's a lot to learn about these new surfers coming into the scene. As we see Dylan Donegan here trying to finish yet another wave, but not being able to do it successful.
Yeah, every year we see more and more competitors and surfers, free surfers even, coming and moving to Portugal on the hunt for a better surf life and better surf conditions. Especially, we got a lot of Europeans from these continents that actually don't live in their native countries.
Yeah, of course. Once you get into surfing, and you can get it through different manners these days, but if you really get into surfing and coming from places like that, eventually you want to move to someplace more consistent and with better shaped waves. We see here David Johansen from Denmark. He's currently in the 3rd position, and the 4th position is held by Tolga Yücel from Turkey. Actually, I'm very curious to see if there are any Turkish surfers with some sort of level. So far, we've seen them very enthusiastically participating in supporting each other, but the general level is still very low. It's a new nation to surfing, but there's always the possibility with one of the Turkish surfers or some of the Turkish surfers living abroad and having a surprising high level. Let's wait and see until the finish of the round to learn more about this country that I'm very curious about the surfing scene in Turkey.
Yeah, for sure, João. I assume Turkey is just starting off the surfing environment, or how would you say?
The scene, the whole
surfing scene, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a country we've seen a lot in the surfing industry yet.
Yeah.
But it's good that this contest just brings these upcoming surfers and that are just starting their careers, and it gives them a chance to experience the contest environment and to just feel that sort of pressure you feel to be in the water with another competitors and athletes. Wow, that was a good turn by Dylan.
Two good turns, but the first one was right on the spot. He just hit it precisely, exactly where he wanted to go. He turned hard, displaced a lot of water. Let's see it again. This is Dylan Donegan making a name for himself here in the Santa Cruz Beach. I believe that this is going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He already has a 4-pointer and a 5.17. and I believe that this is going to surpass those two waves.
Oh yeah, João, I agree with you. That first turn looked amazing. Yeah, that was a good start of the morning. I mean, we've had some, not the highest scores yet, but we've seen some very quick, like fast surfing.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people these athletes are putting a lot of speed on their maneuvers and on their waves, and there it is. The score just dropped for Dylan Donegan, a 7.33, securing the lead with a 12.5 hit total, which is, I mean, he's putting almost everyone in combination situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and he's been showing on. Now we see the surfer in second place. It was the Dutch surfer Stef van Hordesnen.
That's not an easy one to pronounce.
Nordenen. I'm sorry. And for all of you out there who are from all those countries where we can't dominate the language, we already begging your pardon for misspelling some names. With that, wow, that was not the Flying Dutchman, but the Flying Danishman.
Oh, let's run it back. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're going to see some of those today because the waves, they break very fast once they hit the inside bar.
Let's watch the Turkish surfer. That wasn't the best wave selection.
This is very hard conditions for people that are not yet fully developed as surfers. It's fast drops, heavy end sections, so it's demanding conditions. It's not big, but it's definitely powerful, and those waves can deliver a punch.
Yeah, and in conditions like today, you just have to, as soon as you stand up, you have to set up your wave right away and know what you're going for and attack the section with power, because the wave isn't waiting for you.
Yeah.
You got to put the speed in, and there's Dylan just having fun. Yeah, there's a clear disparity of levels on these heats. Dylan's having a complete domination over the rest of the athletes. And this is pretty much just going to be a fight for two while Dylan's just having fun and warming up for the rest of the comp.
Yeah, it's actually it's a typical thing of this team contests to have an opening rounds with very unleveled fields of surfers fully developed and aiming for pro careers have to surf against surfers who are still on the initial stages of their learning. But that's how it is, and that's part of the fun of this contest too, because it gives less skilled surfers or less developed surfers to compete against much more developed athletes than them, and that pushes the level for them and shows them how much work they still have to put, and eventually they will develop their surfers, they fully develop their surfers and become better surfers and better competitors in the future. But it's normal for this contest to have opening rounds with very unleveled fields of surfers that tend to be more leveled as the competition advances and the best surfers are getting through for next rounds.
It's less than 6 minutes left on the heats, and the situation remains the same with Dylan and Steph on the first two places. If the situation remains like this until the end of the heat, these two surfers will pass on to round number 2, while the others will drop to repechage round. João, what do you think about this morning? I mean, as soon as I woke up, I just looked out the window and there was so much fog, I couldn't see anything.
Anything. Exactly like me. I opened up the curtains just to see a vision of white. There was nothing to be seen. I couldn't look down the balcony and see the street down there. So it was a very, very thick fog, but there was also wind in the air. And the wind in the air, it means that eventually the fog will clean up, and it happened. within half an hour. It was totally clean. We have total visibility here. Along with this new conditions in the onshore came this new swell that was already predicted. And I think that for those of you who watch the competition today, things are going to be much more exciting today. The first 2 days of competition, there were some okay waves, but still very small, hard to deal with. These are still hard to deal with, but they give more room for generating speed and then attacking the sections with much more power and creativity.
As soon as I got down the beach, I just saw all the free surfers absolutely ripping. There were some big airs being thrown and a lot of power in their maneuvers, so we're expecting a lot of good surfing out there today.
You know what surprised me during the free sessions was to see some longboardings ripping out there. Today are definitely not the more welcoming conditions for longboarding, but there was some guys out there. Ben Skinner, as always, he was ripping on his longboard, just throwing some very radical moves.
Ooh, look at that from Dylan.
Another attempt, yes. These first stages of the competition, there's no need for the surfers to go full throttle. They have to, this is a long competition, this is a 1 week long competition, probably with heats to be surfed every single day. So managing your energy levels, managing your peak performance points is something that the surfers have to do. So we'll not see the best of all the surfers today. We'll see them just warming up but I think that most surfers will hold on their best surfing to the heats where it's really needed.
Yeah, I do believe the most experienced surfers are very comfortable with these 20-minute heats because they're probably used to surfing longer heats and just being a lot more time in the water. So, because also, I mean, surfing just evolved in such a different direction than back in the days. All of these surfers are now in the gym 24/7 and getting all this physical preparation behind the water work.
Yeah,
so
the athleticism factor has came into surfing a few years ago. Not much more than a decade ago. Before that, it was very rare to surfers to put on so much time in the gym. Most surfers used to say that the best training for surfing is actually surfing, which is true to some extent. But when you have very demanding competition field, you have to put on some work behind. It's not enough anymore to just surf, and not putting any specific physical training.
There we had another wipeout from Tolga. Yusal not fighting his way in his heat. It's definitely not the easiest conditions for someone who's not experienced.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although I'm guessing Turkey gets plenty of swell too. Not as much as an open ocean country like Portugal, but we know that Italy has plenty of waves, as does Israel and some other Mediterranean seas. Barcelona has some great waves too. They just work different. They are very fast swells, but they can even get big. So I'm guessing Turkey also has some windows for Mediterranean swell. But still is not as consistent as open ocean nations. So it's expected that the surfing in these countries is not as developed as in other countries.
Oh, the moment we watched that wave from Steph, it looked like a super powerful maneuver. But watching the replay, it was just...
yeah, exactly.
Just
He
hitting
went
the
hard
section.
on that end section. And we are under 10 seconds to go to finish this heat. It's the second heat of the day, and it seems to me that Dylan Donegan and Steph van Nordenen are gonna advance. That's it. We heard the horn. And David Johansson and Toga Wilsall will have to be relegated to the repechage round. You stay around. We are going for a short commercial break, and we'll be back right after.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live stream of day number 3 of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival Eurosurf 2025. I am Nuno Cardoso. I'm joining now Lourenço Grandella, that was holding the fort alongside João Valente. And for the call here, we had heat number 3. Lourenço, who do we have in the water?
Hi, Nuno. In the water, we got Finn Gillespie from Team England with the red jersey. Then we got Team Elter for Germany on the white, and Eli Bokken from Team Israel on the yellow, and then Filip Moller from Czechia on the black jersey. And just starting the heat with the first, no, he ends up canceling. Nuno, do you want to give us the information about the day, what we're expecting on this podium one for the day, how many heats and what rounds we're going to have?
Yeah, if you just join us today, we're going to have a fun-filled day of heats for the first day in this competition. I will get back into that as we're watching Finn Gillespie going for a left-hander, throwing 2 snaps there on his backhand and finishing off that wave. First nice wave there for the Englishman. First wave of Eli Bokken that we watch was a 107, and this is the replay of that last wave. Take us through, Lourenço.
Yeah, that first maneuver was on the higher section of the wave, and then he just went right back to the end section. Not a lot of power. It was a bit off timing, and the wave had a lot of white water in it, which affected the score. So a 3-point ride for Finn. And that's the first substantial score of the hit.
Still plenty of time. But back to what you asked me, Lourenço. Yeah, we're going to have a full day of action here. For the first day of competition, this is day number 3, but for the first time during this competition, we're going to have 2 podiums active. You're watching the live stream of Podium 1, where we are unfolding the Surfman division. And, up and running, this is Filip Moller from Czech. Unfortunately for Filip, that wave didn't allow him to do much. And he's just paddling out the back, as you can see. So we have 2 podiums running. We're broadcasting podium number 1, which is the South podium. In podium number 1, we are unfolding the Surfman's division. Round 1, of course. We're going to move straight into round 2 of the Surfman's division. We remain in the same round. 12 heats on the first round, 6 heats on the second round. Then we are moving on to longboard men's division, 2 heats, round 2. And then longboard women's division, 2 heats, round 2.
And Team Elder, look at that. The first barrel of the comp. Finishing off with a strong move and still going.
I call it on the first heat. I told João we're going to see some barrels today. And there
look
you
at
have
that
it.
drop, Nuno.
Acid drop from Team Elter, falling down from the landslide of a wave that was in the drop, and then straight into the barrel, and still 2 small turns there just to put the cherry on top of the cake. great way for Team Melter to start his campaign off in this Eurosurf 2025. Looks like we have an interview ready with the winner of the last heat. I do believe he's João Valente for the call in the glass. Take it away, João.
Dylan, congratulations on your first showing here at Santa Cruz. Give us an assessment of the conditions, how they evolved from yesterday to today.
Yeah, conditions got definitely bigger than yesterday and like a lot more waves. So it's like so many opportunities in the water and so many waves coming in. So it's really, really fun to compete in. And yeah, I was just having so much fun out there.
Yeah, it looked like that. We saw some attempts of you to go in progressive. So I'm guessing this sort of waves with lots of ramps is something that we enjoy surfing, right?
Yeah. And as well, I'm used to like powerful waves and hollow waves at home. So yeah, I just felt at home and so much waves. And yeah, definitely trying to go progressive, but saving it for when it matters.
Exactly. So you want to say something for the people who might be watching you at home?
Yeah, nada, un saludo a mis padres y a mi hermano que seguro que están mirando. Y nada, súper feliz de haber pasado y a por la siguiente que entro más tarde. Así que nada, con todo.
That's it, guys. Thank you. See you in the next round. Back to you.
Congratulations, Dylan, for that win on heat number 2. And also thanks, João, for that lovely interview. You could see that Dylan is pumped up, and he's happy with that win. Of course, who wouldn't be? Meanwhile, we just got the score of the first wave of Team Melter dropped. Lourdes, what is it?
Yeah, that was a 7.67 on that barrel and a couple turns afterwards. So that was a very complete wave, and the judges were rewarding with very close to the excellent range. So we're waiting for the score for Finn Gillespie. I can't remember exactly what wave it was, but in the meanwhile, Eli Bokken, the Israeli surfer, just dropped a 5.67. That was a very well surfed wave. We just saw the first snap really strong with a lot of speed. So the wave didn't bring much to it, but the first turn was the money, and that's why the score got nearly to the 6-point range.
Yes, we saw that wave during the interview on the split screen. The wave was kind of white with a little bit of foam, but Eli made the best out of it and was rewarded. Meanwhile, up and riding, once again, Team Elter, and goes for the assault on the back end, and he stomps that powerful floater.
Yeah, he was looking very comfortable on that board, just doing whatever he wants with it. And yeah, I think so far he's been showing the biggest level out of everyone else. I mean, look at that. He just looks smooth on the board.
Yeah, and he lands that's going to be a keeper for sure. And it's going to back up that 7.67. And it's going to increase his lead because Tim is leading this one after that 7.67. Great barrel. Lorenzo, I thought that wave could go into the excellent range, but looks like the panel judges are holding out at least extra 2 more points for something special to happen here that requires that excellent, perfect score, which is the 10, which is the top score available. Meanwhile, looks like we are having a wave for the Israeli surfer on his back end now. Oof, nice approach there. He lands it. Looks like the team is happy, cheering for him there on the sand. And the answer from Philippe Moller from Czech Republic. Unfortunately for Philippe, he could not even drop that wave. So, yeah, take us through the replay.
Yeah, that was a good turn on the backhand. That wave had a lot of power. Eli's looking pretty good as well, so I think that's going to change the hit situation. And back to what you were saying, I believe, yeah, there you go, 4.37, so jumps onto second. And as you were saying, the judges didn't give Tim the excellent score for that barrel ride. I believe it's because looking at the bigger picture, we got a lot of experienced surfers, a lot of good level to be performed for today, and the conditions are with a lot of power. And I believe the judges are leaving the scale open to bigger things, to bigger barrels, bigger airs. And that's probably why it stayed on a 7.67, being one of the first heats of the morning.
Yeah, conservative, but there was some really excellent surfing from Team Elter from the drop, which was not easy, and to the barrel ride, which is hard to find on a day like this. Not there are any barrels on offer, because I kind of predicted today we would see a barrel. And yeah, talking about the devil, here he comes again, Team Elter, Germany.
Boom, look at that turn. Didn't get it completed, but you can tell Team Elter is looking sharp.
Halfway through the seat, we're watching the replay of the last wave of Finn Gillespie, and he's going for a right-hander once again, finishing it up with a 3-move combo. Last one was already just a kind of a floam climb there just to finish things off. 3.43, not enough to attack that second place position occupied by the Israeli surfer in yellow. Finn is looking for a 6.21 to do so. Meanwhile, out the back, Lorenzo.
Team once again generating speed to pass through that section, hits it strong, and that wave is not going to give him much more. Do you think that's going to be higher than the 4.33?
I don't think so. Meanwhile, the answer back from the Israeli surfer, and he stomps that move. Wow.
Yeah, these two surfers are battling it out, and I'm not sure if this is considered an upset for Team England. I mean,
it might be, because Finn is a very on-point surfer, probably one of the standouts in the English team, but he's facing some opponents here that are not giving him any room to perform, because they threw like some really expressive scores from off the bat in the beginning of the heat. And it's Finn that needs to catch up, basically. They put pressure on Finn. Now it's Finn that needs to perform. Basically, this is it. But I agree with you, Lorenzo. This is one of those heats in the first round, rarely, that we see like 3 surfers battling for the advancing positions. Because usually it's first and second, like really standing out. But this heat, we've got a battle on our hands.
yes, we do, and that's what's exciting. This kind of heat just makes it easier, even for us, Nuno. I mean, it's just beautiful to watch. It's just so enjoyable. And here's Logan Nicol. He's going to join in on the next heat for Team Wales, warming up. And since we're watching him warm up, do you want to walk us through the whole preparation we have nowadays compared to back in the days? How much more knowledge we got? Surfers are putting in work into yoga, into Pilates, into the gym, and even breath holding, breath work. I mean, there's this whole... I've seen one, you know, Jack Robinson. I was once watching one video of him talking about his work behind competition and the meditation and everything. And it's quite interesting to see surfing evolving into that direction. And yeah, I mean, what do you think about the old school surfers and get this new generation that's just so much more mindful about these other aspects they can improve in?
Oh, another barrel for Tim, but he's not finding the exit. Yes, great point, Lorenzo. You know, back in the day, if you go way back, surf was kind of a hippie sport, you know, and then it progressed probably into the punk rock era. So were the misshifts, you know, of the society that were spending time of the beach bums. And then as the surf started to turn professional, I would say in the 70s, started to get like professional. Into the 80s and the 90s, I do believe that misfit generation was in the mix with a lot of people taking surfing serious as a professional sport or as a profession itself. And walking into the new millennium, you see a shift, and I would like to call it now you see athletes, you know, you need to be mentally, physically, and spiritually prepared for the battles that you need to go through if you want to reach the highest of levels. So these guys are, I would say, in this particular competition, the Eurosurf 2025, this is the gateway for that high proficiency, high level leagues of surfing. But some of these guys are already in the Challenger Series or the qualification series, so they know what type of work they need to put in. And you gave a great example with Jack Robinson and many others that showcase their life behind the scenes. And it's super heavy on you. That's why I do believe that you've got some athletes that at some point take 1 year off because they're burned out physically and mentally because it's too much pressure into the competition side of things. But that's the way it is if you want to become a world champion in any kind of sport. So, yeah, it's necessary that you prepare yourself.
Yeah, do you think this whole thing started with... Oh, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Pipeline, Mr. Pipeline.
Gary Lopez?
Yeah, do you think this whole thing started with him, with the yoga, or was it before, was it after? Because I believe he was one of the pioneers of this.
I think he's one of the precursors for sure, because if you, from the stories that I know, you know, and the books that I read and the series that I watched, those were some psychedelic years that those guys had. You know, there was a lot of drugs into the mix, you know, a lot of abuse of substance. And then I think that probably Gary and some of his entourage, we'll get back into that as we're watching Eli Buckham. Wow, really aggressive
that was some
turn
proper
there.
surfing.
Yeah, and you can see the claim there. Kind of, wow, I almost fell, but I'm holding on to this one. Just give me the score. I want to distance myself from the rest of the opponents. And probably in trying to attack that first place position, he needs a 6.34. I do not believe that's going to be the score, but I do believe that can be close to it.
Yeah, I mean, that was some progressive surfing, although we got to compare it to the 7.67 that Tim Helter got in the beginning of the heats. In the meanwhile, look at Finn Gillespie looking for 6.27. Oh, that was a good turn. But still, just like I was saying, I mean, Tim Helter had a very nice barrel and completed with two maneuvers as well, 2 snaps. So comparing to it, I don't think a single turn like this is going to be enough for the score.
Yeah, it looks like Finn got late to the party because Eli and Tim just started to punch out of the bat from the beginning of the heat. Ooh, this is Philippe Moller from Czech trying to do his first turn there. Unfortunately falling, but he already clocked in a 1.43. And he's going to back it up. Meanwhile, out the back, this is Tim Helter once again, Lorenzo.
Here comes bottom turn. Oh, is he going to finish that?
Wow.
That was a hard one to hold on to. I mean, so much foam. It's so wobbly when you're in that situation.
I think you need to bring in the speed and then utilize it to ride off of that explosive short break foam. But getting back to the conversation, yeah, for sure, Gary Lopez was one of the precursors of that spiritual side that brought in the physical side of you get your body and your mind into shape if you want to keep up on surfing for longer years. And yeah, Gary is a perfect example of that. And probably that was the shift in mentality for the top surfers, like at the professional level. If you want to keep this up, you need to get rid of that crazy life and substance abuse and kind of look into yourself and take care of your temple, your body.
Yeah, I mean, when you're young, you're on top of the world. Nothing really affects you at all. You're just having fun. You're just feeling in shape, and then you don't even think about things such as longevity.
Yeah.
And that's something that Gary really wanted to have longevity, to surf all the way through his life until his late years. And yeah, yoga was the key.
Yeah, I think he kind of figured out that surf was here to stay, because at the beginning probably they wouldn't make too much of it, you know, professionally wise. But then I do believe that they saw the professional associations and all of the organizations around the world being a little bit more composed, and probably they saw there was a future in surfing, not only competitive wise, but
30 seconds on the clock.
yeah, industry wise. Meanwhile, this is Finn Gillespie going for a last minute effort. That's not going to be it for Finn. Unfortunately for Team England, I do believe this is the first upset of the day. And great job there from Team Elter. And that last wave of Eli Bockham, 6.57. It's enough for him to attack the lead like I was kind of predicting. So this is going to be the victory lap for the Israeli surfer, taking a very important win over a very on-form Team Elter. They remain in the main round. Woo! Last-minute effort for Tim. Is this the 4.57 that he's looking for? What do you think, Lorenzo?
I could be very close, if not the score.
Either way, they're going to maintain themselves in the main event, advancing into round 2. Unfortunately for Finn and Philippe, they're going to see themselves in the repechage round. Hey, guys, stick with us. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of action still to unfold today, day number 3 here. We'll be right back after this.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música, o Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Dré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone, as we have a beautiful image here of Team Israel congratulating Eli Bockham on a great win there, all the way till the end, not giving up. That's the team spirit for Israel, and Israel taking a very precious win here in heat number 3 of round 1. Meanwhile, we have in the water heat number 4 already up and going, and joining me in the booth, no other than João Valente, that was holding on the fort there at the glass with the interview of the winner of heat number 2, and he's back here on the booth for the call of this heat number 4, as we have a Portuguese in the water. Who do you have in the water, João?
Yes, it's the first Portuguese to hit the water today. It's Francisco Ordonhas. He's in the red, and he'll be surfing against Norwich surfer Anker Frentzen, Swedish Nando Hansen, and the surfer from Wales, Logan Nico. As we see Francisco finishing his first wave, finishing it successfully, not the greatest of waves, but he managed to find room for that finishing move, and that is a sign of what's to come from this very, very talented young Portuguese surfer.
There's the replay of the first wave of Francisco, and he holds on to his board. That's what counts.
Fantastic
Finishing off the
way
waves.
He drove off the bottom really fast in order to make that section. He was really late for that, but still he managed to complete the move.
3:17, that's what the judges thought of that first wave of Francisco warming up in the seat. Already 2 minutes gone. What can you tell us about Francisco Ordonhas, João?
Well, he's a very fast surfer. He has a very fast off-the-bottom turn, and he reaches for the leap and for airs as soon as he has a chance. So I'm guessing with these conditions, eventually we're going to see him getting to the air and completing those sort of moves. Although, from what I took, and it's something that we are used to see, and from what I took from the interview I did with Dylan Donegan from Spain, who's also another surfer with a very nice air game, that, well, he'll, in these first rounds, he'll give some attempts, but not really putting a great effort on those kind of moves, because it's not required so early in the stage. And he says that, not in the interview, but afterwards when he talked a little bit about that.
Off record?
Off the record? No, it's not nothing. He's just said that it's both preserving the peak moments from when it most matters the most, but also thinking about preserving the material itself, because this short break can break boards very easy. And if you have a magical board under your feet, you don't want to risk it when it's not necessary. So there you go. I think we're going to, as the competition progresses, we're going to see more and more risky maneuvers, because in the early stages, it's simply not necessary to go full throttle. So we see, that's why we see the levels of performance evolve as the competition progresses.
Let's see this wave from Logan Nicol, the Welsh surfer. Wow, nice hook there.
That's a vertical hit at the leap, and very fast. Of course, he drove from mid-wave and not exactly from the bottom. But yeah, that was a great finishing move for Logan Nicol. Lots of single maneuver waves to be seen today.
Indeed, 3.73, the best scoring wave of the heat so far. Logan is taking the lead, but still plenty of time on the clock, of course. Francisco needs to back up that first wave that he got, and also Nano Ensen from Sweden needs to back up his first wave. Anchor Fratsen from Norway already backed up his 2-point ride, which is his first ride. And meanwhile, we have a lull in the action. We are ready for an interview with the Lorenzo Grandella, and he's with the winner of the last heat in the glass. Take it away, Lorenzo.
Thank you, boys. I'm here with the previous heat winner, Eli, for Team Israel, and congratulations on your heat win. I want to ask you, because it was a tight battle for first place, and I want to ask you how you found yourself in the heats all the way till the end, and how did you manage to get that first place in that last wave without much power?
Hey, oh, fuck. Fuck. Actually, I wanted to be like calm in Portugal, all the heat, because I knew the wave gonna come, and I knew that I'm gonna be a good score when I'm gonna get the section. And yeah, I just happy that I found it, and the wave came, and yeah, I did it.
Yeah, congratulations. It looked like it worked out for you. And also run us through the conditions we have today, because the first 2 days we had some more chill, like it wasn't that powerful as it is today. We even saw a barrel in the beginning of the heat. So how do you feel? Are you used to these kind of conditions? How do you train usually on your day-to-day basis?
Yeah. So in Israel we don't have many waves like that. We have a smaller condition and a more fun condition. But the Israeli team came 1 week before the comp, for this comp, and we surfed in those conditions. Was big in the beginning, and yeah, we knew it can be like also a bigger condition, and we have the right board, we have the right mind, and we're ready for every condition. We're here.
All right, thank you. Just to finish off, what's your goal, individual goal for the comp?
All right. My goal is for sure to win this comp. I believe there is a really good chance to win this comp, and I'm really believing about my team, about my guys, and let's do it, huh? You.
All right, congratulations. Good luck on the rest of the comp. Let's go. Back to you, boys. Thank you.
Congratulations, Eli, on a great win there in the previous heat, and thanks, Lorenzo, for that lovely interview. Meanwhile, we're back into action in this heat number 4. Looks like Francisco just got a second wave and he jumped back into the lead as we're waiting for a third wave, and this is the replay of that wave, João.
Yeah, nice off the top there, throwing buckets of water off that leap. So let's see how that plays, but Francisco so far being active, trying to get above the 4-point marker. He still got, only got so far single maneuver waves, and he never got over half past 3.5. So yeah, trying to still make the most out of the conditions, the surfers in this heat, Nothing major has been surfed so far, but I'm sure you're going to see some great rides during this heat. They're just warming up their legs and started to getting comfortable with the whole setup.
Yes, less than 12 minutes remaining on this one. Looks like Anchor was having a look at that one, letting it go. And we saw Logan probably paddling out for that wave. Meanwhile, this is Francisco up and riding, João.
Yeah, Francisco bottom turns for a nice snap on the pocket of the wave and then a re-entry, a quick re-entry, 2 complete moves. It's the first wave where he manages to place 2 maneuvers. So that's a good sign for Francisco. Let's see if the judges reward him accordingly.
I think they will. Previous wave of Francisco was a 4.5 with just 1 move.
Yeah,
okay. This last one was a combo, so probably getting to the 5 range, I'm kind of guessing. Sometimes the commentator says, hey, I'm no judge. Actually, I have the judge scores, but I'm not judging here today, so I do not judge. Exactly. I'm just here commentating. But if I was to guess, I think he's going to get above that 4.5, and this is going to be his best scoring wave, mainly because of that first turn. That's where the money was, and he finished it off with another turn. So probably that combo is going to bring him the best scoring wave in this heat so far.
Yeah, it's not linear that more maneuvers, they represent a better score. The strength of the maneuver is the first factor. And, well, for now, it confirms the fact that he had 2 moves on that wave, awarded him the best score so far, which is a 4.67. But still, if you compare these 2 moves with a single maneuver that he scored a 4.5, then you can clearly see that a single maneuver can be worth, single strong maneuver can be worth much better than multiple not that strong kind of maneuvers. So there you go. Consistency is important, but going big is what pays the big points.
Exactly. Let's see, you can see the surfers scrambling in the lineup. It was Francisco that had the chance to go at that wave. I think good call letting that wave go. Not much potential there. And I think he saw it from the beginning. That's why he didn't even stand up on the thing. And paddling out, trying to distance himself from the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, this is Anchor Franson kind of trying to go for that wave. Unfortunately for Anchor, the wave did not collaborate, and he decided to let it go still. This is one of the first heats where we're seeing less waves being ridden, João. The other heats were way more active. Don't know if it was the surfers or the waves on over itself.
Now it's Nando Hansen from Sweden making his move here. Couldn't complete.
But you still can listen to cheers from the Swedish team there in the sand from here. So his team is getting behind him. He almost completed this one. And probably will be a very important wave, as he only needs a 2.94 to jump into second place.
Should he made that, he would probably get the score. Now we're going to have to wait. But I don't think he made it. Still, it was a very small situation. And
yeah, 1 point.
Here, 1 point. We see here there's going to be a fight for second place. Usually, these heats have been the 2 top scorers fighting against each other to see who finishes on top, and then the 3rd and 4th place also surfing against each other to see who comes on top with a better seating. But right now, what we are seeing is the battle for qualification between Logan Nicol and Nando Hansen, and it makes things more interesting. The Portuguese has opened some distance so far. It's not a very wide distance. It's a 5.44 is the requirement for Logan Nicol to take over first place from Francisco Ordonez. And we have, on the other hand, a 2.94 requirement for Nando Hansen to take second place from Logan Nicol. the Norwich surfer is far behind and still trying to catch up with the rest of the field.
Yes, but the requirement is not that high. Let's wait and see what these surfers can bring into the table. This is Logan Nickel, unfortunately not grabbing rail there and losing his composure. The wave was super fast and closing out in front of him, and he could not get that wave under his board there, control it.
Yeah, it was hard for him to put, as you said in the beginning, it was hard to put the board on the rail. So he got stuck in that uncomfortable position of trying to make the turn and the board just getting flat on the base of the wave and not allowing him to do so. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't complete. So he still have to deal with Nando Hansen having a very small requirement, just under 3 points. And who has here is another wave, but Logan Nickel. So he's trying to put on some distance between him and this surfer here on the wave, Nando Hansen, also, although he didn't take this opportunity. So yeah, we're going to see an interesting battle here between Logan and Nando for second placing.
And even Anchor needs even a lower requirement. He needs only a 2.57 because he's holding on to a 2-point wave. Oh, yeah. I do believe that Logan knows that right now and wants to distance himself. But meanwhile, it's the heat leader, Francisco Ordonez, going for another wave. Unfortunately for Francisco, this wave was kind of foamy, and he kind of saw that down the line and decided to let that wave go. But meanwhile, Logan is impatiently trying to get rid of his backup, which is a 0.83, so he can distance himself from Nando and Anchor. Anchor is out the back, holding on to priority, waiting patiently for wave. Yeah. Let's see if it pays off for the Norwegian surfer. And Nando is busy as well, trying to assault that second place position occupied by Logan. Logan is not happy with his backup. You can see that he's pretty busy as well, trying to get rid of that at 0.83, like I mentioned. And who's very comfortable is Francisco Ordonez. Got 2 waves in the 4-point range, and he's leading comfortably this one. And 4 minutes 40 seconds. The time never stops running, unfortunately, even for us in life itself. And with 20-minute heats, these guys need to put on their best strategies and perform.
Yeah, Logan is in a very fragile situation right now. Let's see. Well, there you go. I think that this wave is probably enough for Nando Hansen to take that. But let's see. Yeah, he needs almost 3 points. So it's not 100% sure that he took him. It wasn't a very projected move. He finished it well, yes. But the fact that his board, his fins, detached from the lip a little bit too soon, it didn't allow him for the explosion he needed to be a major move. We see Logan Nickel again failing the move, so he's still at the reach of Nando Hansen. And with less than 5 minutes to go, it's becoming more and more crucial, these exchanges.
1.87 it was the score for Nando Hansen. Not enough, but he lowers his requirement. He now needs a 2.7. Watch out. This is Anchor Franzen. He's looking for a 2.57. This is not hit. He pulled the trigger, holding on to priority for a long, long time. Unfortunately for Anchor, he will not get that 2.57 that he's looking for. And he's still on the hunt for that score if he wants to attack that second place position, held off by the fellow in yellow, the Welsh surfer Logan Nickel, that is trying impatiently right now to replace that 0.83. And on his last 3 tries, he could not do that. So he's pretty frustrated right now, but looks like he got a wave here. No, he knows he needs to get rid of that wave.
Yeah, Logan started trying to get rid of that 0.83.
And that is it. Bye-bye, 0.83, yes. LO backup score.
That's it. And, well, Logan just very, very timely, he managed to find that wave that will put him on a safer position. That's it. It's a 2.83, so he put them some distance between him and Nando Lansen, not much, 4.69 for Nando to get to second place, and 4.56 for Anchor to get to second place. So he's in a better position now, but not completely safe. There's also almost 2 minutes to go, so this is still open.
Yes, indeed. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Time is the master in all things of life. And this is Francisco Ordonho utilizing his time to try and clock in some more points with this left-hander. Beautifully surfed there by the Portuguese surfer in red. Let's see what the judges think about that last wave of Francisco. Will he improve his situation, although it does not need to improve it? I think we are safe to say that he already has a foot in the next round in the main event. And with this type of surfing, he will keep up.
Yeah, I think that he'll replace. I think this was his best wave. There was 2 solid moves to that wave. As we see Nando Hansen doing another re-entry here, looking for a 4.69.
This is a replay of Nando's wave. Here he goes, setting up this turn.
It was just a 1.93.
And we're still waiting for the score of Francisco. Will Francisco clock in his best scoring wave of the seat so far? 40 seconds on the clock. Not much is going to change right now unless Anchor or Nando pull a rabbit out of the hat, which is going to be pretty hard. But, yeah, Logan Nickel with first priority. He kind of shut the coffin. Ooh, big set, João.
Yeah, it's a big set there.
Probably the biggest set we saw today. And you can hear the wave break here from the booth. Make a lot of noise.
We'll see more of that today. The forecast is that the waves will keep on getting bigger throughout the day. We know that Santa Cruz is capable of holding these bigger waves, but not much bigger. Still, I think it's not going to be a very fast rise in the wave size. So we're going to have plenty of affordable conditions to deal with here.
5:07, last wave for Francisco Ordonho. It's confirmed best wave of the heat. Francisco Logan advance into the next round of the main event. Unfortunately, Fernando and Anchor, we will get to see them in the repechage round at least one more time. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back. We are now watching the heat number 4. No, it's number 9 already. Yes, no, heat number 5. I'm sorry. But it's heat number 5. We have Guilherme Ribeiro in the water, Portuguese surfing champion, surfing against Axel Cooper from Sweden.
Oh, look at
Ellie
that.
Perrins Davis. Yeah, that's Guilherme.
Oh, my God.
That's Guilherme for you. And Eli Perrins Davis from Wales and Sigurd Sverrensen from Norway.
Let's watch the replay, João. Look at this wave.
Yes, that's the surfing of Gui Ribeiro. He's a very fast surfer, and he likes to do these turns with different angles. So definitely someone to keep an eye on for this competition. He's aiming for the individual title as much as he's trying to help the Portuguese team to renew the title.
That was one of the best turns we've
that's
seen.
definitely the best move
Yeah.
of the morning, and let's see how the judges award him for that.
Some more action off the back. Eli Perrin Davis up and riding on his front side. Doesn't get a lot to work with. And now Sigurd on a smaller wave, trying his best out there, but we're expecting a very easy hit for Guilherme. I mean, he's been surfing on the most challenging events besides the... Oh, there you go. 8.5, João.
8.5, yeah. It's
Wave of the day.
It fits, and it's a message from the judges to the surfers out there. You go big, you get big results. You get big scores. Unless you go big, you won't get them. That's what Guilherme did. A very heavy re-entry for that, not even to finish because it was a single move wave, but it was pretty heavy. So the judges paying him for that risky move.
I mean, Guilherme just been evolving, and he just, I mean, I feel like his national title was just so well deserved. He's put so much work in, and you can tell by the way he's surfing. And yeah, in the meanwhile, while we're having a little break of waves, we're gonna head to the interview with the previous hit winner. Take it away, Nuno.
Good morning once again, everyone. I'm here with the heat winner of the previous suite, no other than Portuguese Francisco Ordonhas. Francisco, tough conditions out there. Seems like your beat was a little bit slower than the others. Last wave surf, we noticed that. How was it? Lots of nerves. First surfer to represent Portugal in your division. How did he go?
Yeah, it was. The waves are pretty hard. The hits before it looked really good, but then in my hits, I didn't really see the good ones, so I had to grind it through the small ones and try to do a couple scores on the smaller ones, and also to take the nerves out. So yeah, it was fun, but I want to do better.
Yeah, of course. How's the team spirit, and how was these previous days preparing for the competition? Because you guys have been seeing other divisions hitting the water, and you had to wait until day 3 for your division to be called upon. How was your preparation for that?
I would just stay with the team and cheer for the other surfers in the team, for the longboarders and the girls. So yeah, that's the team spirit we need to have if we want to win this. So yeah, now it's time for us to surf and to give it all.
Defending champions, does that put a lot of weight on your shoulders, or is the team spirit kind of relaxed and they want to do the double up?
Yeah, we want to do the double up, of course. There's not, I don't actually feel any pressure. I feel some pressure on making like my good surfing, and yeah, in consequence of that, we will get a good result if everyone surfs good. So yeah, that's the goal.
I'm going to take time to send a message to everyone that's watching on the live stream. You can do it in Portuguese.
Bem, obrigado a todos que estão a ver aí em casa. Vamos com tudo e é isso.
Vamos com tudo, força Portugal. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, that's it. That's the spirit. And Francisco Ordonhas had a nice first showing here, and he's being followed by his colleague Guilherme Ribeiro. So it's not a secret that the Portuguese team is aiming for renewing that title conquered in 2023 at the very same beach of Santa Cruz. It's becoming a fixture of European contests, this very consistent break of the Portuguese West Coast, probably the best stretch of coast for surfing in all of Europe. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with you, João. And I want to highlight the fact that Francisco Ordonhas won his hit and he's still unsatisfied. He wants more, and that's the champion mentality. That's someone who's never happy with, or I mean, not, I wouldn't say happy, but not content with the results he's putting. He just wants more and more, and he's always hungry. And he said, I want to do more, and that's what we're waiting to see, and good luck, Francisco, for the rest of the comp and for the whole team. And in the meanwhile, we just had a score from Eli, a 6.33. He had 2 good turns on his backhand, looking very sharp. And yeah, as you were saying, I mean, Portugal is looking strong.
Yeah, that's true. Eli really making an effort there to dispute the victory in this heat with Guilherme Ribeiro. And that's exactly him, the Welsh surfer, going big on that first section and then finishing it off yet another wave with 2 solid moves. So I'm guessing with this wave, Eli will gonna take the lead from Guilherme Ribeiro, since Guilherme has only 1 score worth of keeping. So nice presentation from Eli Davis.
Oh yeah, he's battling it out with Guilherme. Although Guilherme is not with first priority and we have a lot of time left on the heat, so plenty of chances to get that first place back. Although we're still waiting for that score to drop. But yeah, it was definitely more than a 2.55, which is the need for Eli to get that lead.
We see an attempt here from Axel Cooper, surfer from Sweden. Find a nice one. Unfortunately for him, he was too slow to attack that section and ended up not completing. That was unfortunate for the Swedish surfer, as we see the Norwich surfer trying to make a score for himself there. Nothing special, couldn't find the room to place a single move, and it's still below the 1-point mark. We're gonna see throughout the day an improvement in the levels of competition, because right after finishing this opening round, we're gonna move directly into the second round of the men's competition. So the organization really trying to make the most out of this more challenging and more heavier conditions in order to give the surfers the best possible conditions to show
Guilherme Ribeiro,
their skills. And then you have Guilherme Ribeiro, vertical lip bash, unfortunately followed a little bit too late, was engulfed by that foam.
I was gonna say we're gonna have another score in the excellent range, but Guilherme didn't make it through. That was gonna be another mind-blowing snap.
Exactly.
I mean,
but meanwhile, 5.57 was the value of that wave that you were looking at from Eli Davis, and that was enough to put him in first position, and that left Guilherme searching for a 3.4. Guilherme has yet to get a complete second wave, so that will happen eventually.
we're halfway through this heat, and so far we've seen some excellent surfing from the red and yellow jerseys. And Axel Cooper and Sigurd Svirinsen are having a hard time connecting. I mean, the waves, as we were speaking earlier this morning, are not easy for inexperienced surfers, especially in the Atlantic Ocean. Portuguese waters in Santa Cruz, it has a lot of power, and it's difficult to get the timings right if you're not used to this type of surfing. So the experience is outstanding.
Yeah, and talking about experience, you just saw a wave by Sigurd Svirinsen. Here it is. If he was a more experienced surfer, I mean, he dropped with a hand on his rail, and he let it go right after he got to the bottom. My guess is if he had kept holding on to that rail, he could even go for a little barrel there. The section was there, but he just didn't have the experience for reading the wave so fast and adapting his plan. So he had to go around the section, and the wave was still gonna be a very low score. There you go, 1.27. As we see live, it was Guilherme Ribeiro going for another one. He's searching for a 3.4 to take off first place from Eli Davis, who just placed another nice score, 4.17, although it doesn't go into his best two.
And now we're watching Guilherme Ribeiro pedal back out. He's holding to fourth priority now. I'm sorry. With the first priority is Eli. You can't be in any better place than holding first place and first priority on a hit in this sport. So sitting, it's the most comfortable surfer out there. And then Axel and Sigurd are having a really tough time. And it'll be, I would say, almost, nothing's impossible, but I think it's looking pretty difficult for them to make it through this heat.
No, there definitely is not onto their level. Two good surfers on a heat. Guilherme Ribeiro now playing more safely, just trying to place the score he needed, with I think he got. And Sigurd Sverrensen trying to get into the heat. But let's take a better look of this wave by Guilherme. He didn't push it that hard. He's just trying to make sure that the wave had enough for him to take back first place, which I'm guessing he managed to do.
Yeah, I mean, the 3.4 need, very low requirement for Guilherme. And yeah, although the wave was kind of wide, it wasn't that clean of a wave. The section didn't look the best, but Guilherme did all he could. And we see some big ones coming through, some good lines, and Eli is going to take this one. A lot of potential on that section. Look at that. Let's see what Eli has to offer. Whoa.
Wow, nice heavy re-entry there for Eli Davis. So even if Guilherme Ribeiro manages to go to first place, he'll probably get back into second place after this score by Eli Davis.
Oh my God, that was beautiful.
Yes, a very, very heavy section there, and Eli dealt with it smoothly. Okay,
yeah,
there you go. 483 for Guilherme Ribeiro. He takes first position, but Eli now needs a 7.01, which is not an easy score to get. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it on that wave.
The score just dropped, João. It wasn't enough to get back to first. So the 6.47 on that last turn for Eli.
Okay, that's true, and it's fair. I don't think it's they misjudged that. I mean, it was a very strong move, perfectly worth the score it got. And as we see, Guilherme Ribeiro dealing there with that foam junction, just making the most out of it. And it's a 4-pointer, doesn't go into his two best. But now Eli Davis will have to show a little bit more in order to go to good score, to the good part of the score range.
We're watching Stanley from Team England, waiting to get in the water for his next hit. He was staying near the Wales team. That's interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
He's competing for England.
Wales has it doesn't appear much, but it has a very, very deep surfing tradition, as happens with all the British islands. But he has the shoes, some nice shoes to fill in, namely those of Karen Williams, great surfer from the 80s and the early 90s, the first great Welsh surfer to step into the scene. Did the world tour for some time with mixed results, but he was acknowledged for his talent and his flamboyant personality, which even granted him a full-on 10-page profile on Surfer magazine. And I'm talking about the late 80s, and there wasn't much notice about European surfers in international mags at the time. So I'm guessing that he's following the way opened by the late, great Ted Dearhurst, Cameron Williams was the next wave from the British Isles to break into the international scene. And yeah, if you're listening to it somehow, say hello to the great Cameron Williams.
Looking at the scores now, Guilherme, oh wait, we see some action on the way. We'll get right back to the scores. Guilherme Ribeiro up and riding on his front side. 2 good turns.
And that's the best thing about Guilherme Ribeiro. He always managed to find the room to place his maneuvers. He's a very solid and consistent surfer. He rarely falls, especially when it's crucial not to. And here is a nice combo of lip bash following by lip line re-entry. And I think this wave might go into his 2 best.
Yeah, he now has a backup score of a 4.83. I believe that's going to be higher than that. It'll be up to the judges. And with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, I mean, this hit is pretty much decided. Guilherme Ribeiro and Eli are going to advance on to round 2, and Alex and Sigurd will go to repechage round and have their last chance to make through hits.
Yes, I think this last wave from Guilherme pretty much sealed the deal in this heat as far as the victory goes, but also the whole heat, as the difference between the surfers level here was very, very blatant, with Guilherme and Eli Davis clearly on the top level, and the other two will gather the experience and take it to the repechage round, where they still have the chance to make it further in the competition, but it's going to be a much longer way for them to do so. Because as the rounds of the main event progresses, the losing surfers will be joining the repechage round, which makes that the surfers in the repechage round have a much longer number or much higher number of hits to compete for them to reach the final stage of the competition. But it happened in the past, it can happen again. A surfer who's relegated to the repechage in the early rounds, still making it all the way back into the main event and actually winning the event. It's not a very uncommon thing to happen.
7.2 is the score for Guilherme Ribeiro's last wave, making a hit total of 15.70. I mean,
highest of the day.
That's just excellent. That's in the excellent range. We don't see that very often. And Guilherme Ribeiro putting on a show for everyone, and Sigurd with his last chance to do something. And yeah, this is going to be the hit situation. Eli with just an attempt of battle, and this is the hit for us.
Yeah, and the horn has sounded, and there's no scores left to enter the scoreboard. So that's it. Guilherme Ribeiro advances with the better score of the day. Eli Perrins Davis from Wales in second place. The Swedish and the Norwegian representatives are relegated to the repechage round. We are now going to a commercial break. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música, o Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Dré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
We're back with live action, and I'm here with Nuno Cardoso once again. Hello, Nuno. How is it going?
I'm good. I've got some well-deserved rest. I saw the sun pop out through the clouds, so I do believe we've got a great day ahead of us. Weather-wise, waves-wise, the swell filled in. The wind is still light, so we could not expect more for a summer there in Portugal, actually.
Look at first wave of the hit for David Peter from Czechia. That wave is looking good. And he seems to be on a lower level of competition from what we've seen on the previous heat. We've seen some very decent scores. I mean, in the excellent range from Guilherme Ribeiro, the Portuguese champion. And now Leon Glatzer for Team Germany. Yeah, I mean, a 1.5 for David Peter, that's not going to be that high of a score. And Leon still waiting. We're expecting a little bit above David's wave.
Okay, it looks like Stanley Norman was having a look at this wave but decided to let it go. Let's see if Stanley can redeem himself from Finn Gillespie's knockout of the main round. It will be still seeing Finn in the repechage round, of course, but England needs to step up, and Stanley's got some weight on his shoulders right now. Meanwhile, we've got the fellow in yellow from Israel, Ido Agag, and of course you already mentioned David Peter from Czech, and Leon Joel Glatzer from Germany is wearing the white singlet. He already clocked in at 2.83 to start things off. Still plenty of time on the clock. You know the name of the game. First and second remain in the main event, advancing into second round. Third and fourth will be knocked down to the repechage round. And yeah, let's use who on this one. Leon Joel Gatzler going for a wave. And that was David Peter.
Oh, wow. Did they ran into each other? No.
Almost.
No, that was close. No.
Indeed.
What happened there?
I think David lost control of his board when he decided to let the wave go. And when he let this board go, almost hitting. Ooh, that was nice from Ido. Unfortunately not completing it. Last wave we saw some excellent performance from the Portuguese. Soon we'll have an interview. This is the replay of Ido's Agag wave. That's a throwaway for sure, 1.13. Still early on the clock, but these guys need to start compose themselves if they want to get into the mix of those two first places.
Yeah, I mean, Ido's attempt looked stronger, looked like the most powerful maneuver of the heat and had more. But oh, Stanley. This is looking like a very complete score for Stanley. This is going to give him the lead of the heat. I'm very confident about it. I mean, 3 maneuvers, 3 snaps off the lip. I mean, look at the replay.
This is what we call English redemption. There goes Stanley Norman. Nice first turn there. Fast into the second one and then clocks in the third one. Wow. And he's looking great out there. So this wave is going to make a lot of difference in the wheat situation, and we're going to see Stanley going from 4th into 1st for sure, Lorenzo.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's see what the judges are going to give to that wave. Look at the size of this wave for, it looked like a closeout. And Ido tucking in the barrel. Wow.
Another one.
That's the second barrel of the day. And that's what we want to see.
That was a runner, and Ido read that one pretty well. This is the replay. Drops straight into the barrel. He travels, and then he decides there's nothing much there. He kind of points his board towards the beach, and all of the damage is done there. Meanwhile, looks like we have an interview ready with the winner of the last heat. João Valente is there in the glass for the call. Take it away, João.
Guilherme, congratulations, your first showing, and you did the best score of the morning so far. What is it about these conditions that you like that helped you achieve this score?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I love Santa Cruz. I love the waves here, so I feel like I can adapt to the conditions, either they are big or small.
And yeah, I love these type of conditions. One turn waves, two turn waves. I felt great. The waves haven't been this big the past few days, so it was good to put a little bigger board in the water. So yeah, first heat is done.
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask you. Did you have to adapt the equipment choice for these conditions today?
Yeah, for sure. In the first surf in the morning, I went with a 511. I've been surfing with a 510. Surf the smaller wave that has been in the past few days. So yeah, the board felt good. I felt great. So yeah, let's keep it going.
We know that you are a surfer that likes to take it to the air wherever there's the chance, and definitely these conditions allow for this kind of maneuvers. However, I think that some surfers are holding on to themselves and kind of keeping their best game for when it's needed. Is that the case to you?
I don't know. If I feel like if I have a section, I'll go for the air. But yeah, I take seriously all my hits. From round one till the final, I'll try to surf the best I can. And yeah, this first round is done, and hopefully I can do the same or better in the round two later.
Great. A message for friends and family watching it from home?
Yes. Obrigado a todos que estão a apoiar em casa. Primeiro hitzinho está feito. Siga para o próximo, mais logo. Obrigado pelo apoio, fiquem atentos.
Congratulations. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, João, and congratulations once again to Guilherme Ribeiro, the highest scoring heat total of today, and I do believe of this contest. I am yet to confirm that, but as soon as I get that confirmation, I will lock it in. But yeah, great performance by the Portuguese, the defending champion, Lourenço, looking on form.
Exactly, Nuno. In the meanwhile, the score for that barrel ride just dropped for the Israeli surfer. I mean, the 7.33 giving them the lead and putting Stanley on a need of a 2.64. And Leon, the German surfer, is needing a 3.68 now for second. It's a tight... Oh, look at Stanley. That wave's looking good, generating a lot of speed down the line. Good first turn and getting that foam climb in the end. And Edu off the back. Woo, he was tucking in for that barrel, but the wave didn't provide him much. He had to force the exit. And David Peter having the look over that one. It looked like a closeout. So now he's probably going to hold first priority. We're waiting for the priority panel. Okay, first priority with Edu, and then second with David. So Stanley, here's the replay. This is going to be a decent score. It's probably going to go into his best two scores because his backup score is a 3.4. So he's probably going to make that first place even more secure than it is now. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a fun hit to watch. We're halfway through almost, and Edu's requirement for first at the moment is very low, so the first and second are very well disputed, and yeah, the rest of the surfers, Leon and David, are having a harder time to connect.
Yeah, it was a slow heat at the beginning, but now looks like the engines have turned on. Here we are watching Edu Aga going for another wave, and wow, what a great turn there, and he stomps it. He was needing this wave to back up that 7.33, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, and he will jump into the lead for sure, because he only needs a 1.9 to do so, and this wave is way higher than 1.9.
Look at the water sprayed in the air. Nuno, if you were a judge right now, what would you rate this wave considering the barrel ride, the 7.33? Would you rate it higher or lower, the barrel?
I would rate it lower because it's just one turn and was not one of the biggest waves that you can see during a heat, but it's going to be a great score for him. Probably the second best scoring wave of the heat, in my opinion. Let's see if he beats the 5.83. Oh, that is being held by Stanley Norman at the moment, which is making him lead this heat. But I think in a matter of seconds, that lead is going to go away. Wow. You see, you got your answer there.
Luckily for us, we're no judges.
Yeah, I'm super lucky. I'm no judge because I probably would mess up this one. 807, excellent range there with this move. Ido Aga, good call, Lorenzo. Ido Aga going into the excellent range, and wow, and is assuming that first position with a lot of strength there, distancing himself for the rest of the field. Even Stanley Norman, that is in second in the seat, needs a 9.57 to first. Wow.
Yeah, and we're experiencing one of the most scored hits of the whole comp. I mean, last hit we had Guilherme Ribeiro with a 15.7 total, and now 15.4 from Edu. I mean, it just proves the level of surfing and the good conditions we're having.
Yeah, and it's only heat number 6 out of 12 in this first round, so we're yet to see plenty of surfers hit the water. The previous heat we saw the defending champion imposing himself once again, imposing his authority in this event and saying, hey, I have the best scoring wave of the competition so far. I have the best total score of the competition so far. Watch out, I'm in business. Meanwhile, meaning business as well is Ido Aga going for the full rotation there on his backhand. Unfortunately, not stomping it. Wow. What did Ido eat for breakfast this day? I want some of that.
I don't know if it was a bunch of coffee or it was keeping more simple with eggs or whatever, but whatever it was, it's working. I mean, it's giving him the energy needed. And wow, that's a good way to start your hits, to start your way into a comp with a 7 ride and a 8-point ride. I mean, you're just having fun out there.
Yeah, his fellow countryman Eli took a win in his heat, and it's now Ido representing for Israel as well. Meanwhile, this is Leon having a look at that left-hander. Unfortunately for Leon, the wave just ran in front of him. So there's nothing there, nothing that will make a difference in his top 2 scores. It's Stanley Norman now that's, as you can see on your screen, scrambling through the lineup, trying to, make the most of holding on to second position because time is counting down and he needs to back up his 5.83 so he can keep Leon distant. You saw Leon catching a wave right now, probably felt nervous. Fortunately for him, Leon was not able to cock up the requirement he needs, which is a 6.4. It's a high requirement, but not impossible. And David Petter from Czech, it's on the hunt for a 7.73 if he wants to advance into the next round.
Here we got Ruben Vitoria competing for Team Spain, waiting to get in the water for his heat. Probably getting some advice from his coach. And now we got Edu once again, generating speed down the line. Just a check turn in. Wow.
Fearless approach by the Israeli surfer. He's been busy, a busy bee in yellow. And he wants to showcase his surfing. And it looks on form. Doesn't look faded at all. He's paddling for everything that he can get. Is right now with the most wave surfed in this heat, and he's completing 2 moves there. I don't think he's going to make a difference to his top 2 scores, but he's filling out the ocean. He knows he's going to compete today in round number 2 because he's going to advance into round number 2. That's for sure. Even with 5 minutes remaining, I can guarantee you that it's going to be very hard to knock out Ido from first and second position in this heat with that total score, and he's probably filling out the ocean. Using his time in his heat to feel the waves, feel his board, and get ready for the next heat that's upcoming today, round number 2.
Stanley now using his priority over Leon to secure that wave. And I think that's going in his best 2 scores. I mean, the 3.4 is his backup. So this is going to be higher than that, that's for sure. And he just took the advantage of priority because Leon was in a better place for that wave.
Yeah, but he wants to nail shut the coffin on Leon on this heat, blocking him, getting a good wave, and putting up 2 nice moves there. Probably is going to get rid of that 3.4 and distance himself even further from Leon. This is David Peter from, wow, Czech. And he takes a heavy beating there.
I think he's just soaked with that drop.
Yeah, he got a big wave there. It was really hard to handle that. The wave was a closeout. He saw that. He pointed his board towards the beach, but not in enough time to be in front of that closing out shore break there. And he got knocked out by the explosion.
3 minutes and 25 seconds left.
Last wave of red, Lorenzo.
Last wave was red was a 4.33, which means he improved his backup score and solidifies second place, making things harder for the white jersey. I mean, the German surfer is now needing a 7.33, which is it's doable in conditions like this. I mean, we saw what Edu did, although very hard. It's not everyone who's able to score like that.
His requirement is exactly the score that Edo got for that barrel, 7.33. So he needs to find a similar barrel, and he can do it. Meanwhile, the exciting news for this year is that the 4 finalists of this competition will receive all expensive paid invitation to compete in the Surf City El Salvador Alas Global Finals, which will be held between 17 and 23rd of November of this year at Putamango Beach in El Salvador, of course. This initiative is supported by Alas Global and Surf City El Salvador, making an historic collaboration between Europe, Latin America, and Asia, reinforcing intercontinental surfing ties in the new Olympic cycle. So whoever gets to the final, both in surf men's division and surf women's division, will get to Salvador to try and clock in some precious points for their Olympic campaigns.
Exactly. That just turns it more exciting for these surfers, knowing they'll get a trip and an entry on the comp. I mean, with everything being paid for. I mean, what else can you ask for as a surfer?
And have a chance to gather points for an Olympic qualification, because not every athlete has access to that. You either need to be on the national team or be doing some regional competition, international competitions, so you can gather up some points. And this is an extra opportunity to gather some extra points for your Olympic campaign. And probably that's on the back of most of the top surfers here, having the chance to go to El Salvador and have that opportunity.
Leon, he's looking for a 7.33.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, no.
Uh-oh.
What just happened?
Leon means business. He went to progressive. He knows he needs to put something special here to impress the judges, and he goes for the air reverse, not full rotation, 180, and turns the board around, but he did it quite neatly, and he showed control, and that's what the judges want to watch. If it is a 7.33, whoosh.
I was not expecting that, no.
Me too, but Leon pulled the trigger on that last-minute effort, and let's see if he gets rewarded.
I mean, he was super quiet all throughout the heat, and then all of a sudden just pulls off a freak out of his sleeve. I mean, what was that air? It was just super unexpected. And I mean, the judges have a
pretty tough job right now. They're scratching
call.
their heads because there was not a single progressive move in this heat. There was an attempt by Ido, but he did not finish. Now it's up for that last wave of the athlete in white, the German Leon Joel Glatzer. Will he get the 7.33 that he needs to knock out Stanley Norman? And that would be a great upset once again for Team England, losing Finn Gillespie in the early heats of this round. And right now it's all about that last score. I think we're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back for that score. Stay with us.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
And we are back on the live stream for this day number 3 of the Eurosurf 2025 Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz in the Torres Vedras Council. Beautiful part of the west coast of Portugal where we find ourselves. That last wave, just for information, of the German surfer Leon came in short, 583, not enough. So there you have it. And we're moving on to this heat number 7. Joining me here in the booth, João Valente for the call. Who do we have in the water, João?
Yeah, we're going to start right with this surfer here. Is the biggest seated name. Unfortunately for him, couldn't complete that last floater. It's Ruben Vitoria from Spain. He's the favorite to take this heat, as he's the most experienced surfer and he's been doing well on the regional QS. In the white, we have Oliver Heinz from the Netherlands, and in yellow, Christopher Holler from Denmark. To close it, it's Manuel Paulich from Austria in the black. We are now watching the surfer from Denmark, Christopher Holler, finishing off that nice re-entry. But until this point, nothing major happening. But as we've seen on the last few hits, just give it some time until the big stars start popping up.
Yeah, the last heats we saw kind of a slow action. But then as the heat progresses through the clock and the time is running out, you see the surfers getting a little bit more active. That's normal, you know, the situation starts to kind of organize itself. They know the requirements, they know what they need to do, so they get busy and start performing. This is Manuel Paulich from Austria going around that section, punching a move there. Let's see what the judges think about this first wave of the man in black from Austria.
Exactly. So what we see here is the replay for that wave. And he takes second place with that in this early stage with no big scores. Still with no big scores, it's very easy to have this change in positions until someone gets a mid to high score. That's going to be the pattern for the heat. Permanent exchanges of positions. Nobody has established a strong lead so far. But let's wait a little bit more as we see the surfer in white, Oliver Heinz, trying to get something, but it's not going to be this wave.
All right, up and running. This is Ruben Vitoria, the Spaniard.
Second mistake for Ruben, and it's not very common for him to commit this kind of mistakes.
Yeah, he's probably still feeling the wax under his feet, trying to access the conditions because they shift a little bit throughout the tides. Ooh, barrel time there for Manuel Paulich. Unfortunately not hanging on, but he got some barrel vision there. He's probably happy. That's something that you want always on a heat. Get the barrel vision, João.
Well, I'm guessing he didn't see much of a barrel on that one. He basically tried to place him, but was immediately hit by that lip line. Nothing like those that we've seen on the previous heat.
Of course.
Those were proper barrels. This was an attempt, probably inspired by the vision of the previous heat, but that wasn't to be. Now we have the Dutch surfer Oliver Heinz again. And this is his best scoring wave so far. Let's wait and see how it comes, but still a very low scoring heat at this moment.
Out the back, Christopher Aller paddling for this one. He drops, and that's all she wrote there as he jumps off of his board. Close out, not much there.
We're gonna have plenty of low-scoring waves just because of how the conditions are. This is not as critical as some other conditions that we've seen, but it's one of those situations where you can either get a very big score or a very low score, just because it's very difficult to identify which are gonna be the good waves. I've been watching the lineup on my breaks and trying to understand it a little bit more, and the fact is that it's not very clear which waves are going to open up and which waves are not. So surfers have to keep on trying, and sometimes it will work in their favor and sometimes it's not. Another mistake for Ruben Vitoria. Very strange performance by the Spaniard here, getting the waves, but failing on apparently simple moves, which is also can be due to the power of the waves, but I think it's a lack of concentration on the part of Ruben.
14 minutes remaining, still plenty of time for Ruben or any other surfer to put some scores there on the panel. Let's see what's going to happen. But meanwhile, the best scoring wave at the moment so far is in the hands of the Austrian surfer, 2.83, as he's holding on to second position. Oliver Heinz is the best scoring wave, not Manuel, sorry, and is holding on to first position at the moment. Meanwhile, we have an interview with the winner of the last heat. I think Lorenzo Grandella is in the glass for the call. Take it away, Lorenzo.
Thanks again, boys. I'm here with the previous hit winner, Ido Hajjaj, and congratulations on your hit win. Israel is looking very strong this morning. I mean, just winning back-to-back hits. Your teammate, Eli, just won his hit previously. And how does this look? How is he looking for Team Israel, and what does he mean to represent your country?
Oh, it means so much. It means a lot to me and for all the team. And yeah, my friend Eli made it too, so we're really fired up. And we're waiting for John to make it. All the girls gonna make it. And yeah, we're looking good and we're feeling good.
What did you think about the conditions today? Because I remember you saw your first high score was the barrel. So walk us through that wave and the rest, the other power turn you had.
Actually, I didn't saw that many barrels this morning. And it came to me and I was like, okay, that's gonna be a proper one. So I did it, I made it, and then I took another closeout wave that I really like those closeout turns, and I got the 8 for this closeout turn, and yeah, it felt good, and the conditions really fit me, so yeah, I like those conditions.
You got one of the highest total scores of the competition so far. Does that give you more confidence to go all the way to the finals day, and do you feel like you have everything you need mentally and physically wise and also performance wise to get the victory on this competition?
Of course, yeah, for sure. This heat, the first heat, made me feel better and stronger. And yeah, it's just the beginning, and I hope all my friends will do like these totals. And yeah, we're looking forward and we stay in the moment, and yeah, we will do it.
All right, is there a message you want to give back home to the fans and family and friends, everyone?
תודה רבה לכל המשפחה שלי, איתי, ארנון, אני אוהב אותך. כולם, אני חולה עליכם, משפחת נאי, משפחת חג'אג', חולה עליכם. תודה רבה.
All right, congratulations and good luck on the rest of the comp. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Nice interview. And I have to say something here. Watch out for the Israelis in conditions like this, because this is the sort of waves they've been growing to, especially these single maneuver waves where everything, all the effort is put on the finishing move, is something that they grow used to surfing conditions like this. So they can be very, very dangerous in this sort of competition.
Meanwhile, out the back, this is Christopher Oller going for a barrel coming out. And you can listen to the Denmark team cheering him in the beach. And this is the reply from Ruben Victoria on his backhand. Unfortunately for Ruben, not yet finding himself in this heat. And let's wait for that score of Christopher Oller. Probably is going to jump into second because he only needs a 0.71 to do so. And he got some shade there. Not a very opened up barrel pocket-wise. So he kind of doggy doors. Tries to go for that end move. Unfortunately, mistimes it. Doesn't get there in time and is not able to complete. Meanwhile, halfway through the heat, we're yet to see the Spanish clock in an expressive score. And it's all about the Dutch and Danish surfer occupying those lead positions.
Yeah, that was unexpected, no, I have to say. I was expecting much better from Ruben Vitoria, his experience. He has done international contests, so a very odd presentation by Ruben, as we see yet another wave by the leader of the heat, Oliver Heinz from the Netherlands. So yeah, the surfers from the northern countries really putting on good performance here. And leading in a situation where, at first look, I wouldn't say they would be in this position.
How amazing does the ocean look when the sun hits the water? And it looks like it's even better than it was before this morning. But I do believe that the only difference between now and the morning was a little bit more of a tide and less sunlight, because the conditions are exactly similar or almost the same, I would say. But the sun hitting the ocean in the summertime makes things very good looking, at least in the screen, you know? It's more inviting.
Yeah, and if so, I'll take this opportunity, Nuno, to tell everyone who's watching us from home, if you have the chance, come here to the Santa Cruz. I mean, these waves are breaking just a few meters away from the shoreline. You are as close to the action as you can be, and it's so much more spectacular to watch this action on site, feeling the vibe, feeling the cheers from every country's team squads. The whole energy is a whole different level in person, so it's getting, the weather is settling. We're gonna have a nice weekend with slow winds and powerful wave conditions all day. So if you have the chance, don't miss the opportunity to come visit us in Santa Cruz. It's the Ocean Spirit 2025, a traditional competition, and we have the best surf in Europe right here at our yard. So come and visit us if you have the chance.
Yes, the forecast was showing that today we're going to get a bump on the energy of the swell and an increase of the wave size. As you can see, comparing to the other 2 days, if you're watching, that is pretty obvious. And it's going to run through tomorrow, of course. Even getting a little bit bigger, just not too much, but a little bit bigger. It's going to be very similar to today. And then on Tuesday, the swell starts to drop. There's going to be a little bit more of wind. And then Wednesday and Thursday, the wind just comes in very strong. And probably we're going to see some wind swell filling in a little bit bigger, a little bit messier. But yeah, conditions are going to be pretty much similar for today throughout the next days, and then the last 2 days going to be a little bit more choppy, I would say.
That's true.
But I think the swell size and the wave size range is going to be about the same as today.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, Nuno, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for all surfers to perform to their best ability. And what a beautiful re-entry there by Oliver Heinz. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He just did everything right, just couldn't outrun the foam and ended up being engulfed by that. But what a great effort from the surfers, from the Dutch surfer.
Indeed, this is the replay of the last wave of Manuel. He goes around that section, does a little bit of a check turn there, not much there. A very foamy wave, result of the previous wave that was surfed by Oliver Hines, which was a little bit more cleaner, unfortunately for Oliver not completing that one. We can see Jared McQuaid from Ireland getting ready for his heat. He's going to be the next heat jumping into the water. He's, of course, the runner-up 2 years ago in this Surfman division. He's just only lost for Guilherme Ribeiro, which is the defending champion. Let's see how he performs.
Yeah, let's see it. He probably wants to fix that thing from 2 years ago and go one place.
Get his revenge.
Yeah, but he'll have to work hard for that. And this is just the first day of competition for the men's. So there's still plenty of surf to be done.
What's going on with Ruben Vittori? He only needs a 181 and is struggling hard to get it. Let's see if this wave is going to help him. He's paddling hard as he can, and he's going to get it. Backside action. He's going to go around that section. Oh.
Again, another mistake by Ruben Vittoria. Really, really odd presentation by this talented Spaniard kid.
I think he still can get it. 4 minutes on the clock. He needs to compose himself. He doesn't need a high requirement. He's not like with a lot of pressures on his shoulder. He just needs to get one of his moves done, and that's it.
Exactly. If he had placed one of the 4 mistakes he committed already, if he had made just one of them, that would be enough to put him in one of the qualifying positions. But right now, he's struggling to find a wave of just 1.81. How frustrating it would be for Ruben and for the Spanish team for that to happen. But let's see how it goes now.
There you have.
There you go. Yeah, okay. So
181 is there, and a little,
finally,
a sprinkle on top of that, just to finish it off. And I think he's gonna jump, probably even to the lead with this one. Take us through the replay, João.
Yeah, it's a nice top turn, well executed, nothing too critical. And here he does a nice reading of the wave, because the wave was doubling up on the inside, and he, instead of just attacking the open sections, he aimed for the foam, which made for a much smoother finish. And he was able to have 2 complete maneuvers on the wave, which would be enough. Exactly, it was a 4.5. It was enough to place him in top position of a very low scoring hit.
Up and riding is Christopher Aller on his backhand, going for the assault on the end section there. He now needs a 214 to get back into second place, knocking out Oliver Hines, that now is in second, because Ruben Vittoria from 4th to 1st. And the Spanish team is wiping off the sweat off of their foreheads with that last wave of Ruben Vittoria. They can rest now. Ruben is in the lead. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Last wave for yellow, 2.8. And Christopher goes from third to second. And right now, Oliver Hines, who is leading this heat throughout most of the heat, is now finding himself in 3rd position, needing a 1.8 to get back into that second place. Wow. What a dramatic finish in these last minutes, João.
Yes, it's one of the things that happen with low-scoring heats, is that the situations can change pretty fast. And we've seen this surfer here. Oh, but should he made that, he would definitely get him back into the qualification position. He didn't even have to go that big, but he had the opportunity and he went for it anyway.
He went all in.
With 1 minute and 20, he'll have to find the opportunity to substitute a 1.80. That's what he needs to go back into second place.
Manuel going for the barrel vision once again. Manuel is having a great day for sure. He's on a heat with other 3 people. So less crowd on the lineup. He's got the chance to get the waves that he wants while he's holding on to priority. And for the second time trying to get that barrel vision. Meanwhile, wow, 40 seconds on the clock. Oliver Heinz needing a 1.8, but Christopher Oller has the priority, and he can block Oliver out of it. Oh, Oliver further down the beach catches this wave. Will it be enough? 1.8, last second effort. And wow, what do you think, João? Is this the 1.8 that he needs?
Intuitively, I think he got it. Is far from being a critical, far from being critical moves, and far from being one of the best waves of the heat. It was an all-white wave. I think the fact that he plays 2 moves before the wave finishes was enough to award him, and that's it.
210. He jumps into second.
Exactly.
In the last seconds, leaving Christopher Oller from Denmark in third position. It's official. Ruben Oliver remain in the main event. Round number 2, we'll be watching them still today. Unfortunately for Christopher Emmanuel, we'll be seeing them in the reprecharge round. Don't go anywhere, folks. More action is about to come right after this short commercial break.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back. We are back in action here now, running heat number 8 of the men's opening round here in Santa Cruz. We are at the Ocean Spirit 2025 International Festival of Wave Riding, Music, Arts. It's definitely an opportunity to come visit the west coast of Portugal. And we see one of the first wave of the heat, and right after an attack by the Irish surfer. In the booth I have again Lourenço Grandella, and Lourenço, I'll let you present the surfers in this heat.
Hey João, you're giving me the hard task. Let's start with this guy, Mikolas Presiakowski. I believe, I mean, that's the best I can do. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. And then with the white jersey, we got Geroid McDade. And then Matteo Calatri for the Team Italy, and Finn Clark for Scotland. And we've had 3 waves ridden so far in the start of the heat. Not a lot, nothing crazy, I mean. And yeah,
let's see how this plays. We had a slow scoring heat, the last heat. Hopefully we're going to see more action and more quality waves on this one. But for now, we are keeping the pace of low scoring. Let's see if he goes. We can't say nothing about at least me. I can't say nothing about any of the surfers on these heats. Those names are pretty unknown to me. And we'll just learn about their skill level as we watch them perform throughout the heat. As we said, we have again 4 different nationalities in dispute here, and we'll have to wait and see how well they adapt to the waves on offer.
João, I was just down on the beach watching the waves closer than we are here in the booth, and I mean, it's looking heavy.
Yeah.
Such a strong short break, and it looked very easy to break boards. I'm surprised we haven't seen any gear being broken.
Oh, trust me, you'll see it. Yeah, as the thing is that right now, this unleveled field of competitors doesn't ask for the better technical surfers to go too big. It's not required. They've been trying to just get through the heat. But on the next round, with only the surfers who advanced this round, we're gonna for sure see more competitiveness, and then when they start risking more, and that's when there's a good chance that some boards might be broken, because as you said, this short break has no mercy.
Matteo Calatri, he used the replay for his last wave. It was a solid first turn, but the second one didn't come through as a completion. So considering what the judges have been scoring throughout the day, this is not going to be that high of a score. We've been seeing some very progressive surfing, very strong and fast. Here's Finn Clark up and riding. He's going to get that foam climbing.
Yeah, he managed to do a nice finishing re-entry there, but it wasn't a very critical sessions. On the other hand, the wave by Matteo Calatri, that was a pretty heavy sessions, and should he have made that, we would see a very nice score. Unfortunately for him, failing the ending maneuver, he got stuck on a 3-3-3. Still the best wave of the heat so far, and we'll see how it goes from there. Now we have Gerald McDade from Ireland, and he manages,
solid.
Yeah, pretty solid showing from the Irish surfer.
So the last wave for Matteo, that one turn was a 3.33, and now we're waiting for the score for the Irish on the white jersey. In the meanwhile, while we wait for the score and some more action, we're going to go for a quick interview with Nuno Cardoso. Take it away, Nuno.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm here with the previous heat winner from Spain, Ruben Vitoria. Ruben, low-scoring affair, really tough out there. Very unusual for you not to get a decent wave until the last minutes. How was it out there?
That heat was crazy. Like, we couldn't finish one turn. Everyone get like super small scores. So I spent all my heat in the inside, all the waves on my head, duck dive. That was crazy. Like, lucky that I made the last wave with a 4, and that was enough to make my heat. But in fact, that was pretty hard out there.
How was your mindset, knowing that the time is running out? You tried already 4 waves, none of them you were able to connect the move, and then you must have felt desperate, like nothing is working for me.
The last few days I was surfing really good. Even this morning I surfed really good. I was feeling super comfortable in my surfing. I don't know what happened in my heat. I started falling, and I still focus in my main game. Just keep going, keep trying, like, because I know that I'm gonna get one score because I'm doing the last few days. So just keep going. I was focusing, keep going, keep trying, because I'm gonna get.
Yeah, we have been seeing you on the free surfing, and I was actually commentating the heat alongside João Valente, and we were saying that, hey, Ruben is one of the favorites. He's doing quite well in the QS series, and this is one of the standouts. And then all of a sudden, you were not able to perform. And we're like, what's going on? Where is Ruben that we know? But congratulations once again. You can take the time to send a message to who's watching back home.
Eskerrik asko etxetik animatzen izan guztiagatik, eta hemen gaude dana ematen, osea, que aurrea. Eskerrik asko denai, muchas gracias a todos, y seguimos para adelante.
Eso, Fuerza España. Back to you, boys.
Aupa, the Basque country being representing here Spain, and Ruben, yeah, he noticed that better than us, that something was not working for him. Fortunately, he managed to correct that by the end of the heat and start making. Meanwhile, back on heat number 8, we have this replay from Geroid Dade last wave. He's leading the heat and waiting for a score. He already has a 5-pointer, and once the score gets in, he will extend his leading on this heat.
Yeah, and Matteo Calatri is now looking for 5, 6, 7 as the score just dropped. It was a 4-point ride for Geroid, making it more difficult for Matteo to jump onto the lead back again. Although, let's remember that the 2 first spots are on to the next round. So all you need as a surfer in this competition is to be second place, and you'll have your spot on the next round. And even if you're still in the main event, the last 2 spots will have another chance later on. So we have the repechage round for all the main event losers. So
yeah, but today we won't see any of it because right after this round is finished, after heat 12, we're going to jump into the second round of the men's competition. So the contest director decided to give the men the best conditions possible, and with these punchy waves and heavy sections, he thought the best option to be was to allow the boys to go big on the second round, and that will make for a very interesting day to follow here in Santa Cruz as we see another wave for the Italian surfer.
Wow.
And that's how we break boards usually.
That's how you break a board in a couple bones, João. I mean, Matteo full sanding it. That's the level of commitment we're looking forward to see. I hope everything's okay with Matteo. That didn't look that easy on him. Let's watch it one more time.
Very heavy section. Wow. Fortunately for him, he decided to push the eject button in time, because if he had landed on that board, he could go. I mean, that's an injury-inducing sort of landing. Many ankles injuries have happened because of landings like this. He was going for the flats with the full power of the wave behind him. Yeah, it could have been a very good scoring wave, but it could mean an injury for the surfer too.
If not the best scoring wave of the comp, that looked gnarly. I mean, we're halfway through the comp, and with 9 minutes left. Wow, it just looks so tough out there. Such a heavy shore break. I mean,
it's different watching from the screen and watching from the beach. It's a much wider panorama that we have here, and it's and the size and the weight of the waves. It's a total different thing. So again, if you have the chance, come visit us. We promise you're gonna have a very nice Sunday afternoon here in Santa Cruz. The weather is getting warmer. The waves are getting more spectacular. The level of surfing is getting high and high, each after each. So there you go. It's a very way to spend your Sunday. It's a very nice way to spend your Sunday here in Santa Cruz. So if you have the chance, come visit us.
And now we're watching Mikola and Finn having a talk in the water. I wonder what they're telling each other. Now moving a little bit to the north side. Finn was sort of doing some hand gestures, maybe. I wonder what it was.
Yeah, maybe sometimes it's just a dispute in the lineup. Surfers trying to get to the same waves or trying to get the best position on the lineup. And, well, sometimes it leads to confrontations. Or maybe they're just doing a commentary on the heaviness of the inside sections.
Yeah.
It's not very common to see surfers communicating during hits, so that's why we always wonder when we see it happening.
Yeah, most of surfers just decide to lock in and just stay on their own headspace, not leaving any room for distractions. This conversation reminds me of the iconic entry in the water of Kelly Slater against Andy Irons, where Kelly just comes up to Andy and he's like, "I love you like a brother," right before the final.
Exactly.
Of the biggest rivalry surfing's ever seen.
And what we've seen now is probably the best wave of the heat so far. Very nice effort now by Geroid McDade from Ireland. It was a wave with more moves than we are used to see today. We have this first fast top turn and then a nice floater, and he still finishes with this end section. Nothing very critical, but well placed, well read, and well performed by the Irish surfer. Let's see. I'm guessing, yeah, that's it. That's the biggest score of the heat so far, a 5.17. So right now, Geroid is on the leading position and at a safe distance, I would say, from Matteo Calatri, that is needing 6.84, so almost a good wave, a very good wave, to take over the leading position from the Irish surfer.
Look at how difficult the conditions are right now. I mean, you're just standing there, and all of a sudden a wave pops up and you're right on the shore. If you don't look at that airdrop from Matteo,
exactly
right, what I was talking about. I mean, it's not easy to surf the wave as it is today. He has power. He doesn't have a lot of room for mistakes, so these surfers are risking it out there to put on a show for us, to put the scores in for their team, also their individual goals for sure. And because this is an event for those surfers who haven't had that much experience in competitions yet, this is an opportunity to get their names out there and to show the world what they're all about and the work they've been putting in off camera.
Well, I'll tell you that, Lorenzo, I think conditions are going to get harder, even harder, as the tide goes out. Waves will close out faster, the sections will get heavier, and it's going to be some challenging conditions for the second round of the men's competition. The good news is that only the best surfers from this round will be at the second round. So if the competition really progresses on as predicted, we are in for some great displays of risk and technique.
Yeah, I agree with you, João. We got some action now from Matteo Calatri. Look at this is what we're talking about. I mean, the conditions are very different than what we used to watch, and especially considering the first couple days of competition.
Attention now, Lorenzo, this can be a crucial wave for the Italian surfer. He did a nice heavy re-entry just from under the double up section. And we see now it's the Polish surfer, Mikołaj Preszczowski.
He took his time taking that bottom turn. He opted for a larger bottom turn to try to get to that section with power, but the wave was too wide. Oh,
wow.
whoa.
Wow, look at that. Nice barrel from the Geroid.
This is beautiful, João. This is what we're here for. This is Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Eurosurf. I mean, wow. Look at this one more time. Look at the airdrop, João.
Wow.
And he's able to get through the dog door out that barrel. Let's see what the judges think of this. It wasn't the longest barrel we've seen, but it was definitely the hardest one to pull off. I mean, look at that.
And yeah, yet another replay. It wasn't very deep, but it was a heavy section and a wide open barrel for the Irish surfer. I'm guessing it won't go into excellent, but it will be like a mid to high sevens. But of course, that's up to the judges. I think that he just didn't get deep enough for it to be excellent. But the judges have the final say on it.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Gladly, we're not in the judges' hands. We're simply watching and commentating this festival of waves, this festival of water sports. I mean, we don't have that pressure, that work to put in the scores. We'll leave that for the judges. And let's wait for, that's a 4.1. Exactly what you were saying, João. That was spot on.
Exactly.
I mean,
it was a very nice wave. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't just deep enough. I think he got caught by surprise by that section. And actually, if he had planned for it, maybe he would have stalled a little bit more to stay a little deeper. Still, stalling too much on these waves, it's a
risk.
Yeah, it's a risk because eventually you won't be able, and he just doggy-doored that exit. So I'm not sure if he had stayed a little deeper, if he would be able to make it. So yeah, there you have to make options, and there he goes again.
Yeah, but that wave just represents the level the Irish surfer is bringing to the comp. I mean, not everyone would be able to pull off that wave and surf it that way. Even if it's the low score, it shows that you're experienced and you're able to commit to the heavy ones.
Exactly, that's it. And maybe because of that experience, that's why he decided not to get too deep. He knew that would be enough to make it. Unfortunately, he was aiming to replace at least the 5-pointer that he has in his combined score. That didn't happen, but still didn't threat in any way his leading position on this heat. So Geroid advancing in first place. Yeah, just finished it. The horn just sounded, and there's no scores to get. So there we go. Geroid McDade advancing alongside Matteo Calatri, and the Polish and Scottish surfers will have to surf the repechage round. Now we are going to go for another commercial break. You know it already. It's very fast, so stay there and be back with us.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the live stream straight from Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz, part of the Torres Vedras Council. We're gonna go back straight to a replay of Joaquim Chaves, our very own Portuguese. Whoa, tough end section there, but Joaquim holding on to it. So first great wave for Joaquim. We'll wait for that score. Meanwhile, this is the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival Eurosurf 2025. I'm Nuno Cardoso. I'm being joined by Lourenço Grandella. Actually, yeah, I'm joining you, not being joined.
Yeah.
And I had an interval with the last heat and did the interview. But right now I'm back here in the booth for the call for some more action. It looks like, talking about action, Lourenço, Joaquim Chaves.
Yeah, first wave for Joaquim, 6.17, starting off pretty strong. And he's been battling it out with Guilherme Ribeiro in the national tour, in the national championship. I mean, these two Portuguese surfers have been the two of the strongest and the uprising stars of the surfing scenario here in Portugal.
Yeah, for sure. These are the two strong names that Portugal has brought to the table alongside Francisco Ordonhas. Francisco won his heat, and also Guilherme Ribeiro won his heat, and now it's up to Joaquim Chaves to make the triplet here and try and make one more win for Portugal. As you can see, conditions now are really tough. You can see a big rip tide there, and the surfers struggling to get out of it. It's pushing them way out to sea. So they need to get out of it if they want to find a corner, because the waves are relentless, Lorenzo. It's just a big, heavy shore break on the shore, and the only opportunity is the corners of those waves that will allow some space for the surfers to pull in moves.
How do you even position yourself on a day like this? I mean, you can see any defined area to be, there's just wobbliness, and all of a sudden a big bomb just comes through and you don't know if it's a closeout, if it's going to work out. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy out there. And we've seen experience pay, because all of the most experienced surfers with more years of competition on their backs making through the hits. So we haven't experienced a lot of upsets so far. Oh my God, what did we just watch, Nuno?
Kenan Dogru from Turkey riding a high line on that wave, and that was pretty much what would happen to him if he kept that high line. Meanwhile, we saw Patrick Landon Dark from Wales going for a wave of his own. But we have an interview ready with the winner of the last heat. João Valente is there on the glass for the call. Take it away, João.
Congratulations, Gerard. Well, watching from the screen, conditions here can be deceiving, because every time I step off the booth, I watch at the ocean and say, wow, it looks much more heavier than watching from the screen. So I want from you to know exactly how heavy are those end sections here in Santa Cruz?
Yeah, definitely here on the beach, the waves are crazy heavy. The way it sucks up makes it really hard to ride out. But yeah, there's some really good waves still. Can't be complaining when it's big waves and not flat. So yeah, I'm delighted I got through, and yeah, it's super fun.
You managed to find a surprising, you looked surprised to find that barrel over there. It's like all of a sudden, like, whoops, there's a barrel, okay, I'll take it. It got me wondering, because it never got the score that it might get, because it wasn't too deep. And what I said is that you had to make a very fast decision there, because if you got too deep, maybe you wouldn't make it. So how do you adapt to this fast changes of things and these quick decisions that you have to make in conditions like this?
Yeah, I mean, that wave, I was in first and I knew the guys needed some scores, so I was like, oh, I'll just try it and hope for the best. And yeah, I knew I wasn't deep, but it was I knew it wasn't going to be a big score, but it was really fun. Pretty heavy drop, and yeah, got a little vision, so I was pretty happy.
Okay, so we're going to see you on next round, which is probably going to be surfed today. Is there anything that you might change from this heat to the next one?
Yeah, I think we're going to be on later today. I don't know, it's pretty hard out there, so it's really just about staying busy and yeah, trying to pick off the corners that don't have foam on them or aren't heavy closeouts. So it's kind of focusing on that for the next round.
Anyway, congratulations and see you in the next round. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Sean. Congratulations once again to Gerard on that win. So, yeah, we're resuming the competition here on heat number 9. As you're watching in the screen, Thiago Hansen from Sweden. That's a big wave. And Thiago ejects there. Wow, that was a dramatic exit, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you just jumped in front of this board. Gladly, nothing happened, nothing bad happened. Just like Kenan, because he went through a heavy wipeout earlier on. He was riding that high line, as you were saying, and it ended up on one of the heaviest wipeouts of the morning. And we're walking into the second half of the heat, and so far, one wave ridden by Joaquim Chaves with a 6-point ride. I mean, that's by far the best score of this heat, and Joaquim is sitting comfortable in first place at the moment, and he's the most experienced surfer of the heat. So this is what we're expecting from him, to be dominating, and with all of his experience in competition and in the Portuguese waters as well. That was a nice turn for Patrick Langdon Dark, representing the Wales. And let's see the replay, Nuno.
It's Patrick Dark going for a heavy section there, and he stomps it. Nice floater there. I think Patrick is happy with that wave. Also, the judges were happy to give him a 317. It's enough for him to hold on to second position. Joaquim Chaves still on the hunt for the backup score. He got that wave within the first 2 minutes of the heat, and now already 6 minutes gone after that, and Joaquim is still looking and looking. He probably knows that he has the best scoring wave of the heat so far, of course, because he can listen perfectly to the speakers, because they're so close to shore, and he knows that he wants to back up that one solidly so he can guarantee that first position and leave no margin for error or attempt from the other riders to attack that first place position. Although he's holding on still to one scoring wave alongside Kenan Drogo that had a heavy wipeout on his first wave.
Yeah, and considering what's been happening throughout the comp, we're going to have a lot of Turkish surfers on the repechage round, and I believe the repechage round can be their way to make through hits and to gain some confidence back into the comp, because they've been struggling to connect with the waters of Santa Cruz. This is definitely not an easy wave to start surfing in a competition if you've never surfed it before. So everything mixed with being their debut in the comp as well. In the meanwhile, Joaquim Chaves with a powerful turn doesn't make it. He was looking forward to get his backup score. That's going to be a throwaway considering Joaquim's level of surfing. 1.13, he's more than capable of doing much more. And 10 minutes and 20 seconds. What do you think of this heat so far, Nuno? It's been a bit slow for the rest of the surfers.
Yes, we've been having slow heat since the tide has dropped, and it's normal. More rip tides. I do believe not less waves, but less potential waves opportunities on offer. So, yeah, that dictates the wave count on this one. Meanwhile, going back to what you're saying, probably some of these not so well experienced riders, for them it's a very scary day, man. I was out there and I saw some shore breaks pounding the inside of the sands here in Praia do Navio, and that's scary. You don't want one of those waves to hit you on the head, that's for sure.
This is a day you can easily get hurt and even break your equipment, so let's hope for the best and that nothing bad happens to any of our athletes. Joaquim Chaves, that wave didn't look too good, but he did look good on the board and he's looking comfortable. But the wave was too wide, a bit wobbly. Off the back, Patrick representing Wales, that was a bigger one, but he exits. He didn't see enough potential. That was probably closing out all the way through, so good call by Patrick, I believe. Here's the replay for Joaquim Chaves. He had to force that entry. The wave wasn't that smooth, but he still manages to do something out of it. That's amazing to watch.
Yeah, Joaquim wants that backup. He knows that halfway through the heat, you already need to have the backup under your belt. So that's it. Perfect strategy there for Joaquim. 4.83, assuming the leadership of this ring way more comfortably. Meanwhile, we're watching in the screen Oliver from Denmark warming up for his heat. Heat number 10 is coming up next. And he's going to face, 3 more riders there. That's going to come after this heat is ended, of course. Still plenty of time on the clock for these surfers to showcase their skills and try and make a move for that second place, because the first place is all about Joaquim Chaves at the moment. He is taking that lead comfortably, comparing to the scores that the other surfers have been putting on
Here's a
the
Spanish
scoreboard.
surfer. Sorry to interrupt,
no
Nuno. I
worries.
mean, he's warming up, and Team Spain, one of the contenders for the title of the Eurosurf here in Santa Cruz. Who do you think is going to be the winner? Right in the first few days of competition, is there any nation you strongly believe, or you're
Portugal. Yeah,
Wow.
they're the defending champions. The team looks on point. Every single heat that the Portuguese went into the water, they won it. So they're in it to win it. They mean business. We've seen also the Israelis very good, on form, winning heats. Spanish as well. Team Spain has been clocking up some victories as well. And yeah, it's the usual suspects basically. Wow, that was a strong turn from Patrick once again. He's going to clock up some precious points here, backing up that 317 and holding on to the second position. Take us through the replay, Lorenzo.
Yeah, look at that bottom turn was more to the front of the wave to hit that end section that was starting to close out. So he hit that lip right in the limit of timing he had. I mean, if he had been attacking it any later, he would have been slapped out by the wave. So that was a good timing for Patrick to hit that section, and that's going to be rewarding.
Thiago Anson on a right-hander, nice turn there. And another one, is he able to complete it? No, he got left behind the wave. So, yeah, one completed move there for the last wave of Thiago. Let's wait and see that score. Ooh, up and riding. Joaquim Chaves having to go around that section. And the top turn there and finish the wave off.
As he was paddling into that wave, I was kind of predicting a barrel or some backhand. I was expecting him to grab the board, actually, the way he was paddling into that wave and the way the wave was getting steep. And then his experience just a split second to decide what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a section there, a bearing section. But I think that he saw that it was about to crumble, or the ride was too short, or probably is going to close out at the end because the wave at the end was bending. And he decides to go around that section and still pull a move there. Not enough, of course, to replace that 483 that he's holding on as a backup. But he's keeping busy and filling out the ocean. 5 minutes remaining. I think his job is being well put out together. And meanwhile, the last wave from Patrick London Dark coming out as the best wave of the heat, Lorenzo.
Yeah, best wave of the heat with a 6.47, very close to Joaquim's first wave, a 6.17. So these two scores were very close to each other. The judges must have watched replays over and over to see what was below, what was under, what was above. So, well, that was well served by Patrick, well-deserved score, and he's once again staying active on his backhand.
Nice first turn there. Is he able to complete this ride? And he does so. Wow, watch out. 4.53 is the requirement for him to attack that first place position that's being currently held by Joaquim Chaves. Talking about the devil, there he goes. Wow, nice first turn, super vertical, but unfortunately for Joaquim, he's not able to complete that. Take us through the replay.
Yeah, that Patrick on his backhand, he's just reading that wave beautifully. He gets these two turns in, and yeah, I think that could be the score. I mean, 4.53, that wave was very well ridden.
Yeah, I think he can get it, and I would not be surprised if he got it and jump into the lead of this one. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Joaquim Chaves tried to reply to that last wave of Patrick Landing Dark right after his wave, but unfortunately could not complete his first move on that wave. Meanwhile, we've seen in Kenan Dogru duck diving a huge set earlier, and now he's in the inside trying to scramble into something. There he goes, backhand, a little bit of bump. He loses his composure and falls from his board.
That wave from Patrick, he was needing a 4.53, and he gets right below a 4.4. The judges didn't think that was enough for first place, so he remains in second. Very, very tight battle for first here in the heat 9 of shortboard men, round number 1. So Joaquim Chaves still in the leadership of this heat, and Kenan still not finding his way in the heat, struggling to even make a turn. I mean, it just shows how hard it is out there.
It must be scary for him. These conditions are not easy. Not easy to find a wave that's got a clean face into it, and a rideable wall. Much less punchy in a move. Of course, the more experienced surfers know what they're doing and then know what they're looking for, but probably Kenan just wants to catch a wave and try. He's struggling to get out the back with 2 minutes remaining. Probably he's not even reaching the outside. But now it's time for Joaquim to pull the trigger on this one. Unfortunately for Joaquim, bad call there. And he kicks out of that wave.
1 minute and 40 seconds left. And yeah, Joaquim is looking comfortable. I mean, the whole Portuguese team has been waiting their hits, along with Spain has been strong as well. I mean, Israel this morning has been really good for the Israeli team. They won hits back-to-back, and they're looking very strong.
Indeed, I agree with you. These are the standouts of the day so far. We're yet to finish this round one of Surfman, and we're going to jump straight into round two of Surfman. That's what we have in the schedule for day number 3 of this Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival 2025. This is the Eurosurf competition, part of this festival, of course. We're going to unfold throughout the day 12 heats of round one of this division that you're watching right now. Jumping straight to round number 2, 6 heats of that round number 2 of the Surfman division. And then after that, we will be seeing the longboard men's division hit the water. And after that, the longboard women's division. And talking about longboard, wow,
I cannot imagine longboarding here today.
In this type of conditions, right?
No. I would not want to be longboarding.
On a longboard paddling for a wave like this close to shore. That's for sure.
No way.
Not even going like straight forward on it.
I think that would be even crazier than going to the side.
Watch out.
Ooh,
Patrick Dark.
That was close.
Nice finishing hook there just to finish off this heat. Look like it's official. That's at least guaranteed. Joaquim Chaves and Patrick Dark remain themselves in the main round, advancing into round 2. Unfortunately for Thiago and Kenan, we'll be seeing them in the reprecharge round. Don't go anywhere, guys. After this quick commercial. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. Before we go for a quick commercial break, last wave of Patrick, 6.33, best scoring wave of, no, second best scoring wave of the heat, and taking the win in the last seconds over Joaquim Chaves. Nevertheless, both advancing into the next round.
Wow, that was a dramatic hit. End of the heat.
Oh, he's tired. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone. This is going to be another banger for sure. As we saw heat situation change in the last seconds for heat number 9. Patrick Dark taking a win over Joaquim Chaves from Portugal. And yeah, I do believe that Wales got their first win of this competition. I'm yet to confirm it, but I do believe so. Yeah, it's Wales' first win from what I can confirm so far.
Well, that's interesting, Nuno. I mean,
Yeah, that must
And
be.
it was a very dramatic win. I mean, right in the end, it was in the buzzer beater. So, congratulations to Team Wales and especially to Patrick, who was able to pull off the first win for his team.
Indeed.
Especially against such a strong competitor, Joaquim Chaves.
Yeah, that was in charge of this heat throughout the most entirety of this heat. But yeah, that last wave effort changed things. And Patrick even clocked in the second best scoring wave. The best scoring wave belonged to him. Right now, looks like we are are on hold, waiting for the start of heat number 10. Probably the judges are checking if everything is okay with the last heat. So everything is fair and square, like we used to say. Meanwhile, in heat number 10, we have Luis Diaz from Spain. We do have Tom Bolsma from the Netherlands. Oliver Artkop from Denmark. And Yasin Pelvivan from Turkey. Ooh, Luis Diaz starting off strong.
Very strong on his first wave.
And yeah, that's a great way to start your heat. Paddling out of Luis Diaz there on the replay. Nice hook there to finish things off on his backhand. So that's a great way for the Spaniard to start his heat. 5-3-3. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Probably is going to be a keeper. Let's see if Luis Diaz can improve that. Meanwhile, looks like we had a wave for Oliver Hartkop. 1 point right there for the fellow in yellow. And yeah, first minute, already 2 waves ridden. Boys getting busy on this one. Probably saw the previous heats and saw that the boys were struggling at the beginning of the heat. And I think the message she's sent out there, keep busy, keep active, and try and find those gems. Welcome back, João Valente.
Thank you, Nuno. Yes, yet another heat with 4 different nationalities going on here. We'll see how the Turkish surfer adapts to these ever-increasing conditions. Luis Diaz is a very well-known surfer from Spain, who ought to be the favorite for this heat. And then we have 3 surfers from non-traditional surfing nations. So those are the ones that we'll have to wait and see how well they perform and how advanced technically they are. But let's wait as the heat progresses to check out who are these surfers from Denmark, the Netherlands, and Turkey.
Indeed, indeed, we will get to see who's going to keep themselves in the main round of this division and who is going to be relegated to the repechage round. You already know the name of the game. First and second advance into round number 2 of the main event, and third and fourth positions will be relegated to the repechage round. This is the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. We do have an interview ready with the winner of the last heat with Lorenzo Grandella. Lorenzo, where you at, buddy?
Hello guys, I'm here with Partik Dark, the previous hit winner, and he just took off the first win for Team Wales. How does it feel bringing the first victory for your team and maybe bring some confidence for your teammates as well?
Yeah, it's good. I sort of didn't start that great. I fell on a wave, and then I got a pretty small score. So I just thought, I don't know, I'm one of the older guys in the team, so maybe just set the example and just keep digging in. And eventually got the win. It was pretty close at the end, I think. But yeah, I'm stoked to get a win. I mean, the goal is just to get through every heat, but winning's always nice for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. If taking the win in the end gives you more extra confidence for the rest of the comp, or if finishing off in first or second doesn't really matter to you at the moment?
I mean, if you're in third, you'll take second any day of the week, but winning's always nice.
I know the Portuguese boy pretty well on the QS and stuff, so I know he's a real good surfer, so I wouldn't mind either way. But yeah, you always want to win, that's for sure.
Walk us through the conditions today. I mean, it's super hard to tell what waves are, at least from the outside when we're watching, it's kind of hard to tell what waves are going to work out for you guys. Some look like they have a lot of potential in it, and then it ends up being a closeout. So is it easy to find the good ones out there?
It's definitely not easy, but it's classic Santa Cruz. Most of us have been here a fair few times, and this is sort of why you come here, like the big one-turners, getting the big score. The paddle out's tough, but it's short, so I feel like most guys are just going to keep rolling the dice, and if something sticks, then you'll be stoked. But yeah, it's definitely hard. There's little rips and everything everywhere, but you just keep going big, I reckon.
All right, sweet. Considering the conditions from today, is this the type of conditions you'd like to ride all the way through the comp, or what conditions are you most comfortable with?
I don't really mind, to be honest. I've traveled enough that I'm sort of used to these waves now. In Wales, it doesn't quite pack the same punch, but yeah, we'll take what we can get. It's better than it being flat. So if we've got swell, we're all stoked.
Well, congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the comp. Is there any message you want to send to your supporters?
Just keep checking in and hollering all the Team Wales, England, Scotland, Ireland guys, and keep giving everyone a good luck, and let's do this.
All right, let's go. Thank you. All right, back to you, boys.
Go Britain. They are all together, at least according to him. They are all spotting each other, the British Isles nations. And as we see here, it's Oliver Hardkop from Denmark trying to finish yet another wave. It's from the time that we entered the competition, what we've seen is yet another 5-pointer for Luis Diaz. He has already 2 waves in that mid-range, while the other surfers are trying to catch up, but they are much below that line. So I'm guessing with just 13 minutes to go, this looks like one of those heats that the first place is already settled, and the other surfers will be looking for that second place finishing, which will allow them to keep on the main event. So far, the Turkish surfer not getting a single waves. I can imagine that these are very difficult and challenging conditions for a surfer who's not used or is not as experienced as the others, and we are seeing the Turkish surfers having a hard time adapting to these.
Yes, indeed. I was commentating with Lorenzo in the previous seat that probably for most of these surfers with the less experience, this is a very scary day for them. This short break is relentless. It comes with a lot of punch, a lot of power, and if you get one of those waves on your head, it will shake your heart out from top to bottom. It will shake your body from top to bottom, and yeah, probably not an easy day or not the most comfortable day for some of them. Nevertheless, they are out there. They're putting themselves on the line, and that's what we expect from these guys. Luis Diaz putting 2 5-point waves already on the line. This was Tom Boelsma from the Netherlands trying to go for another wave on his backhand, losing his balance and needing to got kicked out of his wave. We saw him take a big wave on the head right now on the inside there. That one must be a doozy. And yeah, Oliver, Hardkop, and Tom are in pretty similar situations at the moment. They are the ones that are right now battling for the second place position. Yasin Pelivan is yet to catch one wave. Let's wait and see if he does so in this remaining 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. Right now, I'm cheering here for the Turkish surfer to get a wave, because I admire these situations in which surfers or athletes see themselves all of a sudden in a situation which is not according to their level, but they try to do it anyway. And I see that for the Turkish surfer, just making one drop successfully would be a victory, so I'm cheering for him to accomplish that. While we saw Tom Bolzmann, yet another nice wave. It was a single mover wave on a small, it was a smaller inside wave. It was just this single move that we are hearing this, but very vertical, and he got the completion perfectly. And for that, he got almost a 3 points. It's a 2.87. It's helping the Dutch surfer to isolate himself in second place. But there's still opportunity for the Danish surfer, Oliver Hardkop. He needs just a 2.78, which is easily attainable in a mid-range wave. So it's open. As for the Turkish representative, that's what I said. I'm cheering for him to just make one single drop successfully, because I know for him that will be a great victory.
Indeed, that's what he is battling out. Probably he's not battling out the other surfers, he's battling out with himself to get a wave. Meanwhile, this is Luis Diaz utilizing his priority. Good looking wave, wow, and decides to get out of that. Looked like had a lot of power out the back. This is Oliver Artkop. Whoa, nice turn there. Oliver giving an answer to Tom Boelsma that got a 2.87 on his previous wave. Oliver now needs a 2.78 to jump into second place. Let's see what kind of score he's going to get out of this last wave that he got.
Well, definitely. If he had completed the second move, he would have gotten that. But still, just from the water displacement on that first turn, maybe he got that 2.0. I mean, he needs 3.41.
No, he got the 3.67, so he went to second.
Okay, he's now in second place. So yeah, he took second place from Tom Boelsma. That's it. He turned the situation onto his favor, and good effort by the Danish surfer, really.
He needed a 2.78. He got a 3.67. He jumps into second now. It's in Tom's hands to get a 3.41 if he wants to get back into that second place. Comfortably in first position is Luis Diaz, as you can watch in the top left of your screen on the leaderboard. Luis Diaz has been leading this heat since the beginning on the strength of 2.5s. Wow, a washout set, and everyone letting their boards go. Wow.
Of course, you don't want to be diving and caught by the lip on that inside section, that's for sure. And
there was a wash through, João. I haven't seen one of those.
Oh yeah, but don't forget, Nuno, that the tide is going out, so we're going to see some more waves. Although the sandbar where the waves break is pretty steady, and it won't change much. This change in a few meters can make the difference between being in position and taking them on your head. So we're going to see more and more of these as the tide keeps going out. And we'll still have to see how these conditions will work in a full low tide. Because what we know for sure, it will become harder to ride. The only doubt here if it's going to be still rideable or not. I'm guessing it will be rideable.
Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, we see Lenny Jansen from Team Germany getting ready for the next heat. That will be heat 11. But meanwhile, out in the water, this is Tom Boelsma looking for a 3.41. And he jumps the gun on that one, loses his balance, and not able to finish. Wow, what a beautiful act there by Luis Diaz, unfortunately.
Man, so bad from Luis for not being able to complete that nice mid-face turn he did here. He got into this double up section and then just launches it.
That was a steep wall, huh?
Exactly. He did it so well, and he seemed to be so much in control that it kind of surprised me that he wasn't able to outrun that foam ball.
Timon Marmasena from Czech warming up for his heat, as you can see on your screen, alongside some beach lovers there, some kids enjoying a very nice beach day. The day started off with rain, kind of foggy, kind of cold, but right now the sun is out at full force and the weather is super warm, really similar to the 2 previous days we had here of competition. And the winds are still light, because winds here at the beach at the West Coast play a huge factor of turning it into a good beach day or a very horrible beach day. And if the winds are light, probably it means that you're gonna have a great day at the beach. So a typical summer Sunday here in the West Coast of Portugal, in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz, part of this Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. Not only this competition is running here, we have the skimboard competition a little bit further up north the beach. We're gonna have body surf competition. We've got here shortboard and longboard. We've got workshops for stand-up paddle. We've got kayak workshops, yoga workshops. Everything can happen here in the Neptuno village, which is huge. We've got a swimming pool in the sand. Believe it or not, there is a swimming pool in the sand at the beach here at Neptuno's village. Neptune's village, if you want to call it like that. And at night, João, still activities.
Still activities.
DJs.
Sets, live concerts. We've been having our dinner time, always joined by some musicians that provide us a show and ambience for that, and following that we have DJs and concerts. So yeah, it's a great opportunity to come visit us. On top of the nice beach days that we are enjoying, we have fun and very, very partying nights to be enjoyed by everybody. So again, if you have the opportunity, come visit us. We promise you, you won't regret that. Meanwhile, in the competition, we still have Luis Diaz leading the heat. He's comfortable over there. The requirement for Oliver Hardcop in second place is 6.79, so almost a 7-pointer to take first place from the Spanish surfer. On the third place, Tom Bosma from the Netherlands is chasing a 3.41, but who we see here is yet another wave for Luis Diaz, but without any consequence to it.
Split peak there. Tom decides to let the wave go, and it looks like Yasin finally got a wave, João.
Yes, and unfortunately, the cameraman just stayed in the middle. He got stuck when he saw the 2 surfers catching the wave, and he didn't follow any of them. Let's see if someone... that's it. It was just a drop and a bailout, but still... Congratulations for catching your first wave here, Yasin. Let's hope you get another one. We see him preparing here, paddling hard. Let's go. That's the Turkish surfer. Right on. He celebrates being able to complete that drop. And as I said, that alone stands as a victory for this guy. So let's congratulate him for that.
Job done, João. He got 2 waves.
That's it.
You need 2 waves.
And let's go, Luis Diaz, another one. Opts to run away from the closeout section without really placing any moves in there. And we are just approaching the final minutes of this heat. And we'll see how this last exchange goes. Oliver Hardcop keeping Tom Bosma off that wave.
Smart. He needs to defend the second place position Tom is on the hunt for a 3.41 to take away that second place away from Oliver. So there was a smart block there by Oliver. Let's see if Tom still has time to get that 3.41 that he needs to remain himself in the main round. Whoa, watch out. We got a paddle.
Yeah, and it's Tom Bolzma. He's a 3.4 that he needs. Goes hard on that section. He overcooked that, trying to drift that tail. Maybe he should have gone to the straight re-entry and possibly making it. But I think he just placed too much strand on that back foot, and that caused for the tail to go off the wave, and he couldn't just manage the momentum, the forward momentum on his movement to get back into the wave, and ended up missing an opportunity to turn the heat into his favor.
That's all she wrote for heat number 10. It will be Luis Diaz and Oliver Artkop advancing into round number 2 of the main event. Unfortunately for Tom and Yasin, we'll get to see them in the repechage round. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this short commercial break for some more action here at Santa Cruz.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back. We are here in Santa Cruz Beach, and we are watching the Eurosurf 2025. It's the Ocean Spirit International Wave Riding event here in the beach of Santa Cruz. We have in the water the opening round for the men's, and it's the 11th and last to second heat of the day. Second to last heat of the day. And we see the surfer in white, Lenny Jensen from Germany. He's surfing against Noah Davis from England in the red. And this surfer here, John Rabinovich from Israel. Nice move from the Israeli surfer over there. And to finish, we have Timon Matena from the Czechia in the black. Welcome back to the booth, Lorenzo Grandella. We'll be following together this heat, which is the second to last heat of the round. After that, we're going to have the last heat of the round and then move on to the second round of the Opens Men division.
Thanks for having me, João. Here we just watched the replay of John Rabinovich. I mean, that looked amazing, that turn. And that's going to be a very decent score for the Israeli surfer. And now Noah Davis just got himself a wave as well. So he just left for Timon to follow along and also get a score in.
Yeah, nice answer by Noah Davis. He did
it was
nice
way smaller.
Re-entry there. It was small. The wave was much smaller, but it was a critical move that he got there, leading with that heavy end section and opting for that floater re-entry. As we see the surfer from Czechia.
Yeah, so
first one.
The score just came through for both of these surfers. So John Rabinovich, 5.33 for that turn in that end section. That was a very difficult section to hit. He didn't went right on top of the lip. He didn't hit it as strong as he could. but it was right under, so it still got him a pretty decent score. And then Noah Davis with the 3.67 for that smaller wave, which makes these two surfers the first and second place, João.
Yeah, I'm guessing that 5.33 came in part from how hard he hit that lip, but also from how he free fell from the lip on the bottom of the wave, and being able to hold that was pretty impressive. It was a heavy session, so Rabinovic just showing a lot of will there, and for now he's on the leading position as we see Lenny Jensen from Germany going for another one. Nice key entry.
Pretty similar turn to Noah's wave, but I think slightly bigger. And yeah, we've seen Israel winning a lot of hits today. I believe 2 or 3 hits Israeli surfers have won.
Yeah, for one thing, and we should keep this in mind, the surf that the Israelis grew up surfing, the kind of waves, is pretty much similar to this. By similar, I say it's just this fast one maneuver waves, single maneuver waves. They are very used to try to make the most out of the ride and launch it all on the finishing move. So these conditions really fit the style of surfing that they grew up used to. Although we know that the best Israeli surfers travel a lot to better their skills, but still they are used to these conditions that we are seeing here in Santa Cruz. We are now moving for the interview with Nuno Cardoso and the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Nuno.
Hello everyone, I'm here with the winner of the previous heat, no other than the Spaniard, Luis Diaz. Luis, third win for Spain in the surfing men's division, so you guys must be happy, and you must be happy with this result as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to start the day, first heat.
You're talking with a friend of yours about the conditions, pretty tough out there. Looking from the screen, it looks a lot more easier. But when you're standing here in the beach, especially when you get close to shore, the waves are relentless, full of power and energy, and not easy to find yourself out there.
Yeah, exactly. I managed to play a bit safe the heat, but I think it was a good strategy. Put two one-turn waves, and it's very hard to finish the waves. You can fall off very easily. So yeah, hopefully later on it gets a bit easier, but I don't think it will.
I don't think so too. I don't want to waste any of your time because you're going to get ready for round number 2 that's coming up next. Do you want to send a message to anyone that's watching at home?
Yeah, sure. Nada, un abrazo a todos los que estén viendo y seguimos para la siguiente.
Eso, Fuerza España. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Nuno. Yes, I think he's right. They're both right. I don't think it's going to get any easier as the day progresses. As the tide keep going out, we're going to have more and more hard conditions to deal with. And look at this. Wow, that was John Rabinovic on his second ride. He looked at that barrel. He almost got in there, but he had to accelerate to escape that guillotine of a lip that was aiming at his neck and his board.
I mean, dropping in on this wave, you have to make a choice. Am I going to tuck in for the barrel, or am I going to hit that lip? And he chose to kind of put himself under and try to get that barrel, but he wasn't very successful. I believe that if he gone for the turn, it would have been a huge turn, and maybe he would have had space and got one of the biggest scores of the heat. So
yeah, I think for that he would have to have taken a different line on the takeoff, because he went too straight down, and from then on he would have not enough speed to hit the end section. By dropping more sideways, for one thing, he wouldn't even get in the
face of that barrel because he would be speeding too much. But maybe he would have enough speed to attack the end session. So maybe I'm with you, Lorenzo, when you said that if he had opted from the start to go for a move instead of a barrel, he might have gotten a better result, which for this case was just 0.9.
Yeah, and how do you even make that call right in the beginning of the wave? Because as soon as you're dropping in, you just see that wall building up ahead of you. And of course, as a surfer, you want to get that view of a barrel. So I do understand John's play on that wave, although I believe that in that situation, it wasn't the best decision because the wave didn't provide much for barrel riding, and that resulted in a 0.9 points on the score. So on first priority right now, Lenny Jensen for Team Germany. I can't remember if Germany has had any hit wins so far.
I don't think so.
But yeah,
I don't think so, Lorenzo. It's I am watching the draw now, and we don't have the results here, but we had Leon Glazer, or Glatzer.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly if we did or we didn't. But anyway, Lenny's in a pretty good spot to get that first win for Germany. He's only needing a 3.74. And we just now entered the second half of the heat. And I believe it could be a potential first win for the team. And Noah Davis sitting on fourth priority, but he's needing a 1.33 for the second. So the heat, in general, is very tight. And any one of these surfers can make it through, João.
Yeah, so far it's an open field here. Everybody can still get that result. Of course, that depends also on the level of each surfer. For now, those that have been showing more developed pack of skills are the Israeli and the British representative. But Lenny Jensen, although not coming for that traditional of a surf nation, he's holding second place currently, but based on two very low scoring waves. So once all of them get a nice wave, we'll have a clear vision of exactly what we have here, who the favorites are. But from now, John Rabinovich has been leading this heat comfortably enough.
All eyes on Tom Murphy right now for Team Ireland. He's doing his warm-up for the last heats of round one on men's shortboard. And let's remember, we're here in the beach of Santa Cruz in the Ocean Spirit Eurosurf, the International Wave Sports Festival. And you should definitely come join along because we have a beautiful beach day ahead of us and a lot of big waves and powerful surfing by our athletes here in the comp. So if you're down to watch some serious surf performances and catch some sun as well, so you should definitely join along. And here's Noah battling for his third wave.
Yeah, Noah Davis trying to make up for mistakes previously made, but no, again he fails to put on a complete maneuver. And yeah, he'll be still needing 1.33 to take over first place. He did the turn all right, but just got stuck too long in the lip. And when he tried to make it to the base of the wave, it was already too late. And he ended up getting caught by the foam and not being able to hold it. And again, now it's Lenny Jensen, the surfer from Germany, who's currently in second place, puts a nice turn over there and then hits the lip before closing out. Nice effort by the German surfer. And he needing 3.74 to go to first. And if the judges consider that finishing move as complete, I think he'll definitely get it.
I don't think he got the completion, João. Let's see. The judges did give him the score. Well, that's a close call. I mean, he never rode ahead of the wave.
No, but I think he rode it far enough for the difference would be the wave, instead of being the 3.57 that it got, it would maybe go even into the 5 range.
Point range, yeah.
If he had made it. Still, that first turn was good enough for him to gather the points needed to stay in second place.
Noah Davies up and riding. Oh, that wave didn't provide him what he was looking for, although he did have the chance to do something about it.
Yeah, I was looking, at least from our point of view, looking at the screen, it actually seemed that the wave provided him with a section.
Because he's needing a 2.4.
I think he was let's look at it again. I think he was a bit slow, but still, I think if he had just placed the board onto the lip line, it would be a risky move because he would have to get some air between landing the move. But I think it was worth an attempt. I don't know what led him to bail out, but it seemed to me like it was a lost opportunity for the British surfer to get to second place.
I mean, and
we
only have
Johnson
5 minutes
again
on the clock. So
yes, exactly. If there was a time to risk, that was the one. And we just saw Lenny put on another nice snap. He's a 3.13, so it doesn't go into his two best scores. But situation has this is a replay. But situation has Noah Davies requirement at 2.57, which is not a hard score to get. But as we are talking here, he had the opportunity there and didn't even go for it. So now he'll have to compensate for it.
yeah, we might be about to experience the first win on the men's division for Team Germany, with Lenny Jensen putting a total hit score. It's not the highest we've seen. We've seen waves making it higher than even the total score that Lenny's carrying, but the hit hasn't been providing much itself, so it's not fair to do comparisons outside of its own hit. So far, Lenny has been the most dominant surfer with a 6.7 point total, and then right below him, John Rabinovich with a 6.23. It's been a very tight matchup between these surfers, and Timon sitting on fourth. He's the one struggling the most, only one wave caught, and he's needing the highest score, the 5.5, which would be the highest score of the heat if he makes it through and would make it jump onto second place. João, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, do you think there will be any chances to reverse the heat situation for Noah or Timon?
Oh, Timon, I don't say so, because he just got one wave and it showed exactly what kind of level he has, and he's, unfortunately for him, he's not at the top level at this competition. Still a nice effort from the surfer, from the Czech surfer. Now we have John Rabinovich trying to protect himself from an attack. He does got a little cover up on that section. It will definitely be better than the 0.90 he has on his score. It will put him on a safer position. Not much of it, actually, but it will make the requirement for Noah Davies to go up a little bit. And with 2 minutes and a half to go, that's a very important. Still answering your question, Noah Davies still has a clear chance to take second place.
If he
and
doesn't,
even John Rabinovich has a fair chance to take first place, because his requirement is only 1.37, and exactly that's what happened. He just got first place by a narrow margin of 0.53 to Jenny Lanson. So yeah, right now the Israeli and the German surfer leading, and with 2 minutes to go, let's see what the other surfers can do.
yeah, Noah Davies not making through this heat could be a very frustrating hit, a very frustrating result for the surfer. But here he is trying to pedal into that wave. Yeah, I mean, Noah, he had the chance to change the situation, and we still don't understand what happened on that one wave where he had the section to hit and he ended up exiting. And that mistake could have costed the hit for Noah and for Team England, who's going to have another surfer on the rapid charge round.
Let's see. There's still 1 minute to go, and the situation here changed very fast, especially in low-scoring hits. We have Noah Davis holding third priority. First priority is Timon Matena, which will not pose a threat. And second priority, and that could be a problem, is with Lenny Jensen. So if Lenny is a smart competitor, he should be marking heavy on Noah Davis. But no, Noah is all by himself. Fortunately for Lenny, he couldn't manage to get into this one. But it's Lenny who takes off on another one. Nice finishing re-entry. Unfortunately, doesn't ride it off the foam. It's a replay. It looked all set up for a nice re-entry here, but he didn't manage to complete.
And we just had the end of the hit, so the situation is going to remain the same, with John and Lenny passing on to round 2 and Noah and Timon on to rapid challenge round. And we're going to go for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with everyone. Stay tuned.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
We're back, everyone, here with live action, and the next hit, which is the last hit of round 1 of men's shortboard, is already in the water with Khalil da Silva, the Italian surfer, wearing the red jersey. Then Tom Murphy, we just had the cameras on him outside of the water. Wow, that was just the first turn of the hit, first wave and first score about to drop for the Italian. That was very strong to start off with. And then with a yellow jersey, Craig McLachlan, I believe, representing Scotland, and then Jakub Kuzia from Poland. I'm here with João Valente, and we are about to experience another good hit on our hands here in Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Eurosurf.
Yeah, I'm guessing from that glimpse of surfing and from the name of the Italian surfer that he has a Brazilian ascendancy. Khalil da Silva sounds very much like a Brazilian name. We're going to learn about that later on. And so keep an eye for this surfer. He might be one of those candidates that we haven't heard before for the final title. As for the others, Tom Murphy is known. He's the surfer from Ireland, and he's the one who's taking on this wave now. Unfortunately, he didn't get into that section, that 2B section over there. And as for the other surfers, we're gonna have to wait and see their chances for this.
Here's the replay for Tom Murphy. The Irish surfer was trying to tuck into that barrel. It was a smaller wave. Didn't give him much room for what he was looking for. And the start of the heat was looking better for Khalil. He was right in the first few seconds. And 5.5, it's a very decent score to start off with. And now, Jakub, on a heavy airdrop. He wasn't able to make it. That's going to be a throwaway. It's quite interesting. We've seen a lot of wipeouts throughout this morning. I mean, it doesn't look any easy out there. It's been very challenging for each one of these surfers, and it just shows the power of this beach break of Santa Cruz here in the west coast of Portugal. I mean, if you want to surf in summertime, Santa Cruz is the place that will always provide. It's almost guaranteed there will be some movement on the way. And yeah, let's see some more action here. There's always waves coming. And trust me, if you have the chance to come down to Santa Cruz and watch this International Wave Sports Festival with your own eyes here in real life, you must come for a visit, because the waves don't look anything in the screen like they do in real life. I mean, these waves look absolutely scary, and I believe some of the least experienced surfers can struggle finding their way in the water. And with 16 minutes to go, the situation remains the same. Khalil da Silva, representing Italy, he's still in first with the 5.5 ride, and then after him, Tom Murphy from Ireland with just a throwaway of a 0.67. So here we have another hit with 4 different nations. And after this, let's remember that we're closing the round number 1 of men's shortboard with the 12 hits already being done. And here's action. Jakub Kuz, whoa, this is gonna be a big problem. Let's see if the judges consider this to be an interference, because Jakub was with 4th priority, being the last surfer to be having the chance to catch a wave, even if he's in the best spot right there. Craig noticed that Jakub had 4th priority, so he was always with the authority to catch the wave if he intended to, and that didn't look too good for any of those 2 surfers. Here's Tom Murphy with a very strong snap off the back, and he wasn't able to complete. Ends up losing his balance when getting ahead of the foam. And while we wait for the call of the judges to see the situation we just saw, we're gonna head over to the last hit winner interview. So take it away.
Here we are with the winner of the last hit, John Rabinovich. He's coming from Tel Aviv in Israel. And what I want to ask you, John, is from what I know about Tel Aviv surf, it's very much like this. It's fast one maneuver waves, maybe with not as much power, but waves that demand you to take very fast decisions. And it seemed to me that you totally adapt to the conditions. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, it's kind of difficult because now it's like, was really close out. I managed to get the first one, but in Tel Aviv it's actually like a softer wave, and in Israel we don't get that energy. Maybe once a year we get that energy, and yeah, but I managed to get one wave. It was really hard because there was a lot of closeout to get a backup, but yeah, still stoked to get a backup.
When you see a barreling section in front of you right here, is it really hard to decide in a brink of a moment how deep you can get before and being able to let you make the barrel?
Yeah, it's like most of the bars here are kind of closeouts, so you need to adapt when you see the section, if you can make it too, or just slow down, because you don't really need to slow down. It's like you just need to stand up and get the line. I didn't really got one yet. I got just in the training. We were here 1 week before the comp, and we managed to get a couple of good times and good waves with the team. and the team spirit is really strong. So yeah, stoked.
So congratulations, we'll see you in the next round, and back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back with the live action. And as I was saying, this is the last hit of the men's division round 1 and shortboarding. And it's been super exciting to have these 12 hits running in this morning, this powerful morning in Santa Cruz. And right after this, we're going to have round number 2 of men's shortboarding as well. So instead of 12 hits, round number 2 has a total of 6 hits, and that's our path for today. And we're expecting some very good surfing, as we're gonna watch the men who won their previous round compete against each other, so the level's only gonna get higher and higher. And it was a very good call from the organization to put these high-performance men surfing in these conditions. And here's Khalil da Silva once again, very strong snap, and he's gonna get that backup score replaced.
Yeah, as I said in the beginning of this hit, watch out for this Khalil da Silva. This, actually, I wouldn't even say he's Italian of Brazilian ascendancy. I think he's totally Brazilian of Italian ascendancy. And that's what got him the passport and the right to be here representing Italy, as we see the surfer from Poland, isn't it? Jacob Kuzla.
Oh, yeah.
Putting a nice effort over there, a wave that will probably get him to second place. Let's wait and see. But it seems a very nice surfed wave. He doesn't need much. 3.37 will do. And that first turn was quite good.
The rail was really hard to hold on to on the bottom turn on the backhand. The wave looked very wobbly and white. So good job for Jakub representing Poland. That was one of the best turns we've seen by this team.
Exactly. It's fantastic not only to see the Poland team here in Santa Cruz, but actually some of them performing quite well. It's a great example and a great call for the rest of the Poland youth to catch up and try the sports of Hawaiian Kings. We here keep on following this, as Lorenzo had said, is the last heat of the opening round of the men's competition. Right after this, we are going into the second round, and I'm guessing that's going to represent a jump in the level of competition that we are seeing here.
João, if everything is going accordingly, here in the podium too, on the north podium, we've already had our first athletes of the competition being eliminated, because we're now having a 2-podium situation. So it means we're having 2 different heats in the water at the same time. And right now, at the same time as this heat we're watching, we're having the repechage round number 1 of women's shortboard. So the first surfers of the competition being eliminated and bringing the first losses for each team. So this is where it starts to get serious, João.
Exactly. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any information. We might have very soon, but until the rounds are finished, we don't have access to the results. So we don't know exactly what's going on the other stage. On this stage here, this is the one we'll be following. It's the main stage of the competition. It's where the main competition will be running, and that's what we'll keep following, unless in the situation of some special heat going on the other stage. But I think that pretty much this is the one we're going to be following. And as I said, after this one, we're going to start with the second round of the main event. And by that time, we might have information about who got through and who lost on the already eliminating round. The women are competing now on stage 2.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what's coming down on that podium. And yeah, I will definitely have the results for tomorrow or even later today, more information. So stick along with us. And here's Jacob from Poland here on another good-looking turn, trying to tuck in for that barrel. I'm very sure the Polish team are very proud of Jakob surfing.
Yeah. I can hear the screaming from here in the booth down there at the beach. And they definitely have a reason for doing so. Nice turn, open face turn. And then that little attempt of a barrel. Unfortunately for him, the wave didn't cooperate much. But that was enough to put the Polish representative on second place, just behind the Italian. And now the fight is with this surfer here from Scotland, who needs, and he just got second place just from those two floaters. I can tell because he only needed a 1.8, and he most definitely got that with those two closeouts.
That's the flow, that's the variety we're looking for, forward to see. And João, he had it all. Run us through this replay.
Well, he got all the speed he needed, and then he saw the section, went for the section floater, and then he saw the foam forming another section, and he did it. The second one was smoother than the first one. The first one was much steeper, and he had to get a little air time in order to make it. And then he completed it with another one. We're definitely going to see the surfer from Ireland moving on to first place. If not, no, definitely to second place, not to first place. He's much further behind first place.
Thank you, João. That was a perfect described wave. And now we got Tom Murphy. We got a split peak, actually. Khalil da Silva and Tom Murphy splitting this peak. Wow, that was a big closeout on Tom's Murphy's back. And that's going to be another throwaway because Tom is still looking forward to get his backup score. He's needing a 2.23. And that's not going to be it for him. He's going to have to try again. He's still got 5 minutes on the clock. I believe this heat is very tight for second place. No, any of these three surfers have the chance to make it through.
Well, I'm kind of surprised, Lorenzo, for the 2.73 that Craig McCallaghan got for that double floater effort that he made. And I thought it would be a little bit higher, not much, but at least 1 point higher than that. At least were two nice red floaters that he completed there. And yeah, I was expecting more. The judges not paying much to floaters these days. Still, I thought it would be a little bit higher than that. As you said, this heat is definitely a fight for second place, as Khalil da Silva is the clear leader and has, in this moment, Craig McCallaghan in the second place, needing a 9.44 to take first place. So the victor of this heat is pretty much decided, and it's all a battle for second place and qualification.
Jakob here using his first priority to stop the other surfer from joining this wave. And he got that first turn in. It was kind of a cutback trying to set the next maneuver, set up for the next section. Here's the replay. He stopped Tom Murphy from going.
Yeah, that was his biggest accomplishment on this heat, was just preventing his rival to take it and to keeping his chances. But he'll need to do better than that, although I'm also thinking the judges are a bit conservative towards the Polish surfer. I think he did a little bit more, at least in one of his two waves, to get a little bit over 3. But the surfers the judges never giving him that much of punctuation.
I mean, so if you compare Craig's two floaters, it was a 2.73 point ride.
It's balanced.
Then it makes more sense.
Yeah, it is. Judges are being demanding here with what kind of moves are really counting towards big scores. So their message is you can't go soft and expecting a nice score. You have to go hard, and we have Khalil da
Wow.
Silva doing just that.
Just spraying on everyone. Did you feel the water coming here through the window?
Almost. Yeah, it's a
Wow.
very aggressive kind of surfer, so watch out for this guy. He might be a threat for those willing to take the big title here in Santa Cruz. So now we are on the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes to go for completion of this first opening round of the men's. And then we had a 4.33 from Tom Murphy, the Irish surfer, getting a 4.33 and distancing himself from his persecutors.
Here's Jacob. He's trying to look for that miracle wave.
But Craig McLachlan now is leading 4.6 to get to second place, while Jacob Kurzia needing a 5.1. It's still attainable, but time is running out for both surfers.
Yeah, time's running out. I mean, just a little bit more than 1 minute left on the clock, and we don't see that many lines coming through, although being a short break, it can be very spontaneous that a bomb just comes through and gives you the score you need. Look at the total hit score for Khalil da Silva.
Yeah, it's one of the highest scores of the day. There's more than that. There's people who got into the 15-point mark, but still it's one of the nice scores of the day. So good effort for the Italian team there. As we see on his last attempt, Jacob Kuzia, it won't make it for him. It's the final 20 seconds here, and I think
it's going to be it.
Yeah, I think it's not going to change.
Yeah, Tom Murphy and Khalil da Silva. They're going to join us for the round number 2 there. We're going to start right in the next hit just after this. So until then, join us for a commercial break and we'll be right back with you guys.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Hello everyone, we're back with live action from the beach. Here we can see some Scottish flags, and I'm here to present the round number 2 of men's surf division. Hit number 1, and we're starting with Maximilian Mikulewski and then Steph van der Nuderden and Eli Bokken and Logan Nicole. I'm here with Noon Cardozo to commentate another hit for you to watch. And hello, Noon. What do we expect for this round number 2?
I expect not to pronounce those names as correctly as you did. Number 1, number 2. It's up for the big boys. These are the winners of the round 1 getting in the mix of the round 2. So let's see who's who and who will be coming out on top and remaining themselves in the main event, advancing into round 3. Looks like we are away from the surfer of the Netherlands, Steph van Noordenen. And this is Eli Bokken having a look at this left-hander, but the whiff closes out too fast in front of him. So let's wait and see. Ooh, olá. He holds on. Wow.
I don't know.
Sketchy, huh?
Yeah. Let's wait. I think, the judges didn't consider that a completion. Yeah, I was just talking to João Valente, and the judges have been scoring on the lower side because I believe they're still considering the high scores we saw in the morning. But the conditions are changing, and it's been more difficult to put on some good scores in. So, yeah, we've seen some lower heat total scores, and yeah, I believe it's more due to the conditions.
Yeah, the conditions are tough out there. A lot of rip tides at the moment, but I do believe that the tide already starts to fill in, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, conditions still pretty tough, and you can notice there's a little bit of current pushing the surfers a little bit south down the beach. So yeah, it's a different placement, a different competition area that we were seeing from in the early morning. So yeah, surfers need to adapt. Most of these guys, all of these guys hit the water already today. That's why they are in round 2, of course. They are the winners of their respective heats in round 1. So they already had a go at it. So by now, the engine is well oiled, and they need to put it to run. This is Maximilian Michalski. Wow. And not finding anything there, basically. So first wave for every single surfer. Definitely not a keeper, Lorenzo. It was just try and check and see what's going on out there. But
yeah, it was just a bunch of throwaways so far, and Maximilian just used his first priority to try and attack that wave, but the wave didn't have enough potential. So now he's back on the outside with 4th priority, and let's see if we have more action on the way. For who just started watching our live stream, we're here in Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. This is the Eurosurf competition, and right now in the water we have the round 2 of men surf division. And here's Eli Balkin spraying all that water out in the air and finishing off with another turn. It's so tricky to have that last maneuver being complete. Here's the replay. Good first turn. That turn was the money, right on the pocket, and the judges will definitely reward him for that. I was just speaking to Eli earlier, and he's super stoked to get the win for Israel, and then back-to-back, another Israeli surfer just got the win too. So Israel is looking very strong today, I gotta say. So yeah, we're now expecting these heats and another 5 heats of this round here in this International Wave Sports Festival that also combines with art, with music, and there's plenty of things to do here at the beach in this event, this special event with so many different nations competing for the title. And the title holder, the previous champion 2 years ago, is Team Portugal that had it very tight with Team Spain. In the meanwhile, the ocean has given us a break, so we're heading to the interview with Nuno Cardoso. Take it away, Nuno.
Hello, everyone. I'm back again in the glass, this time with the Italian surfer Khalil da Silva taking a win for Italy. Khalil, condition stuff out there, huh?
Yeah, really hard, a bit big, a lot of close out, but funny waves. I like the powerful waves, so good to surf.
Yeah, you did manage to get a pretty decent overall score, one of the best of today. Are you feeling confident for round 2 coming up next?
Obviously, of course. I am really confident with my board. Work really good. I like this type of waves, so I'm very comfortable with the waves. And I am really motivated. I like to make some hit more.
Of course. Khalil da Silva is not a typical Italian name. No. Can you tell us a little bit about your origins?
Yeah, I born in Argentina. My father is from Brazil. I live in Canary Island. And my grandparents are from Italy, so for that I have the nationality, the Italian nationality.
Oh, big mix in your family, yeah? Hey,
My real name is Kalani, not Khalil. Yeah.
So you got mistaken?
No mistake. Only in the documents. Okay. But my mom and my dad want to put my name is Kalani, no Khalil. Yeah. Only for documents.
Of course. So we got that right, Kalani da Silva. Hey, Kalani, do you want to take some time to send a message? Can be in English, Portuguese, Spanish. I know you talk a lot of languages. Send a message to anyone who's watching you.
Okay. Muchas gracias a toda la gente que me está apoyando, que me está mirando desde casa, mi familia, mi pareja, todos mis amigos y sobre todo a mi entrenador de País Vasco, al equipo italiano que me dieron esta oportunidad, la primera vez que estoy compitiendo aquí, y a todo el staff, al equipo, a Chus, a Filip y a todo el equipo que estamos súper motivados, tenemos un muy buen equipo, nos llevamos súper bien y eso es lo mejor, poder pasarlo bien y disfrutar de las olitas.
Felicitaciones, Kalani. Forza Italia. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nuno. Wow, that's a big mix of nations in one person. And yeah, I mean, one interesting fact that I've noticed is that despite the challenging conditions that we see from the outside, oh, look at this wave, we'll be right back into that topic. Stefan de Noordenen starting off strong on that wave. He's going to improve his score. Here's the replay. But yeah, as I was referring, in the post-heat interviews, we see all of the surfers when being asked about the conditions, everyone just loving them, everyone just comfortable in these kind of conditions, and this is what they want. This is what they want to surf. It's powerful. It's everything these competitors look for. And it's surprising for us because sometimes we just look out there and it's like, where's the peak? Like, where should they be? Like, it's so difficult to find the right waves, and then they just surprise us by saying we're having a good time. The waves are sick.
Yeah, I tell you, Lorenzo, there's not a single surfer that tells you, hey, that's the spot. Not one single surfer is going to say that. They get into the mix of the lineup and try and find those nook and corners that allow them to have a more extensive ride and probably set up for that finishing section, because the points are all there. Meanwhile, looks like Eli from Israel posted the 7 point. I had my back turned to the ocean because I was waiting for that interview. What happened there, Lorenzo?
Actually, I was watching your interview and I missed that 7 point ride, to be honest. Yeah.
So you both miss it. Okay. So yeah, it's there. Nevertheless, it's there. Eli Bochum talking about the devil. Here he comes, up and riding. Whoa, huge floater. But he's not able to hang on after that huge explosion on the inside there. That was crazy, Lorenzo.
It was. That had a lot of potential to be the highest score of the heat. And it's very unfortunate that he wasn't able to pull it off. Here's Logan on his backhand.
Wow, nice attack there. Logan is still scrambling the lineup, trying to go above the 2 point score, and probably going to get it with this one. One quick turn there just to dust off.
Yeah, and now we're on the last 10 minutes of the heat. And this is the opening heat of round 2. Exactly. So the level is just going to get higher throughout the rounds. And as it being round 2, it means that all of these surfers had made through at least one heat. I mean, definitely just one heat.
Yeah.
So
ocean looking good. The wind still is backing off, so the conditions remain almost the same. I do feel that the conditions are a little bit heavier than in the morning. Don't know if because of the tide or the swell filling in, because the peak of the energy of the sail would be in the afternoon. So probably that is it. We could see that the ocean woke up. It's got a lot of energy, a lot of punch into it, waves-wise. And yeah, we've been seeing these athletes making the best of it. Eli Bochum from Israel is having a field day already. Ooh, barrel time. Ow. Maximilian Michalski not finding the exit on that barrel, but that would be a great ride, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you would have. And now is Steph exiting the wave. This is what I'm talking about. A lot of closeouts, waves that look like they have a lot of potential, and then they just end up not providing much. Nuno, you just had a very interesting interview with Kalani da Silva.
Yes.
How many different countries is he made of?
I actually remember Argentinian, Brazilian, and Italian blood.
Wow.
And he lives in the Canaries, so is displaced from every single country that he referred. But yeah, Canary Islands, great place to live if you're a surfer, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Canary Islands. That's probably why he's saying he's loving these conditions so much. I mean, Canary Islands is one of the heaviest breaks, and I mean, he's probably used to conditions like this.
Oh, 100%. Canary Islands are like the Hawaiian of the Atlantic, the Hawaiian Islands of the Atlantic. They've got reef breaks, beach breaks, point breaks. They got it all. And if you're a surfer out there and you put in time, you'll find world-class waves, that's for sure. Meanwhile, this is the heat leader, Eli Bochum, going for his third move just now, going for broke there, but the wave just came in from the other direction and threw him off the board, but the first two turns were the money.
Yeah, let's watch this replay. Yeah, the first turn wasn't right on top, though, and if he did get the completion, that would have been a massive score. Let's see. Do you think it's going to be replacing the backup?
I don't know. I agree with you. The second turn was the best one. The first turn was kind of average. Let's see what the judges think about that, if it's enough or not to replace that backup. Meanwhile, up and riding, Logan Nicol from Wales, deciding that wave did not have that end section that he was looking for. And he kicked out of that wave. So smart move there by Logan, in my opinion. There was not much there. Around the back now with first priority is Stef van Noorden, and see if he can improve his overall score, because he's being threatened by Logan at the moment that only needs a 3:14 to get that second place away from him. Also, Maximilian in the fourth position also needs a 3.37, so low scores required for these two to attack that second place.
Here's Eli once again. Oh, he's looking strong. Even in the maneuvers he doesn't make, I mean, he just shows how much power he's got in his surfing.
Nah, he's been flying on his waves. He's been putting all at stake. I haven't seen a wave of Eli's that he doesn't go for broke on it. Nothing conservative about this surfing when he catches a wave, and it's been paying off. Maximilian on this one, Lorenzo.
Here he comes, attacking the leap.
Whoa!
I don't think he was looking to throw an air. That was supposed to be a turn that ended up leading him into the air and projected himself.
Ooh, nice turn there from Logan.
Yeah, that was solid. That was solid.
Is that the 3:14 that he needs? That is the question that the judges will answer.
I believe it is the 3:14. Let's wait and see. But I believe that could be the heat change he was looking for. Let's watch it one more time, Nuno.
There he goes. He attacks the end section. Gets there a little bit late, but nevertheless, he finds composure there, and he's able to stomp that move. Unfortunately for him, came out short as a 2.37, and the judges deemed it not enough for him to go into second on that one.
Yeah, watching the replay, I just saw that there wasn't barely any spray in the air. I mean, he just got a bit off the timing on that section. That's probably why he got the score under what he needed.
Yeah, and the wave was smaller than the bigger waves we've been watching. A little more foamy as well. This is a clean wave for Eli Bochum. Wow, and he's feeling it. Look at him. Give me a kiss to the judges, saying, I love you. Thanks for the scores that you've been giving me already. Please get rid of that 4.33 that I'm holding as a backup, and sends a kiss. That was the message. Take us through the replay, Lawrence.
Yeah, look at that. He was setting up for that. He saw the section he was going to hit, and he just prepared himself all the way to that, and he hit it perfectly with power. And the single turn wave turns into a 5.27, which is exactly what you just mentioned, Nuno. He just got that backup replaced and increasing his total hit score.
I can surely say that Eli Bochum at least has 1 foot already in round 3. Stefan Nurdinen needs a 9-10 to take away that first position away from him. And if you look at Logan, if he wants to be in second, or if he was to knock out Eli from the first position, he needed a high 9 to do that. So I do believe that Eli already has not 1 but 2 foots in the next round number 3 of this main event. And now it's all up to Steph, Logan, or Maximilian. I think it's still very open between these 3 surfers. Not a lot of time on the clock, Lorenzo, but enough for that single wave that they need in the range of the 3s to attack that second place position that Steph is trying to defend at his best capacity. But he's holding on to the last bit priority between those 3, so he needs to maybe stay and wait to see what happens.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you can say anything can happen till the end. You never know what could happen because they're very close to each other, only needing the 3-point rise, as you were mentioning. And with 2 minutes on the clock, look at the priority situation.
Yeah, that's Steph just lost his priority number 3 into priority number 4. And now it's time to Maxime to make the call on this right-hander. 1 minute, 50 seconds. Can Maxime produce anything here? Very conservative first move, but he's trying to combo 2 moves to be enough to be that 3-3-7 that he needs. Meanwhile, Steph saw Maximilian go on that wave and tries to reply, but nothing there. I don't think this wave will make a difference for Steph. And now it's all about Logan Nickel out the back with first priority. Checks his clock. He knows that the time is running out. This heat is almost finished. Will he get the 3:14 that he needs? That's the big question.
It's up to the judges to decide whether that was enough for that score. And that's going to be tough. That's going to be close.
Not enough. 2.77. Maximilian jumps into third, but it's not enough for him to attack that second place position. 3.33. It's still the requirement for Maxime at the moment. Logan Nickel, now in fourth position, needs a 3.14. That is pi. And wow, let's see if he can find that score.
Look at Logan.
Uh-oh. Pulling the trigger on this one, Lorenzo.
Oh, this could be... Oh.
Oh, and he's feeling it.
Look at the claim from Logan. That's definitely a hit winner. Wow.
He's feeling it. If he gets the 3.14, he's going to advance and maintain.
Yeah, we're very safe to say that he's going to get the score. I mean,
he's going to maintain himself and Team Wales running in the main event and accessing round 3. That's what every single surfer in this heat wants. Ooh, victory right here for Eli Bochum, feeling it. Job is done. And there you have it. Lorenzo, you got it right.
3.83 for Logan's last wave. And he just dramatically changed the heat situation and put Steph on a very awkward position, missing the heat right in the buzzer beater.
It's the name of the game, and we've been telling everyone it's not over until it's over. Meanwhile, you can see Eli thanking for the win, as we are going to go to a quick, short commercial break and be right back for heat number 2 of round 2 of the Surf Men's Division. Stay with us.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, Time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow. That's the slogan of the municipality that gets behind this event every year. This is the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival, happening here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz, beautiful part of the west coast of Portugal, bathed by the Atlantic Ocean. I'm Nuno Cardoso. I'm joined once again in the booth by João Valente, and we've got heat number 2 of the round number 2 of the surfing men's division on our ends. Who do we have in the water, João?
Hello, Nuno. Hello, all of our viewership that are following this contest. So, presenting the surfers on this heat, we're gonna have Dylan Donegan from Spain, in spite of his name. Leo Apreda from Italy, Francisco Ordonhas de Portugal, or from Portugal, and Tim Elter from Germany. So 4 different nationality surfers, and it's the second round, so expect a lot more of competition between the 4 surfers, whereas in the first round it was mostly dominance from either the winning surfer or the 2 advancing surfers, while the other 2 were fighting a battle of their own. Right here, they are all aiming for qualification. We are talking about title candidates. The best surfers of each team are in this round, so this is an exciting afternoon you're gonna have here following these 8 heats of the second round of men's competition here at the Eurosurf Ocean Spirit Santa Cruz 2025.
Yes, indeed. Well put, João, as we see Tim Elter getting the board under his feet and going for a big turn there at that end section and stomps it. There was
very critical move over there by the surfer in black, Tim Elter, the German. He just placed his board right on that lip line, and it was a heavy section. Amazingly, he managed to get back to his gravity point and complete that move. Very heavy move. Just a single wave, wasn't the biggest ones, but was a very thick end section. Look at that.
This landing was perfect, João. He right in front of the foam perfectly. There is no doubt about the control that he had on that wave, and the judges are going to reward him for sure.
They already did. It's a 5.33 from Tim Elter. I think it was at least.
Yeah, for sure. It's the first wave.
5.33. There you go. So nice wave to start off the things.
Dylan just got a wave on his backhand, but unfortunately did not held on to his move, so he was deemed the 1-pointer.
So Francisco has to be really smart on this heat. It's not an easy task anymore. First round was pretty easy for the more advanced surfers as they faced some really still developing surfers from these non-traditional surfing nations. But right now, all the surfers here are pretty much leveled up. So it's time to start playing smart in strategies and not committing errors, knowing the right times to risk and the times to play more safe.
Barrel time.
Barrel! Oh, it kept open. It wasn't just the ability or the belief of the surfer who prevented him from finishing this barrel, because I think it remained open throughout the whole way. Check it out.
He rode this thing for a long time, João. I can guarantee you that. I do not believe that he saw exit there, and that's why he got clamped inside, but he rode it all the way until the closeout, that's for sure. Tim Elter, of course, no stranger to the barrel. He lives in the Canary Islands, so he knows what he's doing when the barrel comes in front of him. And also, Dylan Donegan lives in the Canary Islands, so both of these guys probably surf together a lot, and they know what they're doing here. Francisco Ordonhas one of the Portuguese representatives, no stranger to competition as well, and Leo Apreda, one of the best informed Italians in the game here at the Eurosurf 2025. I agree with you, João. This is going to be a very tough feat for any of these surfers.
Exactly. We've seen it already on the part of the surfer in black that he's willing to put on a fight. And right here we see Leo Apreda going for his first wave, a non-exiting barrel. So we're going to see lots of attempts at barrel. The waves are really rolling up on the inside. Unfortunately, most of them are just closeouts, but whenever you find an exit, it's an opportunity for a high score. So I have no doubt that these surfers will keep an eye for those bowling sessions.
That's for sure. 14 minutes on the clock so far. So good for the German surfer in the black. Tim Elter is leading this one. Still waiting for the first wave of Francisco Ordonez. He already threw away 6 minutes of the heat at the moment, so we're gonna keep our eyes on Francisco for his first wave.
That's it. We're gonna keep on following this. There's a little bit of an interval on the sets now, but not long, as you've been watching all day. It's if there's something that is not missing at all from this contest, is opportunities for the surfers. All of them have had plenty of opportunities to display their surfing, although a lot of missed ones. The fact is that we have plenty of ways for each surfer. So here he goes. It's Francisco Ordonez, the surfer from Portugal, making his first appearance on this heat. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to outrun that leap and ended up getting caught. But the situation remains still open. Very low scores, with the exception of the 5.33 by Tim Eller from Germany. I'm not sure that we are ready at any moment to go into our interview. We are just waiting for it to give it a go. Oh, yes, and there he is. We have Nuno Cardoso with the winner of last heat. Let's hear it from Nuno. Take it away, man.
Hello, everyone. I'm back here at the glass with the winner of the first heat of round 2, a very happy Eli Buchan from Israel. Eli, you seem to be on a tear today. You're every wave that we see you catching, you were putting everything on the line. Is that part of your strategy? That's the way you feel about this competition?
Yeah, actually, I came here to put everything, because if I'm going to put a little bit or half, it doesn't matter. You need to put everything on the floor. And yeah, my plan was to find the big sections and to do my job, and I'm happy.
It looks like Team Israel is doing a great job, taking wins in every single heat of your team members as well. How is the team spirit?
I really like my team. The vibe, everything inside the water, outside of the water, really good energy with the coach, Ben, with everyone, with the girls, with the men. And yeah, we're feeling like we can do it.
I heard that you've been training a lot in Portugal. And you want to tell us where you've been training here in Portugal?
Yeah, actually, I'm training also with Manuel in around Cascais, Lisbon, all over Portugal. And I'm training also with this condition when it's bigger, smaller, like every condition. Yeah, and I'm training here a lot. I'm coming here a lot. Yeah, so I love Portugal.
Thank you. Do you want to send a message to anyone that's watching?
Yeah, for sure. I want to say to you guys, אני אוהב אתכם, מתגעגע לכם בבית, אימא, יובל, עומר, כולם. אוהב אתכם. אני רוצה להגיד שכל החטופים יחזרו הביתה בשלום, ואני אוהב אתכם כל כך, ועם ישראל חי, ואנחנו נעשה את זה. בעזרת השם נניף את הדגל הכי גבוה שאפשר.
Congratulations once again, Eli. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Nuno. Congratulations, Eli. Great result, great performance from the Israeli surfer. And now back into the action on E2 of the second round. We have Team Alter up in front from Germany. He's leading the heat. And second place, Leo Pedra, is looking for a 6.73 to get to first place. Is already a considerable score to be looking for in these conditions. Dylan Donegan in third place, looking for a 3.67. And in last, not far away, Francisco Ordonez from Portugal, looking for a 3.6. We are already over the first part of the heat, and we'll see how it goes from here. Welcome back, Nuno.
Yeah, thanks, João. I had a very cool interview with Eli Bochan, and he's super stoked. He lives and breathes surfing. Is super happy to be here. I was talking a little bit off of the interview, and he's been training in Portugal, like he said in the interview, and he's super happy to be here and be able to be living the surfer's dream, basically.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dylan Donegan has just placed the biggest score of the heat. He scored 5.67 on his last wave. That happened during the interview, I think. Yeah, and then with this wave, he took second place. And now Leo Preda from Italy will be searching for a 3.18, while Francisco Ordonez has to start building up his scores because he now needs 5.61, which is already a considerable score for search in the second half of the heat. So he better start making his move, unless he'll be the first Portuguese to hit the repechage round.
Yes, indeed. He needs to get his engine started. I think the same thing almost happened to him in his previous heat, but he was able to turn it around. So we're going to put our faith in Francisco Ordonez to make the best of the time remaining in this heat, which is not a lot. The good thing for Francisco is that he's holding on to priority. His first two tries were not that good. Leo Preda already got a 3.5, so he's ahead of him in third. Dylan Donegan with his last wave, 5.67, is assaulting that second place position. Team Alter is the one that has got the two-wave combination that sets himself apart from the rest of the field. So, yeah, the boys need to wait for some sets. Now there's a couple of clouds shading the sun, as you can see on your screen, but it's still super hot out there. The winds are super light still, and you can see the waves are just rolling one after another into the very shallow banks of Praia do Navio here. And these boys need to showcase their best skills, competitive skills, and surfing skills as well here, because that's what's at stake here, João. It's like you said, there are no more, unexperienced surfers from this round forward. So it's it's each man for himself and trying to represent their home teams.
Yeah, it's the time of really all or nothing, because if the first round allowed the best surfers for some flaws or even holding back a little bit their commitment levels, right now they can't afford to do that anymore. There's a level field of surfers, and it's time to put it all on the line. Of course, always building a momentum towards the big finals, which will only happen by the end of the week. But still, it's no time to give any room to the chance to happen, because any one of these surfers can take the qualification. So, as we can see here, Francisco Ordonez, a very talented kid from Portugal. He's currently in fourth place, fighting to get 5.61, And we'll see, this
Wow.
is a nice heavy re-entry, finishing re-entry for the Portuguese surfer.
This is Francisco Ordonha.
Aliás, sorry, for
Italian.
Leo Preda.
Okay, Francisco building up. This is going to be his best wave.
Yeah,
that's
but
for sure.
I thought for a moment that we might have seen, but no, this is the Italian surfer, Leo Preda.
Yeah,
Does
Francisco is a good.
very close. That's a very good closeout finishing for him.
This wave with a lot of foam on it. Small wave, although 3 moves there. Francisco is trying to build his campaign on this heat. This is going to be a keeper. Now Francisco needs another one, that's for sure. Meanwhile, that score for Leo Preda can do some damage here on the heat situation. Let's wait and see. Looks like Dylan got a wave as well. I don't know if you have a chance to get the replay of the last wave of red, because Dylan has got a wave, and I don't know what he did, but it can be important as well. He's trying to get rid of a 1-point drone. That's nothing.
Yeah, so it would be important for us to see how that wave went. This is yet another one. And it seems to be Team Elter.
The judges are taking time to decide. They're comparing waves with the ones that were already ridden, comparing waves between the last waves ridden. It's going to be very important scores for the heat situation. That's why the judges don't want to make any mistakes and be fair and square with every single athlete that performs in front of them today. So last wave of yellow came as a 3-point. But right now it's all about the score that the Italian surfer is going to get. Will the Italian jump into second? Yes, he does. 4.33. Leo Preda is now in second, but still yet to be released. The last wave of red and the last wave of black. It's a throwaway for Team Elter. He did nothing there. It was a closeout, and he did not have enough space to do a move there. So it's all about that last wave of red, João.
Yeah, that's true. The last wave of red can make some changes, but we have no idea how it
Watch out.
went.
Francisco up and riding. Oh, misplaces a foot and loses the bottom turn there.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll be able to make it. He was already too late. The leap was throwing at him by the time he started preparing that bottom turn. Eventually, he failed the bottom turn and never got the chance to do the move. And, well, we're going to still wait for that red wave that is taking so long to enter the score, to actually assess the situation.
One thing is for sure, João, if the results remain the same, we will see the first Portuguese upset. Last wave of Dylan Donegan, 4.07. He jumps back into second place now. Leo Preda, the Italian surfer in the white singlet, needs a 5.42 to go back into second. And Francisco Ordonez needs a 6.74 to go to second. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Francisco, last priority. First priority with the Italian. He gets to pick and choose any wave of his liking within the lineup and within the rest of the field in this heat. Let's see what Mother Nature has to offer on this one, still with that 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
One thing is for sure, if he has the opportunity, he'll have to go big, because it's not any maneuver now or any wave that gets you a 6.74. It's not an excellent score, it's not even a good score in the scale, but it's a very hard score to get in a day like this.
It would be the best scoring wave of the heat so far for us to have some sort of idea what's on the table.
So let's wait. We are just under a minute to finish.
Looks like
no, there's nothing on the
blocking
horizon.
Dylan, blocking Francisco. He knows Francisco is dangerous. Just throws away the board. He knows that the block is enough just not to allow Francisco to get away, defending his second place position. So job done by the Spaniard. And now it's all about the clock running down and the opportunity. You can see the frustration from Francisco, just punching the water. He knows that is the first Portuguese upset of this Euro 2025. Meanwhile, Leo Preda catching a small wave. Will he impress us with something different that will allow him a 5.42?
Oh, he almost turned it around, but not enough. So it's official.
Even if he had completed that move, that wouldn't be. Francisco's
Same
trying
thing
a Hail Mary over there, and the same thing. Although that one will never give him the score he needed just for the size of the wave. It wasn't just big enough for it to get a 6.74 on a half rotation air.
There you have it, Team Alter Dillon maintaining themselves in the main event, advancing into round 3. Unfortunately for the Italian Leo Apreda and the Portuguese Francisco Ordonez, they will have to battle it out in the represage round. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Stay tuned.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música, o Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa de Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back. Here we are now following the third heat of the second round men. We have in the water Guilherme Ribeiro from Portugal, Stanley Morman from England, Ruben Vitoria from Spain, and Matteo Colatri from Italy. And the surfer in the water right now is Stanley Norman from England, surfing the first wave of the heat. And there was an attempt there by Ruben Vitoria, and now it's the surfer in black, Matteo Colatri. So we have a British, a Portuguese, a Spaniard, and an Italian. I know it sounds like a joke, but it's not. It's just a heat of the Eurosurf.
It looks like you were starting a joke. There's a Portuguese, an Italian, and a Spanish.
Enter a bar.
And they enter a bar. All about fun and games. This is the Eurosurf 2025. And the name of the game here is heat number 3, round number 2 of the surf men's division. We just saw in the previous heat the first Portuguese upset. Right now we saw on the screen Guilherme Ribeiro from Portugal trying to, revenge Francisco Ordonez's loss there in the previous heat. And he wants some redemption for Francisco.
Yeah, that was a sick turn. Look at that. He just blasted on that leap. It was a heavy leap, but he managed quite well to put that tail of the board over the lip area, and this way he found a way to land that heavy section. Nice effort by the Portuguese surfer. Let's see how it goes for the rest of the heat.
I really like Guilherme Ribeiro surfing. This kid is on fire and has been on form these last years. And I think there's still room for Guilherme Ribeiro to improve, his skills. And he's been showing that. He's been growing and growing and growing. Sometimes some surfers kind of stop growing and stop performing. But Guilherme Ribeiro is the other way around. He's still growing and still performing well. And I know for sure that he wants to defend the title that he got here 2 years ago, João.
Yeah, he's a very flashy and a stingy kind of surfer. He really has some crispy moves. What I think he needs now to do is to evolve into turning his surfing bigger. Go for maneuvers that are really use the whole body and the full power of the wave towards the same effect. And once he manages to find a way to put more power and bigger turns on his surfing, he will become a very dangerous surfer. He is even capable of doing well on the Challenger Series, where he has already 1 year of experience, but he ended up not qualifying for not being able to qualify for this year's Challenger Series. But he's still very young, and he'll have another chance. Now what he needs to do is to improve his surfing and try to make it more accordingly to what is on demand at the highest level of competition, of professional competition.
Indeed, first wave for Guilherme Ribeiro came in hot as a 5.07. That's a keeper, in my opinion. Stanley Norman, his first wave 5.5, definitely a keeper too. His second wave 4.27, so Stanley is leading this one. Stanley looking on form, 2 shots, two hames, 2 shots straight in the right in the heart, I would say. And Ruben Victoria catching a 1-point wave, not finding himself still. Ruben still struggling with the conditions. And Matteo Calatri from Italy finding a 2.67 on his first wave. Second wave will be for sure a ditch away, as we see him in Scream. Meanwhile, looks like we have an interview ready with the winner of the last heat. I think that Lorenzo Grandel is up in the glass, ready for it. Take it away.
Thank you, boys. I'm here with Team Elter. Congratulations on your hit win and jumping onto round number 3 of men's shortboard. And I want to ask you, after that first wave, your first wave was very strong. You started the hit in a very good way. Did it change the strategy you had for that hit?
No, not at all. The strategy was to go on big closeouts, try to stick him, you know. Then I found an occasional barrel that would have been good. Didn't come out, unfortunately, but I did that in the first heat, so it's all good.
Yeah, I was commenting that first barrel, actually. That was the first barrel of the competition. So, yeah, that was spot on. There are not a lot of barrels out there. So, do you have any special trick for these kind of conditions? Are you used to surf these kind of waves? How do you place yourself out there?
Yeah, of course. So I was born and raised on the Canary Islands. My parents are Germans, and we have a lot of very heavy waves down there. So yeah, I'm used to hitting big closeouts, and I actually enjoy powerful waves because it's waves of consequence.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely paying off. Congratulations. Is there anything you want to send, a message you want to send back home to whoever is watching you?
Of course. A mis amigos Canarias, muchas gracias por estar viendo esto. Und an meine deutschen Fans und Freunde, danke für den Support und wir sehen uns in der nächsten Runde. Let's go.
All right, good luck. Let's go. Thank you, boys.
Let's go. Congratulations once again, Team Elter. Thank you, Lorenzo, for that interview. Team Elter looking on form and advancing into round number 3, representing Germany, although he lives in the Canary Islands, born and raised, like he mentioned. Alrighty then, looks like we had waves exchange here between some of our surfers. Last wave of Guilherme came in at 1.4, and still waiting for the last wave of Black. That we saw during the interview. It was like that re-entry, like heavy section.
Yes, it was a heavy section there. We'll be waiting for that score by Matteo Calatri and see if this changes the situation. 3.81 is a score that he needs.
Ooh, Rui Vitoria giving it all, throwing tail there, but not controlling that move. Meanwhile, it's Matteo once again. Trophy section, he goes for there, reverse. And unfortunately not stomping it. Out the back, this is Guilherme Ribeiro.
That's how you do it. Nice entry. He already has a 5.07. Now he's going to put on a second score. It won't be the score that he wants. He wants to go excellent. I know that for a fact because that's how Guilherme competes. But
this is smart surfing, João.
Yeah, it's a good score for this timing of the heat. We are just at still on the first half of it. There's 12 minutes to go. So there's no need to go full throttle now. Wait for the best opportunity to do that and then place yourself in the winning position.
Watch out, Ruben Vitoria. Nice hook there on his backhand. He's feeling it. It's going to be his first decent score in this heat. A little bit late in the party, but he's getting back into it. Last wave of Guilherme Ribeiro, 4.77, as we watch the replay of Ruben Vitoria, João.
It's enough to put the Portuguese surfer in front of the hit. He's currently leading the hit and asking for the situation. We can see him gesticulating over there, asking exactly to know what the situation is, how much does he need, how much does his opponents need, and how long does it take to finish the heat.
Stressful times, they know, probably they know each other from other competitions, and they know this is a very hard heat. Guilherme Ribeiro wants to know if he got that score. What kind of position is he in? Is he in first? But he knows that he's being followed very closely by Stanley Norman. You know, the difference between both overall scores, it's not even 0.1. And then you've got Matteo Calatri just needing a 4.55 to take that second place position. But meanwhile, answering back, it's Stanley Norman.
Yeah, and he manages
Wow.
to find an exit. Oh, no, I don't think that will be considered a completion.
He was a little bit stuck there, bringing the board in front of the foam.
Let's see it again more carefully. He hits perfectly, turns the board in the exact moment, but then somehow he doesn't manage to ride it in front of the foam line. So maybe the judges won't deem it as complete.
Wow, this is one of the times that I would not like to be in the judges' shoes, because this is very hard to analyze if he made it or not.
For one thing, Nuno, I'll tell you, for skaters, for instance, if you just, even if barely, you put your hand on the floor after the hardest of tricks, it's still considered incomplete.
Of course.
So that's for that.
If a foot touches...
if a foot touches, it's totally a non-make it. And
sometimes you see the skaters land and the heel touches, and they still go through. And sometimes they consider it complete, but they deduct so much points out of there. They know that's needs to be done perfectly.
Yeah, this sort of integrity that skateboarding has, as far as, for instance, you never see a picture of a guy on a magazine, when there was magazines, but on the websites too. You'll never see a picture of a skateboarder doing a trick that he can't do. Maybe just because of the quality photo alone, they run a photo of a trick that he didn't complete. But he must have completed that trick before.
I think it's a gentleman's agreement between the skaters. They want
course.
to land the trick, and they're not done until they do it perfectly, either in the competition side of things and also on the free skate, the free session sides of things.
Yeah, totally
that's something
true.
very characteristic from skaters. Meanwhile, we're here commentating surfing, and this is a non-complete move for Matteo Calatri, the Italian surfer that's wearing the black singlet. Right now, 8 minutes remaining. It looks like Guilherme Ribeiro is making a redemption for Francisco Ordonez in the last heat. And this is the replay of that last move from Matteo Calatri. Fortunately for Matteo, not completing. He's on the hunt for a 4.55 to jump into second place position. That's being held off by Stanley Norman. And you were right, João. The judges considered not complete. You see 1.13.
There you go. There you go.
No completion.
Yes, no completion. These days, it's very hard for a surfer that doesn't ride in front of the foam to be considered completed. It has to be a really, really hardcore situation for it to be considered completed. I wasn't expecting that to be considered a complete maneuver, and then the judges just attested that with that score. Again, very slow start of the heat. In this case, we are past the middle part of the heat, but a very slow start of the heat for Ruben Vitória. He's really taking his time to get into his hits here.
True that. Ruben Vitória paddles for this wave and loses priority. Meanwhile, it's Guilherme Ribeiro that's holding on priority further down the line and utilizes it to finish one more move. I don't think this wave will be the wave he's looking for to replace that 4.77. Nevertheless, he blocked Ruben Vitória. He knows that Ruben is dangerous. He doesn't want Ruben to catch any more waves. So he blocked them further down the line, and he completes this ride. Good job, Guilherme.
That's true. Guilherme is comfortably sitting on the top spot of this heat. Stanley Norman from England is chasing 4.34 to get to first place. Matteo Calatri is chasing a 4.55 to go to second place.
and Ruben Vitória is chasing a 6.57. So the heat is still open. Maybe Ruben Vitória is a little more far behind, but I think that each one of those other surfers still have a chance to fight for a better placing. We are just approaching the 5-minute mark, and well, let's keep here and let's see what happens.
I do feel, João, that with more experienced surfers, other things come into factor like priority. They're not playing around. They're going to use the rules in their favor. And on the other end, those rules play against some of these surfers. So they need to play it smart. It's no more, you know, an easy walk through into the next round. They're going to get some of the best surfers out of the old continent in these heats, in these early rounds. The best of every single team that is here. And they need to get that also there's the luck factor. Be in the right place at the right time, especially with this type of conditions. And if you do not find at least one average wave within the first 10 minutes, then things like time, priority are playing against you for sure. Yeah. And then you're just running after something that's long gone since the beginning of the heat.
Some surfers actually enjoy being cornered like that. They feel like their best surfing happens when they are cornered against the ropes and they have to fight it back into the heat. But I think that most surfers will rather be at ease when the middle of the heat comes with two potentially keepers under their scores. So, yeah.
It's like the expression that says, "You better be safer than sure." You know,
better safe than sure. No,
I think that's
better safe than sorry.
And then sorry, and the sure, of course, as well, because if you play it safe like Ribeiro did, Guilherme Ribeiro did, he played safe on that 4.77. He knew he needed that backup. He could have risked it a little bit more, get more points, but he knew that at that time, at that period, in this heat, like you mentioned, it was 12 minutes remaining. He needed that backup so he can feel more comfortable. Yeah, and now I can risk a little bit more and build my score from here because you already had that 5.07 from the beginning. So, yeah, better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, that's what I say, at least. Let's see here, Ruben Vitória trying to find a way back into the heat. He still has a 3.2 as a highest score. It's definitely not enough for his goals. And also Matteo Calatri, who's in the black, he has a 5.23, so he's in the mix. Whereas
wow,
very move of the heat for Guilherme Ribeiro, really displaying his technical level here.
This is now Ruben
full
Vitória.
Throttle, lip bash with a fin change. Great surfing by the Portuguese surfer there. And Ruben Vitória doing a better wave now. Let's see if it's enough for the 6.57 he needs. I don't think it is.
This is the replay for Guilherme Ribeiro. What a tail bash on that end section there. He's going to get the highest scoring wave of the East so far.
Exactly. Clearly identifying the pocket, the source of energy on that wave and aiming for it, turning the tail, using the fins as his pivot and just completing a very heavy maneuver there. And I'm guessing this one will enter his best two, which will make it even harder for the other surfers to catch up with the Portuguese surfer.
This was the last wave for Matteo Calatri, utilizing his priority over Stanley Norman, going for one turn, then loses his footing and is not able to complete that ride with the second move. Unfortunately for Matteo, I don't believe that this is the 4.55 that he's looking for. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for the scores of Ruben Vitória and Guilherme Ribeiro. I do believe that Ruben Vitória will improve his situation at the moment, but will it be enough? Whoa! Is he able to bring it through complete, and he claps his hands?
I see.
He's feeling it.
I think he made it. He was on the way.
7-17, the score for Guilherme Ribeiro, and this is a replay for Mateo. Take us through, João.
Yeah, he does this half turn.
Through tail.
He threw the tail, and well, he was able to complete that move. He was just he just ran out of water.
Stanley
And,
Norman wave, replay, nothing there. Last wave of Ruben Vitoria, 4:13, not enough. He still remains in 4th position. Now it's all about the last wave of Mateo Calatri. Is that a 4.55? That is the question that the judges are going to answer. Meanwhile, Guilherme Ribeiro for a victory lap with 10 seconds remaining. Boof, another tail bash there in that end section. And Guilherme imposing his authority on this. He taking the win, that's for sure. This is last wave for Ruben Vitoria. Wow, what an upset for Team Spain there. Now, the real question is, João, is that wave from Mateo a 4.55?
I can't say. I don't see it going that high, but it can happen. It's one of those waves that can go either way. We are watching it here again. It's the half. There was a half rotation. It wasn't even a rotation. It was just.
Look at this Team Spirit, Portugal team getting around. Guilherme Ribeiro now congratulating him for the win.
Yeah.
Let's move into a short commercial break and be right back for the results of this one. Don't go anywhere.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back. We are now about to begin the heat number. Which heat are we? Heat number 4 of the second round of the men's competition. On our score, we still have the scores from the previous heat, but I know for sure that the 4th heat is in the water right now. And I'm going to present my colleague here, Lourenço Grandella, and I'll let him introduce the surfers of heat number 4. No, we have to wait. We have to wait because we don't have the paper.
Oh, that's true. We're still waiting
yeah, we're still waiting. So we need for it to start, and we heard the horn go off. So there we go. We already in the 4th heat of the second round of the men's competition. And Lourenço, who do we have? Oh, I was about to ask you, who do you have?
So the first name, I was doing an interview and he helped me out pronounce it correctly. So Idu Hahach, that's the way to pronounce.
So it's just a matter of laughing off your name.
Exactly.
Idu Hahach.
And then we got Eli Barons Davis representing the Wales, and then Geroid McDowell. Ooh, starting off very strong. That was a really good first turn for the yellow jersey. And then we got Oliver Heinz from the Netherlands. So each one of these surfers has made through the previous heat, through the previous round. So each one of these have been either first or second on the heat before. So it just means the level's just rising.
Exactly, as we could see by that perfect lip bash by Geroid McDowell. And we see a dispute here, and the surfer is Ido Haha, who goes for his first wave, hits the section but can't complete it. So that's going to be a throwaway, while Eli Davis
just not making it too. Really difficult conditions right now with the low tide.
Exactly. It's just getting more difficult, more shallowness, and the waves are super steep.
And super hard hitting too.
Yeah. You don't want to be under those closeouts,
no.
those lips, no.
Especially because it's pretty shallow over there on the inside. They're really close to shore. So basically this is a shore break. It's a shore break that surfers are able to ride, but still a shore break. The water here, the ocean here is very deep, just offshore. And it's one of those waves where the sandbar is really close to shore, meaning the waves hit the sandbars at full throttle and then deliver all their power. That's why we are seeing some barrels and some very hollow sections for the surfers to deal with there. And so far they've been managing some good moves off it, but as the tide goes down, it gets harder and harder to complete those. Landings are more and more harder to deal with. And there we go with Eli Davies on another one, and another one with no completion.
Yeah, another one to throw away. The score just dropped. It was a very quick decision for the judges. And we got no proper scores besides that first wave from Geroid. That 5-point ride that he started off. It was the first wave of this heat. And Ido Hagar, very strong move. Wow, that's going to be fighting for the best wave of the heat.
Exactly. Let's see if you're going to get an instant replay. There you go. Ido Hagar going totally haha on that section and really splitting that wave in half. Meanwhile, we have Nuno Cardoso with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Nuno.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with the winner of the previous heat, no other than our very own Portuguese, Guilherme Ribeiro. Guilherme, you started off strong, then halfway through the heat, you played it safe, you got your backup, you took the lead, and then on, you just won on a tear, and you just completely dominated that heat. Was that your strategy for this round number 2?
Yeah, unfortunately, in the previous heat, we lost one of our Portuguese guys to the rapid charge. And I spoke with the coaches, and they said that he was super. He waited a lot for his wave, so I was trying to do the opposite. Actually, I tried to do more waves and create more opportunities, and yeah, it went well on the beginning of the heat. 5 and 4.77 was enough to put me in the lead, and then my last wave, the 7 points, was great to close it.
Do you feel coming to this year's edition, do you have a target on your back, being the defending champion? Or it just feels natural for you to come here and represent Portugal once again?
Yeah, it feels pretty natural because, you know, that's the last European was 2 years ago, so you don't have that pressure of being the next year, of competing in the next year. So I don't know, it feels far away, those 2 years, and yeah, I'm just super proud to represent my country once again. And yeah, we are here for the win, and let's do it.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Meanwhile, do you want to take some time to send a message to anyone that's watching out there?
Só agradecer a toda a gente aí em casa a acompanhar. Hito bem difícil, condições difíceis, mas é deste que gostamos e é deste tipo de hits que gostamos, por isso está feito e amanhã mais. Bora.
Força Portugal, back to you, boys.
That's it. Força Portugal. Great showing by Guilherme Ribeiro over there, just stating how important it is to keep on checking the conditions and adapting in accordance to those. And as you say, the tip for this heat was to create more opportunities, ride more waves, and that's exactly what Guilherme did to great success. So, yeah, Guilherme definitely making up for the Portuguese surfer, his fellow competitor that had lost and was relegated to the rapid charge.
and but Guillermo keeping the flag flying high. Meanwhile, back to the current heat, we have the situation as you can see displayed on the left upper corner of your screen, and Irish surfer remains in first place with already two nice scores, 5.7 and 6 points.
And we got a split peak.
Yes, split peak. We are following the barrel.
Oh,
yeah, he finds
wow.
an exit. Ido, haha, finding that exit.
And also the finishing move there.
Yeah, we have to wait. Wow. We have to wait to see if we have another angle, because this angle is very favorable for the surfer because he's hidden by the foam and we can't see exactly how far deep into the barrel he is. But I'm guessing it was a proper barrel, not crazy deep, but deep enough to count as a good score for the Israeli surfer.
Yeah, I also wonder how the wave was to the left, because we saw Geroid going the opposite way as Edu. So these two first place surfers going on the same wave, opposite directions. So let's see the scores. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see the left hand of that wave, but the judges definitely saw, and they're on their way to give him the scores. So Edu is needed a 4.34 for the leadership, and then his wave, I don't know, it's like you were saying, we would need a face view, more of a frontal view of that barrel.
Yeah, I don't know if the judges have access to that angle, but the fact is that they awarded that wave with a 4-pointer. So they weren't too impressed by the barrel. I think they have guessed it wasn't as deep as it might have looked to some. And just gave him a score just below the mid-range. And yeah, it's enough to put Ido Hahak in second place, solid second place position, since his opposition right now, Oliver Hines from Netherlands and Eli Davies from Wales, are both needing waves on the 9-point range, and that makes so much easier for the two leading surfers to control their timing and control their approach at this time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The other two surfers are needing a score on the 9-point range, which is, we haven't seen any 9-pointers this contest. So
Not yet.
Yeah, we're only in day 3 of this event, and this is the first day that we've opened with men's shortboarding surfing. So yeah, we started the day with a lot of really good scores, a couple good barrels, air reverses. I mean, it's been a good day to watch.
I was watching the interview you did with Israeli surfer Eli, and I don't believe him when he says that he must go 100% every heat he enters, because that's what he's doing there. I think that effort and peak form management is one of the key factors into being a successful competitor. As we see some cover up here with no exit, but I think that he knows all too well that you access your secret weapons or your best weapons when you need them. You don't go wasting shots in situations where they are not that needed. So I think that learning how to manage this natural instinct of going full throttle when the opportunity presents is part of the process of becoming a good competitor, which is not being the best surfer, but is learning how to be the best surfer into 30 minutes, 20-minute slots.
Exactly. It's all about the competitive mindset. And yeah, that's what differentiates the free surfing from the competition style. I mean,
of course.
Because a good surfer doesn't...
It's like the great Brazilian surfer from the 90s, Peterson Rosa, used to tell me, he never released any clips. Of course, at that time, clips weren't so common. But still, he never released any clips, and he said, "Oh, to score 10 pointers on a video clip, that's easy. I want to see you score 10 points when you have just 30 minutes to do it." And yeah.
Yeah, well said. I mean, that's the truth of them all. I mean, when you're with this amount of pressure on you as well, I mean, such a short period of time, those are the waves you have, those are the only chances you have. It's so different than being free surfing, choosing where you want to be. And yeah, here we got some action from Oliver. And the wave just ended up on having no potential. Eli with 2 backhand turns.
There we go. Eli is needing a 9 points, so that wave won't do nothing for him. He'll just better a little bit his score, but only because his score is so slow. Still, that first turn was pretty strong. He fell off the roof. He managed to find room for his bottom turning and still managed to put on a last key entry. So I'm guessing he's going to go into the highest scored waves of the heat, but still a very far cry from the 9 he needs.
And this
not even
dropped.
that. Not even that. His score came as a 4.2. So it's in the mid-range of the heat, but not as far as I thought it could be.
Yeah,
but
now
there he
needing...
goes. He moves, he stays on 4th place, but he lowered his requirement from the 9 pointers to a 6.64. So he's much closer than he was just a minute ago to get to 2nd place.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do when you're in a situation like that, needing a 9-point ride. It's usually safer to just get 2 waves than going for one huge one. So if you have the time to have those 2 scores coming in, I mean, lowering his need is always better than going through the heat needing such a high score. And now we got some action from, it's actually Ido, going right. And he missed that wave, the whole timing of the wave. I think it was Geroid who was behind him and he had a better spot, but the priority game ended up leading Ido to catch it instead of Geroid.
Exactly. Ido didn't find, he found the space to take off on the wave, but never found the timing, the necessary timing to turn the wave into a score. So yeah, we'll keep on following this and see if any of the other surfers can really make an effort in order to fight for qualification. But the leading surfers look solid in their 1st and 2nd place, so the other ones will have to put an extra effort in order to try and fight for a qualification.
Oh yes, João, and let's remember that the 4 finalists from the men and women will have an all-expense-paid trip to El Salvador, and they'll have the chance to compete there, which is a dream. I mean,
it's great. It's one of the greatest surfing nations in the Caribbean and by extent to the whole world. Lots of right point breaks. As anyone who follows the competitions, both the ISA and the WSL competitions have had fixture. El Salvador has been a fixture for in both calendars. So Punta Roca, the great wave of La Libertad in El Salvador, was already a very well-known wave thanks to this. And wow, that was a heavy re-entry by Ido Hahab, but he couldn't complete that.
That was a brutal approach from Ido, and now we got Geroid answering back.
Unfortunate for the Irish surfer, he didn't have enough speed to make the 2nd move. First one was good enough. second would be even better, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't complete that. So he won't improve on his scoring.
Yeah, I believe everything's going to remain the same.
Yeah.
And we were waiting for a wave from Eli. It was also a throwaway, 0.87. And now the score for Giroud, as you were saying, João, it's not going to change much, the heat situation. And just 3 minutes left, and Oliver and Eli are getting in the danger zone as they're needing the scores with such little time. And here's Oliver. Whoa. Does
Will
he make
ride
it?
it out? No, he couldn't. Still looking for a 7.4. That would be the sort of move that would potentially give him the score. Unfortunately, it's very hard to complete these heavy sections now. It's very shallow out there. Lips are hitting hard, and if you can't manage to get away from that explosion, it's very difficult to have complete moves.
Yeah, I agree with you, João. It's only getting tighter to pull off that last trick, that last maneuver on the end section. Look at all the flex together.
Yeah, it's one of the charms of this kind of competition. And we are on the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes to go on this heat, and it looks to me that situation won't change much. Let it go. This is Oliver. Oliver Heinz is putting an effort. He's throwing himself into anything that moves, just trying to either lower that requirement or to get it. But it's a different task right now, be looking for a 7.4. And he won't have the time to take 2 waves. Or he will do, but that would be very, very lucky.
Yeah, now everything is in Ido's hand because he's got first priority. And he could stop the rest of the surfers to trying to get the score.
Meanwhile, the Israeli surfer hitting the lip twice. That wave will probably get into his 2 best, but simply just not enough.
Ooh, look at that turn from Giroud.
Wow. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Really strong move over there. And beautiful line. Draw 2 by Ido. Haha.
Let's watch it one more time. The Irish surfer. Wow, that was a perfect snap.
Totally vertical. Just a little bit of lip throwing for extended verticality on that wave. Really strong. And it was the only move on that wave. So let's wait and see how the judges pay him for all his audacity.
Well, 20 seconds left on this heat. And there's the heat situation. Eli just moved on to third. Unfortunately, that won't give him much of a change because he's still going to go and drop to repechage round. And while Ido and Giroud move on to round number 3, getting closer and closer to finals day.
That's true. Well done for the Irish and the Israeli surfer. And we're still waiting for last score by Giroud, but that won't change nothing at all. So there you go. Giroud, McDade, and Ido Haha going to the next round, while Eli Davies and Oliver Heinz are relegated to the repechage round. Now we go for a quick commercial break, and you just stay there and be back with us in a minute.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
So, Geroid, second heat, second win. You surfed here at high tide during the morning, and now you tried it at low tide. Is there any difference?
It's for sure getting a bit harder out there. It's kind of sucking up off the sand pretty shallow. You really have to find the corners, but yeah, there's still some really good waves out there, so it's still fun.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's very important and it's very hard. It's been very hard to deal with those falling lips. Once you get, if you not get away really fast from that, it's very hard to make those moves, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. You got to kind of hit it early and like get out in front of it, because if you're stuck up in the lip, you're not riding out. The explosion is so heavy, but yeah, it's still like super fun. I'm delighted to get through the 8.
Still, 2 wins on first day is a very good, perspective for the rest of the week. How inspired are you feeling right now?
Yeah, 2 wins, get the confidence up, feeling pretty good, and yeah, got second at this last year, so I'm going for the win this time. So yeah,
that's the way. Thank you, and see you in next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, João. That was a nice interview, and now we just had the score dropped from Patrick, the wave we were talking about before the interview, the 4.73, matching his other wave of a 4.5. So now standing on first place with a 9.23 heat total. And then we got pretty similar scores between red, yellow, and black, Nuno.
Yeah, like I said, the wave exchange was very similar in terms of moves, so the scores would speak for themselves as well. Wow, another big turn there
that
for
looked
Patrick.
Like the same wave.
Exactly the same, like blueprint. But yeah, Patrick has found these runner right-handers, and he's applying these backhand turns on top of the wave.
That looked exactly the same wave.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Very well ridden, and he knows that it's paying off. So probably it will even improve, because it was super clean, this one. He was just on top of the wave and rode it off perfectly as well. So yeah, Patrick already analyzing that this is the way to go, and it's paying off for him. He's already leading this one. He backed up that 4.5 with a higher score, so it's not the 4.5 is actually the backup, and probably will even increase right now. Don't know if the judges are gonna kind of take off some points for repeated moves. Don't know if they're paying attention to that or no, if that's a criteria or a factor that will be counting. But looks like it is not, because he just posted a 6 points, Lorenzo.
Yeah, the 6 point just dropped. Although the waves were similar, the scores were not similar at all. The judges thought this third wave of Patrick was way better, walking into the good scoring range. So
yeah, in my opinion, I believe that the waves were very similar wave-wise, but the move itself, that last one, was way more cleaner, way more on top of the wave, and he rode it off perfectly, and the judges had no other idea than to give him a square 6 there, and he's leading this one from the beginning, not even 7 minutes in, and Patrick already 3 waves that are very good to be having under his belt. Wales being well represented here by Patrick, and let's see who's gonna follow him. And in this heat, he seems to want more than the others to advance into round number 3. Other surfers are playing the waiting game. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, there's different strategies being played, and Patrick is with 4th priority, but he's sitting comfortable in 1st place. There is a big gap to the rest of the surfers. So Oliver is in the tougher spot at the moment, needing a 4.47, as he's only got less than a point right on his score. So let's hope that the Danish surfer finds his way through the heat to put on some more competition to the rest of the crew. And then Tom Murphy sitting with 1st priority, and he must be waiting for that gem to get the 2nd score in. If he gets the score close to his 1st wave, it's going to be a battle for 1st against Patrick. So 4.9 and 4.7. Those were very close waves, very close scores between the Welsh surfer and the Irish. And I mean, the first half of the heat was very tight. If we don't take in consideration the last wave of Patrick, that just stands out even more. And let's hope the rest of the surfers are able to also find this one gem Patrick just got in. Oliver, we're just mentioning him. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was very unfortunate because that wave was looking like what Oliver was searching for. At least he's, as a backup score, he had some potential. And it's just gonna come as another throwaway for Oliver. He still has time to upgrade both of these scores, so nothing's lost yet.
Yeah, for sure, but all the other surfers want to improve their situation as well, so Oliver is going to have a run for his money here and needs to chase it more than others here because at least the other three surfers already have good waves under their belt, a good wave under their belt. Patrick has 3. Tom has one really good wave that he will keep for sure and wants to back it up as soon as possible as he's holding on to priority for a couple of minutes now and he wants to utilize it in the best way. And John Rabinovic has a 4.33 strength of his first wave and he wants to make Israel proud as they've been on a tear today and taking win after win in their respective heats. 10 minutes remaining on this one. So far so good. It's looking good for the Welsh team, putting Patrick there on the first place. We would like to remind everyone that in 2025 there is an excitement development for this year's Eurosurf 2025. The 4 finalists, both men and women in shortboard, will receive all expense paid invitation to compete in the Surf City El Salvador Alas Global Finals, which will be held at Putamango Beach in November, late November. So this initiative is supported by Alas Global Tour and Surf City El Salvador. We'll get back into that as we see Patrick, the leader of this heat, having a go but letting it go. And it marks an historic collaboration between Europe, Latin America, and Asia, reinforcing intercontinental surfing ties in the new Olympic cycle. This, of course, means a great opportunity and a bridge between continents. And, of course, everyone that has the Olympic dream needs to gather as much points as possible to do so, and this is an excellent opportunity. The best part, and you keep referring it, Lorenzo, it's all expenses paid. That's my favorite part.
Oh yeah, that's the dream.
I wouldn't mind to go to El Salvador with all expenses paid.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't think anyone would. Yeah, by the way, Nunu, talking about surf trips, from every surf trip you've ever taken in your life and from every break you've surfed, what's, not talking about surf specifically, but what's your post-surf meal, your go-to?
Wow, really depends on which country you are, but I really like my grilled fish with vegetables, especially if you're in the place that everything is organic and it's not blasted with heavy chemicals, which most of, let's say, first world countries, unfortunately, there are, of course, there are natural and biological produce in those countries as well. But if you go to one country that doesn't even know about those types of chemicals and you just eat fresh fish off the sea with fresh vegetables with no chemicals, that would be my go-to meal 100%, anytime. Of course, I also do like a good barbecue, but that's more kind of sunset vibes with a cold beer after a full day of surf.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my menu for a day of waves abroad.
Well, that was a good answer.
And
I
you?
would say.
If you have to make a call?
I think you're gonna call my answer kind of fancy, but I do actually. I was just having the first night here in Santa Cruz before the event. I went out with who's running the water safety, Sergio
Yeah.
Cosmo.
Cosmico.
Yeah, and
Legend, local legend,
local
let's
legend
say.
from Santa Cruz. Yeah, making history in Nazaré.
Of course, for many years now.
Yeah, for many years. And yeah, we had dinner out together, and he brought me to some local restaurant, and I had a poke bowl, and the name of the bowl was Post Surf.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so that's why it just kind of felt like I don't think I ever had maybe on my trip to Hawaii I did have a bunch of poke bowls after surf. But besides that, I don't think it's ever been a meal idea I've had after surf, you know. And I think it does fit the post-surf the cravings you have, you know. It's just fresh fish, like straight out of the ocean, and with beans and all these rice. I think it's a good fit.
So it's pretty similar to mine. Fresh fish and vegetables, actually, you know.
Yeah.
So it's the go-to. Boys and girls, if you're listening, fresh fish, fresh vegetables, eat healthy, stay healthy, and first of all, respect and enjoy the ocean, and last but not least, enjoy life and be grateful.
Yeah. Nun Cardoso with inspirational quotes for you.
5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. I hope I'm inspiring the surfers out in the water. It's been kind of slow after we went on this perfect meal conversation. Looks like it was only Oliver Artkop that got a wave. Of course, Patrick got a couple of waves, but nothing special there, as you can see. Throwaways, basically. So it's been kind of slow in this last minutes, Lorenzo.
Definitely. It's a very slow hit at the moment. And this wave comes to shut us up. Wow, what a spray from Oliver.
437, that's what the Danish needs to attack the second place position occupied by John Rabinovic, that's been staying quiet for a long time, alongside Tom Murphy, that is still holding on to priority, I think, for more than 10 minutes now, even more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I believe so too. And Oliver is only needing a 3.08 Nunu. And that turn looked like the score.
Yeah, because the 233 is his previous wave, and I do believe this one is even better. And I think he probably is going to get the score. That's why we heard the Danish contingent screaming at the beach, because probably they are feeling they've got it, at least temporarily. Oliver can jump into the second place and have his hopes up to advance into the next round here of the main event.
Absolutely. And I believe that with the slow start of the heat, he's now building his confidence back again. Unfortunately, it took a long time for him to catch waves, some proper waves, but finally he was able to get some good ones. And let's wait for the score from the judges and see if that's going to be the change of the heat for Oliver.
If this pays off, it goes on the way of the theory we're talking about in the beginning of the heat, Lorenzo. If you keep active and being active, if this is the best strategy so far, you get to look, seek, search, try, and then eventually you'll get the scores. You'll see that by Patrick, who's leading, has the most waves out of every single surfer in this heat, and now it's Oliver Artkop going for another wave. So it's going to go for his fifth wave, and it's paying off. Opposing to John Rabinovic, 2 waves only, and Tom Murphy. He got that wave in the beginning of the heat, not 2 minutes in. And it's 2 minutes to finish the heat, so he's been standing there for more than 15 minutes, actually. And he's... talking about the devil, John Rabinovic. Oh, he falls down. See, now... there's not a lot of time to make mistakes because the time is gone. And Oliver did a lot of mistakes and then found himself. Patrick found himself in the beginning, then did a lot of mistakes. And right now, there's no time for finding yourself or even making mistakes. For Tom Brady, you either find yourself right now or make the mistake of waiting too long. Let's see if it pays off.
No, I think this is one of the closest hits so far. I mean, we're waiting for Tom Murphy to bring us some action, but oh, look at John trying to get lucky on that end section.
And it's just desperate.
And here it is, after a long time.
Tom Brady pulling the trigger. Here he goes. And he does not stomp it. You see, this is what we're talking about. You save yourself for last, and then there is no time. You have to run against time, run against priority, run against all odds at the moment. And look at these two guys. They're sitting pretty out the back. They know they have priorities. 1 minute remaining. Look at them paddling towards the guys. They're not going to let them catch waves, both of them. They are pretty much secure. Oliver Artkop, last wave 3.6, the previous wave 4.63. It was enough to jump him into second place. Now Tom Murphy is needing a 3.33 to go into second, and John needs a 3.91. They can do it, but the problem is they don't have priority. And it's going to be very hard for Oliver and Patrick, they're on top of them, to let them catch a wave. And 30 seconds remaining, Lorenzo.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to have one last chance to redeem themselves. I believe it's going to be very, very hard, considering the priority situation you just mentioned, Nuno. 20 seconds left. Let's see if there's enough lines coming for everyone. What's going to happen now?
Oh, they let him go.
They let him go on that wave. This is John's last chance for 3.9. He gets that claim in. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
3.91. Whoosh. Compared to what I saw from last waves of Oliver that are in between that range, I would say that Oliver's waves were better, less foamier as well. But let's see. I'm no judge. We have to wait and see. Oh, and that was Tom Murphy on his backhand.
I think that was not complete.
But that was some big mistakes by Patrick and Oliver, letting those guys paddle into a wave.
Yeah, I think they're more lucky than smart on this case.
Last wave of Tom, easy 1 point. And the last wave of John, we'll find out after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow. There you go. Unfortunately, the last wave of John was not enough. He needed a 3.91 and he got a 3.3. So it was official. The Welsh and Danish surfer advancing into the next round. And unfortunately for the Israeli and the Irish surfer, they get knocked out in, not of the competition, but get relegated into the repechage. Meanwhile, in the water, we have in red already up and riding. This is the replay of his first wave, Luis Diaz from Spain. And white, as we're watching him paddle for this wave. Let's see if he gets it. Yes, it's Joaquim Chaves from Portugal. Close out, not a good call there. Nevertheless, Joaquim getting busy. And in yellow, we will be seeing Kalani da Silva representing Italy. And in black, Lenny Jansen representing Germany. Welcome back, João Valente, to the booth. Hope you had a well-deserved rest out there. Super hot out there.
Super hot, super nice.
Yeah.
Super day to be at the beach. Those who came, as I said, are not They don't regret coming all the way to Santa Cruz. They are having a very, very nice day at the beach here, watching these great surfers right in front of their eyes. They can actually feel the noise of their top turns and feel the earth tremble, the sand tremble under your feet when the big waves hit the shore break. And we have here another wave for the surfer in white, Joaquim Chaves. Or no, it was the yellow, surfer in yellow, I think. It's getting hard for us to identify the colors now because of the glare. So, is it white or yellow?
Red.
It's red.
Luis
There you go.
Diaz.
How hard it is. This is a repetition for the wave of Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz is the top surfer on this heat. He's very experienced. He has competed in many events, not only at team level, but also on an individual one. So he's the obvious favorite. But as they say, there are no favorites, just those who are willing to put more work and risk. So there we go. Now it's Joaquim Chaves, the Portuguese rider, going for a big lip bash on a smaller wave and just trying to create a score for himself. It's a very hard hit. Khalil da Silva is a Brazilian-born Italian surfer who already showed some of his technical skills, and they are high, as we see the repetition of Joaquim Chaves' last wave. So if Joaquim wants to remain on the main event and not join his colleague on the repechage, he'll have to totally commit himself to his heat. Don't commit any errors because he has some very strong opposition from every side here, but especially from the Spaniard side and from the Italian side. There you go. Khalil already scored. No, he just have a half-point wave. Still like that? I thought there was more scores to enter, but no.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the second wave of Luis Diaz, the second wave of Joaquim Chaves, and the first wave of Lenny Jansen. So we'll sit tight while the judges deliberate about those last waves. 15 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It's still anyone's game out there because the waves are being offering. The tide has been filling in. A lot of rip tides as well, but that's due to the incoming swell that just hit the west coast of Portugal just today. And it brings a lot of energy for a summer swell, and it roughs up the sea a little bit when it comes in, and as it leaves is a little bit more composed. This was Lenny Jansen from Germany having a go at that right-hander. Unfortunately for Lenny, the wave was just too fast in front of him. Meanwhile, this is Joaquim Chaves.
Joaquim Chaves trying to hit. I mean, he managed to hit that lip, but didn't manage to run it into completion. And on the other side, we see Khalil da Silva also not completing. It's getting very hard to complete the moves there. It's very shallow now, which creates even more turbulence and impact when the lip hits the bottom of the waves. And this is the last heat of the second round of men's competition. We are now going to our colleague Lourenço Grandella, who's ready to interview the winner of last heat. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm again here with Patrick Dark. It's his second win of the day. It's looking very, very sharp out there. And in these heats, you got those two good scores in the beginning, which got you the first place, a very secure position right in the beginning. How did you ever feel threatened in this heat?
I mean, yeah, I know all the boys in that heat pretty well, and I knew they all could, you know, get big scores, but it definitely gave me confidence that I was in a good spot once I got them 2 waves. But I sort of wanted to find a couple more good scores. I saw my good friend G-Man get an 8 just before my heat started, so I was pretty fired up to try to get a big clean wall, but I couldn't quite find one after that 6. But yeah, then I just sort of tried to get away for a while and didn't really get anything better, and then I just sort of went and played the game with the rest of the pack at the end. But yeah, I'm stoked to win another heat. Hopefully tomorrow I can post some bigger numbers, but I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, being the second time you're competing today, how different was this heat from the previous one you had earlier this morning?
There's definitely a lot less water on the bank. It's if you hit the section at the wrong time, it's pretty gnarly for sure, yeah. But yeah, it's a bit more tricky now, but you can definitely, the chances there to get pretty big scores.
All right, we hope to see some more progressive surfing on your side. You've been bringing a lot of power into this competition, and good luck with the rest of the comp, and yeah, good to see you. Cheers. All right, back to you, boys. Yeah.
Thank you, Lorenzo. And we are back here at the competition. Waves have happened during the interview. We've seen them live. Now we're going to wait for the replays. Meanwhile, we are waiting for the scores of those waves. We have wave for Khalil da Silva, and there's already one score in, is 6.33 to Luis Dias. So Luis Dias really assuming his favoritism here on this heat. But we are waiting on another strong surfer present here on this heat, Khalil da Silva. He's waiting on his 3rd score. Meanwhile, Joaquim Chaves is following the strategy as designed by the Portuguese team coach, David Raimundo. We heard that before from, nice attempt there, but not completed. But we heard that before from Guilherme Ribeiro, saying that after watching Francisco Ordonez get eliminated for waiting too long for better waves, the strategy now is to get a lot of waves, keep moving all the time, and trying to basically roll the dice and see if you can get a good number in there. By a good number, we mean a good wave with a great scoring potential.
Yes, indeed. That's the name of the game here. Let's see what kind of strategy pays off. We saw on the previous heat that waiting did not pay off. What paid off was getting on the move. Looks like Joaquim Chaves is doing so. He's trying and finding those waves. He already ridden 5 of them. One of them is really a keeper, and the backup is kind of in between the keeper and a throwaway, which is not good if he wants to be serious about one of those top 2 positions in this heat. When we are halfway through the heat, Kalani da Silva is still trying to find himself. He's searching and he's going for waves, but not stomping those moves. And this time alone is Joaquim Chaves once again in. He gets it.
Very strong, very technical re-entry there for Joaquim Chaves.
That was not an easy move, João.
No, not at all. But it's one of those movies that people often get mistaken with the level, the requirement for the technical to do it. Let's just look at that. The leap was well throwing into him.
And he had the backwash coming his way, and he held on.
Exactly.
Great job, Joaquim. That was not an easy wave to complete.
Not at all. Not at all.
Had everything against him, but everything came up in his favor. And I do believe that probably Joaquim can attack the 1st place and even feel a little bit more rested in this heat, because he was really needing this backup, and he needed to improve his situation. He knows that he saw his fellow being relegated to the reprecharge round. Yeah. Got to speak Pleek. Kalani let this wave go, and I do believe it was Lenny. No, it was Luis Dias that got the other wave. Yeah, got the wave to the left. Let's see. There we go. And he paddles. And he's up. And, oh. Not, oh.
No,
he's not able to hold on.
This one won't go into his best two. As we see here, Khalil da Silva repetition. Nothing there to keep neither. And yeah, these two waves won't change the situation much. And
ooh, another one for Joaquim.
yeah, this is live. Great. Two very similar. I thought we were seeing a
The
repetition,
replay, huh?
but not. It's yet another one. So the first one came off as 4.7. So it goes into his best two and improved a little bit on his situation. Now,
Still
Lenny
needing.
Jensen needs a 7.26, while Khalil da Silva totally off the rhythm of the, wow, 470, then 210. That's very big difference for such similar waves. But that's the score for the last two waves of Joaquim Chaves, while Khalil da Silva is having a total shocker of a hit. Couldn't manage to find a single wave above the 1 point score.
Yeah, he's not finding himself in the lineup. He's trying, but he's not able to complete those moves. Meanwhile, this was a great hack by Lenny Jensen, the German, that is looking for a 7.26 to jump into second. I don't think this is a 7.26, but it can be a great backup to the 3.17 that he has, or even improve it. If he improves, he will lower the requirement, which is what Lenny wants, of course. Run after Joaquim. And Kalani da Silva, not a single wave yet above the 1 point range. So it's going to be very hard like that. Meanwhile, Joaquim Chaves, another wave ridden and complete.
Yeah, he found his way on the lineup. He's trying again and again on those short lefts, but with a nice ending section. And he's been capitalizing on those. But he's also benefiting from the fact that Khalil is having such a shocker. And Lenny, too, couldn't find, after a okay start with a 3.17, now he scored at 3.93.
Exactly.
But still far away from qualification, as we finally see Khalil
with
a
two
complete wave.
Yeah, two big belters there. And he finished off that wave. You could see that he's feeling it right now. He just woke up the monster inside of him. First turn, throwing a lot of spray. Second turn, a little bit less expressive, but still two complete moves there. I think Kalani is going to go back into a business here with a 3.17. So he now needs a 7.26, and Lenny needs a 6.5. Joaquim Chaves, the last waves came in short, 2.10 and 3.33. So not enough for his best two top scores. And Luis Diaz is still leading this one.
Exactly. No, this is situation is just as you said. Luis Diaz has been sitting on first place from the beginning of the heat. Also, Joaquim Chaves has been building a solid position on second place. Right now, Lenny Jensen and Khalil da Silva managed to lower their requirements, but they still have some work to do before taking that second place from Joaquim Chaves.
Indeed. A lot of waves were ridden in this second half of the heat. Not like too expressive, let's say, but enough for the situation to remain the same. Nothing changes. Luis Diaz leads. Joaquim Chaves is following him really close, a difference of half a point. Lenny Jensen is still chasing Joaquim. He needs a 6.5. He needed to post the highest scoring wave of the heat to do so. And Kalani da Silva woke up a little bit too late to the party, unfortunately, and is still on the hunt for that 7.26 to jump into second and make a difference.
Yes, this is the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Riding Festival. There's sport, there's music, there's party, there's food. There's a lot of reasons for you to come visit or to just stay comfortably home and watching the best surfing in Europe take place here in the west of Portugal. It's the last heat of the second round of the men's open competition. Right after this, we'll see the girls in the first repechage round of the women competition. It's going to be a very challenging environment for those girls. The waves are not huge, but they are punchy and really hard to drop. So we'll see how it plays out for the girls as we fast approach the finish of the men's second round.
Indeed, this is the last heat of the surfing men's division round 2. We're going to figure out who are the 2 lucky ones that will still remain in the main event of this division, and the 2 not so lucky repechagers that get 3rd and 4th place in this heat. So far so good for the Spanish and the Portuguese. On paper, they would be the ones that could do the job. There you see Joaquim blocking Kalidani da Silva.
Very well played on the Portuguese part. He knows the potential Khalil has, so he used his priority to block him. And time is counting down. We are just over 1 minute to go, and we'll see a very tight priority battle over there between Joaquim and Khalil. Khalil needs a 7.26 to take Joaquim's place. Lenny Jensen on his side, he needs a 6.5.
Yeah, there's some pretty high scores with less than 1 minute to go, João.
And right now, Joaquim is on 4th priority, which means that he can't block anyone more. So he has to count either on himself or on his opponent's inability to find the result, the score they need. Here is Luis Diaz, so he's the heat leader, so any wave he surfs don't affect the final placings. We are just under 20 seconds to go. It's one of those times where time runs out fast for those in need of a wave, and runs out really, really slow for those who are waiting on the others.
Last chance for Kalani da Silva. Does not cut it, and it's official. João Luís and Joaquim will remain in the main event, advancing into 3rd round. And unfortunately for Lenny Jensen and Kalani da Silva, they will be relegated into the repechage round. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for some more action right after this.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
We're back with live action, and now we just finished the round 2 of men. So we're walking into the repechage round 2 of women.
Exactly, Lorenzo. We are starting it's the first round of the repechage, isn't it? Or is it second? Did they surf
I believe
in the morning already?
They've surfed.
Okay, so it's the second round of the repechage women. We'll see how they go. It's a very challenging situations for these girls. Remember, these are the repechage girls, so you're going to see the less experienced surfers here, although they already surpassed one round. They went past that round, so it means that there was a filtering going on there. So the ones who really aren't comfortable with these situations already got eliminated. So we'll see how these girls go. But it's still a very difficult situation here.
Yeah, exactly. Repechage 2, heat number 1. So the heat just started, and the conditions aren't any easy.
We have in this first heat the Italian Chiara Cupone and the Irish girl Una Britton, the Scottish Kelly Krujček, and Lucy Hausova from Czechia. So
Exactly.
yeah, another very diversified, culturally diversified field here. But what we want to see is them riding those waves. So let's wait and see how it goes for the girls. It was a bold decision by the contest director to place them in the water today. I've heard that the second stage was much harder to deal with than this one.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, indeed. The girls were struggling on the podium too. There was a lot of currents and riptide. I mean,
Okay, I heard that they were having even a hard time making it out the back.
exactly. So we had to change this round of repechage to this main podium, the main event. That's why we're live streaming it right now, because we weren't supposed to. We were supposed to have the longboarding.
Exactly.
And we have to adapt to what Mother Nature gave us today.
Yeah, and definitely Mother Nature didn't grace the longboarders today. Although in the training sessions in the morning, I've seen some really nice and surprisingly nice rides by some longboarders. Namely, Ben Skinner was killing it in the morning session. So, yeah, good riders can always find way, even in the hardest conditions. But still, this is definitely not ideal for longboarding. So I think it was a good call from the contest director to run the repechage girls. Let's see how they go. First wave, that's it. And the first wave, it looked to me like it was the Scottish representative, Kelly Krujček. But as I said before, it's being increasingly harder to identify the colors here.
Yeah. João, a bit of an off-topic question that I have, that I was curious about. If you weren't a surfer, if you never met the surfing world, what kind of sport do you think you'd be into?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably skateboarding. That's what I was doing before surfing. So I'll probably keep up with it. Other than that, we just... myself, I played serious tennis and serious football too. So there's lots, thank God, to choose from. Meanwhile, we have Nuno with the winner of the last heat of the second round of the Open Men's Division. Let's hear what he has to say. Take it away, Nuno.
Hello everyone, I'm back here in the glass with the winner of the last heat of round 2. No other than the Spaniard, Luis Diaz. Luis, really tough off there. It's been a long day supporting the team, surfing heats, very tough conditions. How did you pull off another win for Spain?
I'm super tired, but yeah, the physio of the team is preparing us good water with some carbohydrates. I don't know what the name. We're keeping us with energy, and yeah, super stoked, happy, and it was a tough heat. Good surfers, and I was able to pick some waves and get the win. It was super hard out there.
the first round, it's not saying it's kind of easy, but it's kind of rolled through. We've got some less experienced surfers. But then when it comes to round 2, come the winners of the first round, then most of these guys do the QSs, the Challenges Series, the European Tour. It's not easy to get through after the second round, and as you go through, it's going to be harder and harder.
Of course, yeah, there's all good surfers in round 2, and yeah, it is what it is, and hopefully next round even better and better, and I keep winning hits, I hope.
I think that's the game plan. Hey, I'm going to let you rest, Luis, but I'm giving you some time to send a message to everyone that's watching home and it's been following you.
For sure. Un saludo a todos desde España, desde Canarias. Un abrazo grande y nada, mañana seguimos. Bueno, mañana o pasado, no sé. Gracias a todos.
Fuerza España. Back to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Nuno. And another athlete from Team Spain making through the heat in first place. Yeah. In the meanwhile, we haven't had that much of action from the girls. Just 6 minutes in, and another drop with not much substance to it.
Yeah. I think, sincerely, Lorenzo, I think what we're going to have here is a competition for the steepest drop made. Simply the waves don't have much to offer unless you really take off early and do the drop as critically as you can. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with just a drop because you won't have the time to bottom turn and hit the leap. So with this level of competition that we are seeing here, basically the one who is able to do the steepest drop and hold it will have a very, very good chance of taking the best score.
Yeah, João, you know, I was thinking these contests bring people from so many different countries. There's a lot of, I bet, transportation dynamics in the airport and everything, bringing their boards, bringing everyone's gear. And you, I assume, being someone who's traveled to many different places for surf, I mean, have you ever had an episode of drama in the airport with your surf gear?
Oh man, don't even remember me about it. Like, which one to choose? For instance, first time in the Maldives, still back in the 90s, we were the first Portuguese to ever go surfing in the 90s, to ever go surfing in the Maldives. Let's just watch this wave. It has some potential on this one.
Wow.
It's Chiara Capone, the Italian surfer. She managed to do a top turn there, and that will play a huge difference right now when we had also a wave by Una Britton that went beyond the 1 point mark and reached 233. Let's wait and see how this one plays for Chiara Capone, but was definitely the greatest wave of the heat so far. But just answering you, first time in the Maldives, it was 94 or 95. And we got there and we spent 4 full days of our 1 week trip without our own boards. They just arrived on the 4th day of the trip.
Wow, that's a bummer.
That's a good one. Another good one was flying from Mexico to the US. And when I got there, instead of, it was a time of those Weber exaggerated rocker boards. And since I didn't like much of those hard rocker lines, I think the guys from the air company decided to give me a help, and they delivered me a totally flat, non-rocker board because somebody has placed all the bags on top of my board, and it became, instead of a banana shape, which was before, and it was exaggerated, I accept that, but they didn't have to turn it into a flat shoe sole. As it turned out. So yeah, whoever travels knows these are the things. These days I rather travel without boards. Truly, if I know I'm going to a place where I can easily find a board, be it a test drive or a land board or any sort of a board, I rather travel without a board
exactly to avoid this kind of hassles. Of course, if you're going to Indonesia for a boat trip or to spend some day on a surf camp, you gotta have and you want to have your best equipment with you. But unless it's something like that, I'd rather travel without a board and just manage to find one once I'm there.
Fair enough, yeah. Makes total sense. I mean, if you can avoid that drama, you should, because, I don't know, you're going on a surf trip to have fun and just not work, because most of the time we're working or we're, I don't know, it's that week or those 2 weeks or however long the trip is going to be, that you just want to surf. Exactly. And having this in your head, it just, what a waste of energy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But still, there's worse things in life.
Yeah, absolutely. That's true. Yeah.
Well, back to the heat here. We've seen some efforts. That wave a few while ago by Chiara Cupone ended up being, as expected, the highest score of the heat so far is a 4.5. That places Chiara well into the lead of the heat, followed by Una Britton and all the others. These surfers have not scored anything major yet, so it's still an open field with slightly lead by Chiara Cupone.
Yeah, the 4.5 from Chiara is getting her that safety on place 1 on this heat, and the first half of the heat is gone, which means the time is working in Chiara's favor. She's winning the heat so far, by far. I mean, Black, the surfer in the black jersey, Lucy Hlasova, hasn't ridden any wave yet.
No, it's very hard. She comes from Czechia, so it's definitely, I can't think of less surf-friendly nation than Czechia. So it's very hard for these surfers to adapt to these conditions. I mean, it's not huge waves. It's not one of those heroes only kind of conditions, but it's just difficult. It's difficult for any surfers. We've seen the heat winners complaining about how hard it is. So imagine for an experienced surfer, a surfer has never had to face this open ocean conditions before, having to deal with this. We must be empathetic and we must be comprehensive for these difficulties. When we see Chiara going for a nice looking one, unfortunately closing out on her.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. She was trying to get something out of that wave, but it just closed out right on her, and she exited her board right on time before getting that lip on her head. Yeah. There's an interesting conversation that I was having earlier with Nuno. We were talking about post-surf meals, our ideal post-surf meals. And do you think that, I mean, I was kind of wondering if it's more pleasuring to have a cold or a warm post-surf meal. But it sort of depends on the temperature of the water you're surfing.
Exactly, on the temperature of the water, on the temperature of the air. Of course, if you were surfing in the Lofoten Islands in Norway or in Iceland or any of those cold places, you'll be looking forward for some hot meal to tuck in and help your body temperatures back to human levels. But if it's a hot tropical place, for me at least, nothing replaces a nice bowl of acai with all toppings on it.
Oh yeah, everyone loves an acai.
And that gets you ready for another session just right after. You don't have to wait any minute for it to digest. Not that I've ever waited anything.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is my favorite meal, post-surf meal for a hot day.
I don't think you even have to go as far as Norway. I think even Super Tubus, for example, in winter time.
Oh, yeah, those
east wind days where you feel like your ears are falling off your head when when it's blowing. Oh yeah, definitely. All Europe.
All you can think of is a hot tea or soup.
Yes. Every winter. I have actually, I ran out of it. I have to buy more. But I brought that from Chile, from a trip I took there to Chile, which is to always carry a bottle with hot water and just pour into the mate tea they have and drink it from the cumbuca, which is that bowl that they place this metal, how do you call it?
Like a straw.
The metal straw in it, and they keep all day sucking from it. And mate is also an exciting plant, probably as strong as coffee. So they are always amped there for going surfing. And yeah, Chile, one of the best trips in my life.
Wow, can't imagine. I've never been to Chile, never been to the Americas, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I strongly advise, are you goofy or regular?
I'm a goofy footer.
Oh my God. Please do go to the whole west coast of South America. But I have a slightly preference for Chile just because of everything there is so great. It's much less dry than Peru. So you have lots of trees and man, you just get dizzy by the amount of qualities point breaks over there, especially the left ones.
We just had a wipeout from Kylie Krungshank. She's not gonna replace any of her scores, remaining in third place at the moment, in need of a 2.63, which is doable, but not easy with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
No. And you can see it here, Lorenzo. We have, we have 5, 7, 9 scores below the 1 point mark, which means that this conditions is a very hard job for the judges because they have to take every detail in consideration when you are deciding hit results by little details of which drop was a little bit more technical or a little bit more challenging for surfers, because the heat is basically being decided on these little details that are very hard to spot. So the fact that the girls are not quite performing well, they are performing to the best of their ability. Unfortunately, this is not enough for these conditions. It's actually a harder job for the judges to get the right result than if they were all surfing good.
Yeah, that was very well noted. It is indeed a very hard call for the judges. They have to be paying attention to every small detail. These waves aren't the easiest for these girls to be riding. 2 minutes left, and the situation remains the same, with Kali still needing a 2.63 and Lucy a 2.8.
Actually, the girls are enjoying now the worst conditions of the day. This is much harder than it was in the morning. The tide is really low now, as we've said before. This creates a lot of shallowness in the inside, and it also adds to the turbulence after the waves break, creating even more difficulties for the surfers to have their drops and their moves completed. So yeah, it's gonna be a very, very hard round for the girls. We just hope that they make it all to the end without any injuries, neither on them or on their equipment. And it's the final stages, another late drop there without completion.
That was Lucy, I believe. The sunlight is hitting us directly from the same direction as the waves are. So it's being super tricky to know which surfers are standing on the board.
Especially because we don't know most of these surfers, or any for that matter. We don't know any of these surfers to be able to recognize them according to their stance or their style. So we are just guessing here because for now, on our monitor here, they are all wearing black.
Yeah, exactly. It's being very difficult to know who's who.
So we just want to present our apologies for any mistakes, but we just wanted to explain to you why those mistakes are happening. It seems to me now it's red surfer, Chiara Cuponi, another complete drop, so that will play onto her favor. And since her backup is a 0.93, I'm thinking she might replace that with a little slightly higher score. And with a sound of the horn, this first heat of the second repechage round of the women's competition is done with. And we are going to go to a short commercial break and be right back with us in a few seconds. Até já.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Hello everyone, we're back with live action, and here we are, Mirna Buelsma riding on her front side, and the wave doesn't provide her anything to work with. Mirna it's not wasting any time. 20 seconds in the heat and she was already battling into that wave, and look at this wave with a lot of potential from Lee Bodger. She was drawing a very loose line on that wave. I'm here with Nuno Cardoso once again. Hello, Nuno.
Hello, Lorenzo. It's a pleasure to be back here in the booth. This time alone, we're commentating the Surf Women's Division, repechage number 2, round number 2, heat number 2. And yeah, we got, again, 4 ladies in the lineup. Mirna Buelsma from the Netherlands. We saw her get a wave. Now we're seeing Linnea Bimbo from Sweden trying to get up on that wave, trying to stand up on that wave. And we saw the young Lee Bodger. She looked so small beside that wave. Looked like a towing wave. She's really petite compared to that wave. And this was Stella Arpoth from Denmark, now going for her first wave. It looks like it's going to be a battle who can secure a drop on a wave, although Mirna seemed to be in form and caught a wave and rode it all the way to the end. Unfortunately for Mirna, not finding a section that would allow her to put in a move. But out of this wave exchange, I do believe that Mirna got the best wave alongside Lee Bodger.
Yeah, exactly. Not a lot of high-scoring waves, and we're not expecting those high scores like we had in the morning anymore. The conditions are completely different, more challenging for these surfers. And yeah, I was just talking, let's see the action before we go into this topic. Linnea just gets the drop and not much to it. Nuno, I was talking to João, and we're talking about surf trips, troubles on the airport, and food and everything. And here in Portugal, out of everywhere you've surfed, what's your favorite spot out of the whole country, out of every single spot you've tried?
I cannot say. I really love my home spot. I really love Ericeira. It suits my surfing. I'm a little bit older now. I'm more into barrel riding when the waves are good, not so much about moves. So I would have to select any good reef break in Ericeira that has a good barrel. It's my go-to wave. I'm not particularly picky on any particular wave, as long as it's good and it's in the right tide, right swell direction, offshore, and if possible, not so much of a crowd to add on to my perfect day. Yeah, I really like Ericeira a lot. That's why I live there, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at what just happened with Linia. I'm sorry. That looked like a pretty nasty wipeout.
Yeah, definitely. She let the board go and she went along with the wave. And this is Mirna Boels. Looks like Mirna means business. And she's like a little bit set apart from the rest of the field alongside Lee Bogger. And then I see Linia and Stella really struggling in the lineup, as you can see in the image. They're just trying to find themselves in the middle of so much rip current. And wow, a little bit of chaos out there, Lorenzo, I would say.
Yeah, this looks like one of those times where if there was no competition, you just look in the water and you're like, I'm not going in. Where is even the waves coming from? Where is the peak that I should go surf? I mean, oh.
She's not even attempting to stand up on the board. She's just letting the board go. And look at her board. It's not even a short board. It's like a fun board. She's struggling to probably to be there on a short board paddling for these waves. It's not easy, folks. If you want to try it for yourselves, come to Santa Cruz here in Praia do Navio and try it. It's not easy at all to surf these type of conditions in any kind of board. We actually had to cancel out the longboard division that was scheduled for this podium number 1, but the waves are just too aggressive for the longboard. At some point, the contest director thought that we might add some outside sandbanks that would provide some.
Oh, look at Linia once again.
Oof.
She's just had 3 wipeouts in a row.
Yeah.
Wow.
And hopefully she's okay. I'm with João. As long as no athlete gets injured or damages their equipment, it's a good day at the end of this. So, yeah. Look at Lee Bogger just sitting a little bit more up north. She's opting to be in a place where there is roll-ins, which at some point is way more easy to get into the wave, but then the wave just closes out as you're watching on the screen, and it gets a little bit messy and complicated, but probably to get on the wave itself, it's way easier on a roll-in. And then the closeout short break is just relentless. In either position that you assume in the lineup, it's not easy at all.
Yes, it seems like Linia is facing those beatdowns pretty easily. I don't know if it's about that Scandinavian blood she's got in her, but she doesn't seem too affected by these wipeouts. Although she's got to do something more. She's got to stand up on the board and make through these bombs that are coming through if she wants to make through this hit. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking easy at all like we've been watching. Nuno, let's say you'd be surfing in a final and there was no surfing coach available to guide you. No person. Oh, wait, I'll come back with this question right after this interview because we just got João with the previous hit winner.
Here we are with Chiara Capone, winner of the first heat of the second round repechage. And that was a hard-fought battle over there, Chiara, wasn't it? How hard it was, the conditions out there?
Yeah, it's really hard. It's kind of closing out a lot, so it's hard to find open waves. Have to paddle strong, and yeah, I only had one good score. Didn't have a backup, but fortunately I made it with that only score, and I'm happy with that.
Do you think in conditions like this, what would be the best strategy? Just to find those little open corners, or to go and try to complete really steep drops? What do you think would be the best strategy for that?
For my heat, I think actually the bigger ones weren't so much closing out as the smallest one. I mean, the really small ones were open as well, but the bigger ones were the one with most potential. So if you could like paddle strong enough to get it in early, the big waves were the best.
Okay, great. Compared to Rome, where you come from, how are these waves? How do you find the power of this wave? Is it very different?
Yeah, it's definitely very, very different. We don't have a lot of power in the Mediterranean. So yeah, here it's really different, but I try to come here as much as possible so I can surf on the ocean and with waves with this power. So I'm kind of trying to get used to it.
Okay, and you're really showing up the effects of your efforts. So good luck for next round, and back to you guys.
Thanks, João, and congratulations once again for the Italian surfer Chiara Coponi for a great win there on heat number 1 of this repechage round number 2 of the surf women's division. Meanwhile, during the interview, we saw Lee Bogger getting a complete ride, and right now Mirna as well getting a turn.
Yeah, that turn from Lee Bogger on a roll in, that was a pretty solid turn, and she's definitely going to get the score. That should be enough to turn this heat around and jump onto first place. Yeah, so now while we're waiting for scores for pretty much almost every surf on the heat, I want to get back to the question, Nuno. If you were surfing in the finals about to get in the water and there was no surf-related person to give you advice, and you could pick out of any sport, any other sports specialist, what sport would it be?
I would call for Cristiano Ronaldo.
I think considering his determination in winning, that could be a really good call.
I'll probably says, you really hit the ball really well. Go for it. He would serve to me. You would serve really well. Go for it.
Just like in that
and you having
penalty.
Cristiano Ronaldo telling you something, it already gets you pumped up.
Exactly.
Wow, nice turn there from Mirna. But unfortunately for her, not completing that move.
I think that would be bigger itself than winning that final.
Yeah, I would just say, I don't want to do the final. Do you want to grab the beer or something, Ronaldo? Just go for a meal, hang out.
Yeah, that's right.
Drive around in your car and you tell me stories. Imagine the amount of stories that guy has from his achievements, sport-wise, and in life itself. Wow.
Yeah, can't even imagine. That's the top elite.
That guy is bigger than life. And I realized that he was really, really an important person in general. Not like, of course, he got known for playing soccer, but
you call it soccer? We're here in a European competition.
Yeah, true, football. But yeah, soccer in American, maybe football in English here, right? And when I was traveling back in the day, I think it was 2010, and I was in Sumatra. And this kid at we'll get back into that as we see a drop.
No.
Gosh, Stella had priority, so she could pick that wave, but they almost crashed. Although I do believe that Linia did not interfere in Stella's wave. There's no interference there. But finally, Linia dropped the wave. Oh, that was a close call. That was very, very not safe.
That was obviously not intentional from Linia to shoot the board in Stella's direction, but that was very close to something serious.
Yeah, I think that's what scared her. When she saw Stella dropping the wave, she kind of let the board go so she would not interfere. and almost hit Stella with the board. But finally, Linia dropped the wave. That's the good part about this. She actually made the drop. But Stella, unfortunately, was utilizing her priority there, and yeah, no arm, no foul.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I was telling you, and it was back in Sumatra, and there was this kid with the Portuguese jersey on it, and like small kid, like 3-4 years old tops. And I went and talked to them. Yeah, it was like saying, you know, shirt. He didn't even know Portugal, but he know Cristiano Ronaldo. I was like, hey, Portugal shirt. And the kid goes like, Cristiano Ronaldo. And then I was like, wow, man. And if I ask this kid who's the president of Indonesia, probably doesn't even know, much less the president of Portugal. But he knows Cristiano Ronaldo. That's amazing. Probably he's one of the most known persons in the world.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%.
You know?
There's no person more known than Ronaldo. I think maybe Jesus.
Yeah, probably.
I think that's the only person above Ronaldo.
Probably. And wow, and maybe some famous singer, you know? But yeah, I think Cristiano is completely transcendent to any kind of country, culture, religion.
Yeah.
Right?
It's insane, actually. How I don't know if I've met anyone that didn't know who Ronaldo is, even as just heard the name in the past, you know.
That's an amazing feat. It is such a good example for the world as well.
Well, here's Mirna once again, fighting her way into first place. Wow, good turn. The wave doesn't provide her much, though. But that's very unfortunate because we know Mirna has a very strong backhand. She's been putting the work in all year long. And she's been looking very happy on her board. She's always with a smile on. Either she wins, either she loses the heats. I mean, yeah, Mirna just happiness in person.
I think she's going to improve her situation with this last wave. Was one of her best rides so far in this heat. So with 5 minutes remaining, Mirna may even, I don't know if attack the first place, but distance herself from the third and fourth places. And yeah, it's all about first and second in any heat. But the bad news is that in the repechage round, if you get third and fourth, you get knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, and none of these surfers want to be knocked out. I mean, it's always good to stay in the competition for as long as possible. It means more time in the water with just a few surfers, which is always great. I mean, if you love surfing with no crowd. And yeah, I mean, to get a better result for you individually, for your team as well. So it's obviously an upsetting result to be dropped out of the comp.
Good news is if you lose, you still get to be carefree and take advantage of all of the activities that's going on here in the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Festival. You can probably go out at night and watch the concerts and do not have the pressure of, tomorrow I have a heat, I better not stay out late. So they can still make the best of their stay in Portugal, which by itself, it's the prize already, being here, representing their team, and enjoying the sun, the waves, and all the festivities that go around.
The local food.
Yeah, most importantly as well. Meanwhile, last wave for Mirna Boelsma came out as a 3.57. She takes the lead as we predicted, and Lee Barger is now in second place. Linia needs a 5.04 to jump into that second position, and Stella Arpoth needs a 5.34. With no offense to both of these surfers, I do not see them getting a single wave with that score, but probably they could build up a two-wave combination. The thing is, less than 3 minutes, Lorenzo, there's not enough time for them to get more familiar with the conditions, get used to their boards, and maybe improve their position in this heat so far. The thing is, right now, third and fourth don't seem so much important right now, but there's more points for the third place than the fourth place for the team final standings. So any kind of effort by the part of Stella would be more appreciated from Team Denmark. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she would need a very low score to jump at the second, and that could mean a lot to the team. So even if she can't get the 5.34, even if it feels distant in her mind to pass through the heat, she can still help her team by jumping onto third place. So that was good that she remembered that, Nuno. I wasn't even thinking of that.
Yeah, it's all about the points at the end of this competition. And one more point is going to make the difference on your team standings. So this is very important for you to have that in mind as a team or as an individual. You're getting knocked out of the competition, okay, but third place, more points.
And look at this, Stella.
Oh, if she held on, she would make it.
She had the chance to make through the heat.
She make that drop. She had it in her bag for sure. She would clock up a 1 point ride, and that's what she need to go to third. So yeah, probably she can still try for it. Ooh, this is Linia. Ooh, gee, almost went over the falls once again. But
it looks like Linia is riding a board with a round nose.
Yeah, it's like a Malibu.
Yeah,
or something. It's not even a short board. It's like a fun board, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, whatever suits Linia's approach to the lineup, of course. We want these ladies to be comfortable in the border and perform their best. So that was the weapon choice for the Swedish Linia Bimbo. Do you think everyone already told her that she has the name of a bread brand? It's hard to say. Bread brand.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister.
Yeah. Okay, this is Mirna, the heat leader.
Strong turn.
Wow.
By Mirna. Well done.
Yeah,
Congratulations, Mirna. I think you just took the win.
Yeah.
That wave secured your spot onto the round 3 of Reprecharge. So we're going to go for a quick commercial break. Thanks, everyone who's still watching our live stream here at Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit, and we'll be right back with you guys.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Dré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone. Official results of the last heat. Last wave for Mirna came in as a 4.23. So far, Mirna is dominating the round 2 repechage of the Surf Women's Division with a total of 7.8. Well-deserved performance for the Dutch surfer. Following her into round number 3 of the repechage is Lee Boger, the Israelite, getting that 4.0. Great ride, well-deserved. Unfortunately for the Swedish Linia Bimbo, she's calling it a day for this competition. She's getting knocked out in third, but over Stella Arthport for some precious points, of course, for their team. Unfortunately, Stella gets the 4th position and gets knocked out of this competition. Thank you so much, Linia and Stella, for coming to Portugal and representing your countries in this Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival here in Santa Cruz, Portugal. Praia do Navio, part of the Torres Vedras Council. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We are now live and calling heat number 3, repechage round number 2. I have João Valente with me. João, Who do we have in the water?
Well, the first surfer that we have in the water is exactly the one who just took off to an incomplete drop over there. It's Netherlands surfer Tiara van der Hulst. In the white, we're going to have Anne Overgaard from Denmark. Then we're going to have Israeli surfer Alma Aviram. And to close it off, Maya Monaghan from Ireland. So there you go. One wave has been the pattern from the following hits, from the previous hits. This is on the details. Whoever completes the most steep and challenging drop will be rewarded with points. And whoever manages to find the wave that is not closing out and takes it to the end, it's also a good chance. Let's see here is Alma Aviram, surfer from Israel, not getting most of it, but managing to go around the first section. While here we see, I think it was Tiara van der Hulst again. Yes, it was. She managed to have a .017 on her first wave. And, well, this is a part of the competition that is being disputed in under 1 point waves. It's a very challenging environment for these surfers. So, yeah, we have to be comprehensive and empathetic of the stage of evolution that these girls are, and respect the effort they are doing to face the challenging conditions here at Santa Cruz. Meanwhile, for those in the sand, it's not being challenging at all, Nuno. It's been very, very pleasant, actually. That's where I've been during my break, and I wish I had stayed there.
Ah, yes. And have some swimming shorts and go to the ocean and bathe because it's too hot out there.
And the water is warm too. It's quite nice. The water is quite nice. I think I'm going to go after the event for a quick body surfing, and I think I'm going on trunks. There's no need to put on a wetsuit for a kids' 15-minute session. Meanwhile, we have Lorenzo ready for the interview with the winner of last heat. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with the previous hit winner, Mirna. Congratulations on your hit win. I want to ask you, because in the morning we were running the women's round on the other podium, and now we just changed peaks. And I want to ask you how different it was from your previous hits today.
Yeah, I think it was different. Well, the conditions changed, of course, during the day. In the morning was much smaller than now. It started small, and now it picked up a lot the ocean. So, but I think it was a good decision to run this peak.
Yeah, it was looking tough out there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch the other podium, how it was working. But you lost on the round 2 of women. That's why you dropped to the Weber charge. And does that weigh on your mind? Do you feel that puts more pressure on your surfing, or do you feel the same as it was before?
Yeah, of course I was a bit disappointed this morning with myself, and after I just tried to reset and take it as a new heat, a new opportunity, and yeah, fresh start. So.
Yeah, you still have the chance to go all the way through the final, so I wish you good luck. And is there anything you want to say to your supporters or who's watching?
Yeah, I want to thank all the support at home. The people that are watching, my family, my friends, my sponsors, everyone out there. Thank you so much for all the support today and for the competition.
All right, all the best luck, Mina, and yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you, boys. Back to you.
Okay, there you go. Winner of heat number 2 of the repechage. Giving her impressions and actually considering a good decision to run the event. And we see that will be the best wave of this heat so far. And it's again Tiara van der Hulst, the surfer from the Netherlands, really putting an effort to get ahead of the pack here and succeeding at it. She finally got a wave with some room to work with, and that will pay off in her score, as we'll see in a moment.
Indeed, Tiara is getting busy on this one. She knows that she needs to get waves under her belt so she can climb up the ladder in the standings of this heat. That's, I do believe, the best strategy. Keep yourself busy trying to find waves out there. It's not easy to find a wave, but if you get into the mix like Tiara is doing, she will probably find one. She's putting everything on the line, as you could see right now. She's just throw her body over the falls there, trying to, you know, deal with these waves. But as you see, the other surfers are a little bit more out the back, waiting patiently. But at least from the previous heats that I saw, that strategy did not pay off. This was Anne Overgaard from Denmark trying to stand up on her board on that wave. Unfortunately, she didn't even catch the wave before she tried to stand up. And this is something that they need to realize and work on. It's pretty simple. Like these short break waves came in very fast as they approach the sand. And they will be even faster once they hit the sand and run through the short break. And they need to be very fast on the paddling and on the stand-up position. That's the only way you're going to deal with these waves. And yeah, it's like you mentioned, João, it's a learning curve for some of these surfers, but that's what they're here for, to challenge themselves and to improve themselves and gain those skills under the pressure of a competition setting.
Yeah, exactly that. And we see 5.17 for Tiara. So Tiara definitely getting what we can call at this stage a winning event, a winning wave. It's been very hard for the girls to score over the 3-point mark. So when Chiara places a 5.17, it means that she'll definitely have a keeper over there. And she basically has guaranteed almost the victory in this heat because all the other surfers are much behind, both in technique and also in desire. As we see Chiara already with 4 attempts, and while, for instance, the Danish surfer Anne Overgaard hasn't attempted a single wave, and the other two are well off behind as well. So let's keep following to see how this goes. Now it's the first wave for the Danish surfer, I think. I think it was her, yes, there it was. And it's just a 0.27, so not much in there. Let's wait and see how these things play.
When there's not a lot of action, I would like to thank the organization of this event. It's, of course, the Câmara Municipal de Torres Vedras, Promo Torres, the municipality company that runs these events alongside the Torres Vedras Council. And we're watching some live action from Alma Aviram from Israel. Probably this wave is a keeper for her, huh, João?
Yeah, it will be. Any wave that has some completion to it in these conditions right now will be a keeper. So let's wait and see how much this wave will be worth. But definitely just the fact that she dropped it and brought it to the inside plays a huge difference. While we see Anne Overgaard from Denmark just leaving the water. I don't know if she just...
Hopefully she's okay, huh?
Yeah, I think she's just resigned that these are above her level. So...
She went outside to contemplate the conditions.
Or to have some feedback with her coach. I don't know, I think it was brave enough of her to just pedal out and get a wave. Since she took off her wave, maybe she'll just recovering a little bit, assessing the conditions from outside, or just plainly
throwing the towel and saying, okay, I've done my part. This is just too much for me.
Yes, indeed. Sponsor, Mel Empresas, official hotel, Hotel Golf Mar, where you are staying at the moment, João. The official vehicle is Car Atlântica MG. Official water of this event is Vimeiro, beautiful area of the Torres Vedras Council. If you don't know it, visit. Official radio, Mega Hits. Official TV, Fuel TV. Institutional partners are Visit Portugal, Turismo de Centro de Portugal, Instituto Português de Desporto e Juventude, the Portuguese Institute for Sports and Youth. We also, action from Tiara van der Hulst, but she opts to eject from that wave. Helping to diffuse this event is, of course, kayaksurf.net and Surf Total. We got the support from Decathlon, Delta Cafés, and Grafi Vedras. Our sporting partners are, of course, the European Surfing Federation, the Portuguese Surfing Federation, the National Association of Surfers, ANS, Sealand, the local association, and Surf Social Wave. We have the seal of Nico event by Valorsul, by Eco Events, and we do count with the partners by the Portuguese Red Cross, Cruz Vermelha Portuguesa, and Portugal Oeste, and our official store is Mar Gifts. So there you have it. Thank you so much for getting behind this event. We really appreciate you getting behind the water sports that allow us to be here as commentators, the live stream team, the judges, all the staff, beach marshals, and all the staff down there at the Neptune Village where the workshops happen, yoga workshops, kayak workshops, stand-up paddle workshops. There's like clothing stores from local producers. There's a restaurant, there's bars, there's concerts, and DJs at night. You find a little bit of everything here, João.
Exactly. So that's plenty of reasons to visit us. I know that weekend is coming to an end, but there's people in vacation, mostly students, that should take the opportunity to come see the best surfers in Europe, to see this beautiful beach that we have right in front, right on your screen right now. You see those who decided to come. They are just enjoying the sun, enjoying the surf. It's a very well spent afternoon, Sunday afternoon here in Santa Cruz, and there's even more reasons to come visit us during the weekdays. Less people, but still some nice weather on the way. So please enjoy, because after that the north winds will hit and it won't be as pleasant as it has been, both in the air and in the water. As people know, when the winds are blowing consistently from the south or the west, the water temperature tends to rise. So it's really nice now. It's not as cold as it used to be. So it's really nice now, and it's going to stay like this for more of a couple of days. So again, take the opportunity if you have it and come visit us. You won't regret it.
100%. There's nothing better than spending a summer day at the beach. At least for me and my family, this is where I like to spend most of my summer days, if the weather is good, of course. And we do got a forecast for maybe 2 more good days, like good weather window. Yeah. And then, like you mentioned, João, after that, we're going to have some winds, northerly winds coming through, which is very typical of our summer as well, especially here in the West Coast. It brings a little bit the cold. The water also gets a little bit colder as well. So if you want to take some tips about best days to beach in the west coast of Portugal, the next 2 days are a good call. 5 minutes remaining on this one. Tiara van der Hulst leads this one for Team Holland. Once again, Israel finds a surfer in second place and advancing. Precious points there for Team Israel. Who's still struggling is the women on the screen, Maya Monaghan in third position. She needs only a 1.3 to assault that second place position occupied by Alma. and Anne Overgaard. I think she's out of the water still, as we saw Tiara van der Hulst going for an backhand attack there on their right-hander, but unfortunately not finishing it. Nevertheless,
had she made it, she would have her biggest score so far, even higher than that 517, because it was a critical hit. You can see there, she hit it hard, but unfortunately didn't have the time to recover her gravity center and ended up falling.
Yes, indeed. Tiara van der Hulst meaning business in this one. She's already caught 8 waves on this heat, so she's caught more waves already than the other 3 surfers in this heat, just for you to have some idea how busy Tiara has been in this heat and how much she wants it. And I think this is one of the things that are going to play in factor. How much do you want it? How much go for it do you have in this type of conditions? This will set apart some of these ladies in this competition.
There we go. Very steep drop by the surfer in white, I believe. Annie Overgaard. Is it her?
Yeah, no, Alma Aviram.
Alma. So Alma, I think with 3 minutes to go, she pretty much settled the deal for second place. Let's see how the judges will award that. But just making such a steep drop, even on a medium-sized wave, that must count for her score. So let's see how the judges award that. But I think with this one, Alma has settled the thing, and it will be Tiara and Alma advancing for next round. Very strong showing from Israel team.
Yeah, it's all up to Maya to change her fate and the fate of this heat. Right now, she only needs a 1.3. We're still waiting for that last wave of Alma. Might make things different. Meanwhile, this is Tiara. She goes for a left-hander. Whoa, that's a great move by Tiara.
It's the greatest move from this round so far, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
There she goes. There you have the replay. Tiara almost losing composure there on the drop, but she composes herself.
The tail there.
And she blows the tail, throws some spray. That's what we want to see.
Yeah,
2 minutes remaining on this one. One thing is for sure, Tiara already bought a ticket to round 3 of the repechage of this surf women's division. Now it's all about Alma and Maya to battle it out on the second position, because this last score from Tiara is going to send her to the moon. And I do believe she's going to get the best overall score of this round so far. We're yet to unveil 3 more heats of this round, but so far Tiara has been the standout, that's for sure.
Exactly. So we are here waiting for that score by Alma, and with barely 1 minute to go, I think that, and judging by the performance of both Maya and Anne Overgaard,
Tiara up and riding.
They simply don't want anything to do with it. They are not chasing the waves, so the scores and the results paying off those who just wanted it more and also felt comfortable into chasing them. It's clear that both Anne and Maya didn't want to chase the waves. They consider it to be above their ability level. And is it possible? No. What?
Previous wave of Tiara came in as a 5.83, best scoring wave of these so far.
That's it.
A total of 11 points. Tiara guaranteeing the access to round number 3 of the repechage round, and representing for the Netherlands, Alma Aviram from Israel, going with her into round number 3. Unfortunately for Maya Monaghan from Ireland and Anne Overgaard from Denmark, they are knocked out of the competition officially, and a little bit more precious points for Ireland on this one, getting a 3rd position on this heat, and Anne Overgaard getting the last position here, so fewer points. Don't go anywhere, guys. Stick with us, because still 3 more heats until we close off this day. Stay tuned.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back. We are here following the heat number 4 of the second round of women's repechage here at the Ocean Spirit Santa Cruz Eurosurf 2025. In this heat, we have an Italian surfer, Diana Giorgi, in the red. Surfer in white is Jana Kasova from Czechia. In yellow, Phoebe Strachan from Scotland. And in red, Matilda Alberg from Switzerland. Here with me in the booth now is Lorenzo Grandella. Grandella, how did you like my pronounce of your name in English?
Yeah, I'm used to it. I mean, living in Baleal, not a lot of Portuguese people there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You're used to
Usually
that
that's how it
Grandella
goes.
thing.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, we're walking into the last hits of the day, João. We're starting to get a bit tired over here.
Yes, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day for everyone, and the girls who've been switching picks. And let's remember that these girls that are in the repechage round 2, it's their third hit of the day, because they've lost the round 2 of the main event, and then they advanced from the repechage round 1, and now it's their third time in the water today.
Yeah.
So they also must be feeling the tiredness and the fatigue about the whole day.
Yeah, although even though this conditions are not too heavy from a physical point of view, just the stress of competing, the stress with dealing with these difficult waves, that also is very tiring. So after 3 heats, these surfers might be exhausted and just wishing for some rest time. And yeah, just do this last effort of the day, girls. This is the 4th heat of this second round repechage women. We have 6 hits to make on this round. So this is just the 3rd to last heat of the day. So hang in there, girls.
Yeah, it's those 17 minutes now that you just gotta give your all if you want to stay in the comp. And obviously it's worth every effort, because if you're gone after this heat, then you're done with the comp. And
yeah, and even if you go through the rounds, even in second place, even with low scores, you're counting points for your team. So it's important to keep in competition, to not get or to avoid elimination altogether, because it's always counting for the team. Here we see a drop for Diana. I think it was Diana Giorgi in that wave, and we are waiting for a score to Phoebe. So it's clearly from the start of these hits, Lorenzo, to see which are the ones who really want it. They start catching waves as soon as the horn sounds, and they establish this difference throughout the heat, counting much more waves than the others. The surfers who are catching very few waves here, the surfers who catch very few waves here, it's clear that they are not catching them they are not wishing to catch them. So yeah, showing the desire to catch waves is one thing that judges are looking for in these special heats, that conditions make it very hard for this stage of evolution of the surfers. So these are hard conditions for everybody. It's hard on the surfers, it's hard on the judges, it's hard on us commenting the heat. It's just challenging this, and this is all part of the sport. We'll see here.
Yeah, exactly. It's all part of surfing.
And Diana just makes the drop again on a steeper set. No, it wasn't Diana, it was Matilda Alberg. Oh, no, it was Diana.
It was Diana, yeah.
It was Diana.
And Diana's been committing to the drops. And apart from a lot of missed drops that we've seen, a lot of wipeouts, Diana is making them. But she's struggling to find those sections to hit and scoring some higher waves. In the meanwhile, while we were waiting for more waves to come through, I'm going to pass the word to Nuno. Hit it with the interview, Nuno.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the heat winner of the previous heat, of course, from the Netherlands, Tiara van der Hoels. Tiara, right now, so far, you're the standout of the repechage round, number 2, between all the ladies. Conditions really seem really tough out there, but you were get yourself pretty active, and it paid off.
Yeah, I was just trying to give myself as much opportunities as possible because every wave is different here. It's so hard to find the good ones, so I was just trying to give myself chances and see if I could get a good wave.
Yeah, at the end, we're cheering for you to complete a ride, and you got 2 really good waves, and you should see us celebrating on the inside. You can rewind on the live stream, because it's been really hard for some of the surfers not so experienced, but you seem to be comfortable in those conditions because you got more waves than the 3 other surfers in this heat. How do you explain having so much energy at the end of the day through so much heats and all of the pressure of a competition?
I mean, I came all the way here from Curacao, so the Caribbean, so I'm just going to try to give it my all and see how far I can get, and I just hope to make it far, so that's my mindset every heat.
Okay, now you made me a little bit curious. How are the waves in Curacao? I don't tell anyone.
They're pretty bad. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so there's no secrets over there.
Yeah.
You want to take time to send a message to anyone that's watching out there?
Yes. Dankjewel iedereen voor het kijken. Ik hoop dat jullie nog genieten van het surfen. En yes, douche vida.
Congratulations once again, and see you next round. Back to you, boys.
Okay, so exactly what she said over there, Lorenzo? Let's go back to the competition. It was Jana Kazova doing her second wave. She managed to avoid the foam and complete the drop, so that will be a score for her. And here is Diana again, now managing to find room, but not exactly to place a move there. So this is being a survival contest so far.
Yeah, we were expecting something like this, to be honest. I mean, looking at the conditions, it's so tough to find the right spot to be. It's always moving, and a bunch of closeouts as well. I was talking to Mirna earlier after her hit win, and she was mentioning how tough it was. Before the interview, she was just like, this was one of the toughest hits. I mean, so fast, the wave is so fast, and there's not a lot to work with.
Wow, wave with some potential there. That was, is this Jana?
It's Phoebe.
Oh, it's Phoebe. Yeah, Phoebe again. She's leading the heat. Yeah, I think, oh no, Jana went back out. Yeah, she's already has 2 waves, but this is gonna be a wave for Phoebe to keep on her score, just out of the fact that she managed to hold on to the drop and still bring it all the way to the sand. See, it's a 1.43. Doesn't go into her best, but well, anyway, good effort.
And to those who are watching and don't know how it works, We're here now in the repechage round, which means these surfers have dropped from the main event and they're having their second chances to remain in the competition and still gather some points for their teams. And the repechage round just means that you've dropped off the main event. It doesn't mean that you can't reach the final, because it's still doable. You can still win the event and be the champion of your division, even dropping to the repechage round.
Yeah, and how does that play? Once the surfers start losing on the main event, they compose the rounds for the repechage contest. So as the main event advances, all the losing surfers join the repechage rounds. This repechage is almost like a parallel contest running with the main event, and it will have its own final. On the final, the first two better placings surfers in this final will meet those who will lose on the finals of the main event. And those on the heat between the winners of the repechage and the losers of the main event final will be decided the two surfers who will join the winners, the first and second place of the main event final. And that will be the grand final. I hope that this makes some sense on your ears. It sounds complicated, but if you think that every heat on the repechage has two winning surfers that go, if you think of that the contest, the repechage contest will have two winning surfers, first and second place, and these surfers will have to surf against the losers of the final of the main event, then you will understand that these winning surfers from the repechage and the two winning surfers from the main event are the ones who are going to be deciding, or I'm all mixed already again. So you're going to have a repechage final. The winners of the repechage will face the losers of the main event final.
No. So
No.
After the last round of repechage comes the grand final of the division.
The repechage will face the losers of the main event repechage. And those, no, it's not like that.
No,
it is.
So the main event will have the final. That it's going to result those two winners
will advance for the grand final.
Exactly. And the grand final is made of the two winners from the main event and the two winners from the repechage round.
That's it. So it's not the final. I was mixing here the finals.
Yeah, which means those two surfers that get eliminated on the round before the final on the main event won't get the chance to...
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
And so back here, it seems like it is Jana Kozova. Yeah, she's managed to get another wave and move into third place. Great feat for the Czechia surfer. It's cool because we saw her coming out to talk with, coming out of the water to talk with her coach. It was clear that she was not comfortable. So lots of respect for her to not only go back, but to manage to find a wave that places her into third place instead of fourth place. It doesn't seem like much, but I believe that on a personal level, it's a great achievement for the young surfer from the Czechia.
Yeah, absolutely. All these small details matter on an athlete's mind that's still learning, still in the adapting process on a contest abroad. And yeah, I mean, even that third place, I believe it could be a confidence boost for our next competition. And yeah, Matilda Alberg sitting in fourth. The Swedish surfer needs a 1.87, which is a slight bigger need over Jana, who needs a 1.74. So these two surfers are needing now actually just rise to a 4.14 and a 4.27 need, which means it's going to be way more difficult with time playing against these two.
This one has been especially a low-scoring hit. The highest scored
scoring wave here was a 3.07. And yeah, nothing on the middle range of the scale. So it keeps on open, but at the same time, when we see a 4 point as a requirement, we'll see that it's not as low as it might look at first sight, just because it's not easy for these girls to score above 4 points. Proof to that is exactly that none of them has done so when we are just under the 5-minute mark for this heat.
Oh yeah, for sure, João. It's been a super slow heat, and it doesn't mean there are not waves coming through. It just means the wave quality is decreasing, and these surfers also carry 2 hits on their backs from today. So everything put together just makes it more difficult for everyone. And we got less than 5 minutes on the clock now, and the Scottish surfer keeps on the first place, and right after her it's the Italian Diana Giorgi, and she has first priority at the moment. This could play a big part on her strategy. And yeah, because I mean the need is a 4.14 for Jana, and Diana needs to lock in and make sure Jana doesn't catch any waves. And not just Jana, also Matilda, because the needs are very similar.
Yeah, that's so. But I don't think she has to really put some effort. For now, I think that would be just out of very big luck move for any of those surfers to get their requirements. And as the time is running out, I can't see any of those doing it. And I see this is Jana, I think. And she managed to take the wave into completion. Jana really making her moves now, trying to distance herself from Matilda Ulberg. And right now is a repetition for Diana's wave, which I think it will go into her score. No, from Jana, I mean Jana, was Jana Kasova, and that wave will definitely give her a score, and that's it, 1.73. So it's the first wave that Jana has scored over 1 point, and this way she puts some distance between her and Matilda Ulberg in the 4th place. And make no mistake, Lorenzo, for these girls at this level and in these conditions, finishing 3rd and finishing 4th is a great difference. She's trying to survive over there. They are trying to do the best they can. So if that translates in a higher placing, that's a big deal.
Oh, we just watched a pretty good 3rd attempt from Phoebe on a quite smaller wave, but still staying active despite the 1st place on the hits. And Diana, I believe, that was the Italian surfer trying to improve her backup score of a 1.67. Here's the replay for Phoebe.
Yeah, if had Phoebe completed that maneuver, I think that will definitely be a score to keep. However, she didn't, so she'll remain with that total score of 6.17. And yeah, this is the
last
final
minute.
minutes.
Yeah,
it's the final minutes. We are just entering the final minutes of this this heat. Again, the surfers who are advancing, just on the wave count, it's clear that they wanted it much more than the others. It's not a matter of technique, it's a matter of just wanting more. Both red and yellow surfer had 7 attempts each one, while surfer in black has just 3rd attempts, and surfer in white had 4 attempts. This is a 2-wave count, just the best 2 waves of each surfer. So it's not the factor that it's not the number of waves that count, it's the quality of the waves, but just the number of the waves by each surfer here shows how much each one of them wanted this and wanted to give it a try. And of course, the results paying off those who wanted it more.
10 seconds left. Is there going to be another chance for Jana or Matilda to redeem themselves? I don't think so. This is all she wrote. And Phoebe and Diana passing on to the next repechage round, while Jana and Matilda, unfortunately, this is the end of their story here in the Ocean Spirit. But yeah, I mean, if they keep up the good work and putting time in the water, I'm sure we'll see them again in the next competitions. Good luck to every one of these girls, and congratulations for the effort and commitment into these conditions. Right now, we're going to a quick commercial break, and we'll come right back with you.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neymar, Valorant, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa de Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Faz sozinho.
And we are back with live action hit number 5. This is the hit before the last hit of the day. Thank you everyone for watching, and thank you to all of the sponsors of this event. Right now we got Noah Lelier from Israel. Israel has been a very strong nation on today's day of competition. And then we got Sanna Horvalius for Team Sweden, which is actually, I know her cousin very well. She's a manager at of a surf camp back home in Balial, in Peniche. So, and then we got Robin Lark for Team Scotland and Maria Leckleitner for Austria. So good luck to all of these 4 girls, and may the better surfers win and take it on to the next round.
Loving the energy there, Lorenzo. Really enthusiastic about all this. As we see the surfer in white, Sanna Horvalius. Sanna Horvalius from Sweden. It wasn't. Oh, no, it was. Sanna Horvalius from Sweden on her first wave. Already Noah Lelior with 2 waves count. And it looked like it was Robin Lang on her first attempt. Yes, it was. So, there you go. We have the first scores for this heat. Robin Lang just getting the most out of the first exchange with a 1.07.
Here we got the footage from the beach, the Scottish team, the yellow jersey surfer from the previous heat walking up here. And then we got the scores coming through. And joining me now here in the booth, I got Nuno Cardoso once again. Nuno, it's the end of the day. Everyone's so tired already. How many coffees have you drank today? Or do you drink coffee at all?
None.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow. I don't know if that's more radical than surfing in these conditions right now, but it's definitely, it got some prestigious points in it, making through the day without any coffee.
I don't drink coffee at all, because if I drink coffee, I go crazy. So I prefer not to go crazy and do not drink coffee. Meanwhile, the ladies in Heat 5 are already starting their campaign. They already know what they want to achieve here. First and second will give them the ticket into round 3. Third and fourth will get them knocked out of the event. Probably none of these athletes want that, but That's what's going to happen at the end of this 15 minutes and 53 seconds at the moment. And it looks like the wind kept off all day long, Lorenzo, and the waves seem quite similar as the last heat I commentated. So what's new in this?
I don't think the conditions are changing that much right now. I think it's pretty similar to the previous heats.
Watch out. Wow, Sana going for a big wave there. Unfortunately, she loses her balance, is not able to bring that wave all the way down to the bottom. Meanwhile, looks like we have an interview ready with João Valente. He's probably already with his back against the glass, getting ready to interview the winner of the previous seat. So take it away, João.
Congratulations, Phoebe. It was a nice effort on your side. And one thing we have been noticing about this repechage rounds in these special conditions that we have here is that usually the ones who are advancing are the ones who wanted more. And we can clearly see that on the wave count. You were no exception. You were throwing yourself into anything that showed any potential. Was that your strategy or something that you have resignated to do since the conditions didn't allow for much more than that?
Well, I like these kind of conditions. It's what I'm used to surfing at home, and like the bigger the wave, the better. So I was just enjoying it and just trying to look for little ones that might have a bit of wall on it for a bit of turns, and it was just super fun. I really enjoyed it.
So you like these powerful waves, even though they are on beach breaks. I'm guessing you have more points in reefs. Where you're from? That's what I know, at least from Scotland.
The waves are really heavy in Scotland, and it's breaking over really shallow rocks. So, like, it's pretty soft here compared to back home. So you can kind of just enjoy it and not be too scared. So.
Where exactly are you from in Scotland?
I bide in Thurso, which is like at right top of Scotland, as far north as you can go. So it's pretty cold.
Yeah, it's pretty cold and it's pretty heavy and has some fantastic waves over there. And in a way, they are similar to the waves in Portugal. There's a lot of variety of point breaks and reef breaks. So the power is probably not a novelty for you, and it showed too well on your performance. So congratulations. What are your goals for this contest?
Just to see how many rounds I can make it through. I'm in the longboard as well, so just see how far we go and just enjoy it and support the rest of the team in all the other countries. So, aye.
So just one last question. Beforehand, we were prepared to run the longboard event here, and they decided to change for the repechage girls. As a longboarder and as a surfer, do you think was that a good call?
Probably for the majority of all the longboarders, but I would have given it a bash out there. What's the worst that can happen?
I'm guessing you're going to have the chance to do that later on the week. So congratulations for now. Have a nice rest, and we'll see you on the next round. Thank you. Back to you, guys. Bye.
Thank you, João, and congratulations once again, Phoebe, bringing that victory home for Scotland. She was waving the Scottish flag there at the interview. So she's a proud Scottish surfer. She's also representing Scotland in the longboard division. So we'll be seeing a lot of Phoebe in these next days, that's for sure. Meanwhile, we got a lot of waves ridden while we're doing the interview. And nothing too fancy. Just a 1.43 on the previous wave of Noah Lelior from Israel. And the other waves were all below the 1 point range. So nothing really important there to be highlighted.
12 minutes on the clock. We're walking into the last moments of the day. Day number 3 here at Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit, the International Wave Sports Festival. Nuno, do you want to walk us through the sponsors who make this event possible?
Gladly, my friend. I want to pay homage to everyone who gets behind this event and proudly announce that the organization is in the hands of the Câmara Municipal de Torres Vedras, which is the local council. And there's a council company that it's called Promotores, and they're responsible for these types of events and other events in the Torres Vedras Council. So thank you very much, especially to Laura Rodrigues, the mayor, and Rui Penetra, the president of Promotores. They're always here, always wanting to know how the event is running. If anyone needs anything, they're super, super into this event, and they should be proud of it. It's an event with 2 decades of history and 8 years straight of the Eurosurf, both junior and the main division, which we're running this year. Last year was the Eurosurf Junior. And I hope they keep it going for many, many, many more years. Official sponsor is Superbox Sky. Official bank is Caixa Agrícola de Torres Vedras. We got a sponsor from Meo Empresas. The official hotel is Hotel Golf Mar. That's where you're staying, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah, it's a really nice hotel, let me tell you, Nuno. I mean, we got everything. We got a spa, very good food for breakfast.
Huge pool.
A huge inner pool. We got an inside pool and outdoor pool as well. So you can choose between the sun, between the closed environment. Yeah, and then you got plenty of different massages and therapies if you want to get that relaxation moments. And yeah, I mean, and then the breathtaking view. I mean, you just wake up, you get out of bed and look out the window and there's the ocean. And
Beautiful.
that's the sound you fall asleep to. So thanks to Hotel Golf Mar for hosting the event and for hosting us.
Yes, definitely. The official vehicle is Cara Atlântica MG. Official water is Vimeiro. Official radio is Mega Hits. Official TV, Fuel TV. And we've got our institutional partners, Visit Portugal, Turismo de Centro de Portugal, Instituto Português de Desporto e Juventude, the Portuguese Institute for Sports and Youth, and we do count with the support of kayaksurf.net, surftotal.pt. We count also with the support from Decathlon, Delta Cafés, Grafi Verdras, and we could not forget, of course, about our sporting partners, which are obviously European Surfing Federation, Portuguese Surfing Federation, the National Surfers Association, Sealand, which is the local association here in Santa Cruz, and Surf Social Wave. This is an eco event, Valor Sul, eco events, as we call it here in Portugal. Also teaming up with us in this Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit is the Portuguese Red Cross, Cruz Vermelha Portuguesa. Thank you always for being here and taking care of all of us. And Portugal Oeste and the official store, Mar Gifts. There you have it. These are the sponsors which we are so thankful for taking the time to organize this beautiful event here in Santa Cruz. Meanwhile, up and riding, this is Robin Larg. Robin is right now in second place. She, of course, wants to improve her overall score so she can set herself apart from the rest of the field and not be so much in a range position from Sanas Orvalius in Maria Leckleidner. And yeah, both Sana and Maria only need a 1.33 and a 1.47 to take away Robin Lark from that second place position. So pretty much attainable.
Wow. No, you have, let me give you a few minutes to breathe. You've been non-stop firing us with information. Thank you so much for all the information about every single sponsor. This is a huge event, and there are many pillars to it. There are many supporters. So we got to thank each one of you who make this event possible. And I can't really, is it that the red jersey? Red. That looks like Noah Lellier, the Israeli surfer, who's currently in the lead. And she just took off on another wave. Let's see if that's going to improve her backup score of a 0.73. It's not a huge requirement. So it's not a requirement. It's more of a replacement. So, yeah, she lets go of priority, and now priorities with Sana Horvalius. She's needing a 1.33 to jump onto second. And there she was. I wonder if we can get the replay on this wave.
Of course we can. Unfortunately, for that last wave of red, looks like it was not complete for Noah. It was a nice turn there on the end section. She would increase a lot her distance in the first place position. I think that first and second is still up for grabs with only 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Everything is still achievable, so all of these ladies need to do is focus on the mission of representing their teams, representing themselves, and throw their bodies over the falls, try to hang on to their boards as much as they can, and if possible, find a nook, a corner that they can pull a move, and that will make the difference. Last wave from Noah Lelior, 1.87, so she even increases her lead in this one, so she sets herself apart from the rest of the field. Right now, where is Sana? Where is Maria? Where is Robin? They need to answer back to Noah if they want to remain in the main event of this competition and advance into round 3. Because if you get third and fourth, there's no place you're going to go unless home.
Yeah, that's right, Nuno. No one wants to go home. And yeah, I mean, we still got plenty of days of comp left. So the longer you stay, the most fun you're going to have, the most experience you're going to get, and the most points, most importantly, for your team you're going to bring. So that's what all of these surfers want, but only few get to bring home the title. So Sana Horvalius still needing the 1.33. Her last wave was a 0.7, not enough to be in second place. She's holding on to first priority with less than 4 minutes left. I can tell who the surfers are. The sunlight is not in our favor. It's very difficult to see which surfer is standing on the board. But this one was Noah Layler because we just got the score that just came through. It was a throwaway, nothing big, but it did give us the answer about who was it.
Did you saw after that wave that Noah stopped halfway, threw the paddle out, and got rid of some seaweed that was stuck on her board? It was a big chunk of seaweed, and she's just throw it to the side, and it was really cool. Did you saw the J Bay Open, WSL?
I did see some.
Did you
clips.
did you saw the seal eating the octopus?
Oh yeah, that was.
Wow, that was crazy. At the beginning, I thought, yeah, the seal is playing with some seaweed. That's cool. And then all of a sudden, no, that's an octopus. That was crazy. Yeah.
It was a big fella.
Yeah, it was both of them, the octopus and the seal.
Yeah.
Okay, Mother Nature.
You don't want to mess with the seals.
Yes. Not even an octopus if it's big. It's crazy. Okay, out the back, looks like Noah Laylor is having a go at this left-hander. She's pumping, trying to reach that end section. Unfortunately for Noah, there's not much there. Looks like Noah is the only surfer that wants it, Lorenzo. Look at the amount of waves that she caught already. I'm counting 9. Probably more waves than all of the girls on the heat. If we sum that up, not more because it's 11 waves counting, 9 against 11. But she has almost as much waves as the other 3 riders. Also,
Combined.
yeah.
Wow.
Also, Robin Larg has 6 waves, so she wants it. And funny enough, those are the 2 surfers that are in first and second. They are the ones that wanted the most. And it reflects in the scores. And we put on the strategy already. It's get busy, try, because there's not a single place, like you mentioned, Lorenzo, that you would sit and you would pick and say, this is the peak I'm going to sit. I'm going to get the left-hander or right-hander or whatever suits you. It's get out there and in paddle for waves and search.
At the 10th wave from Noah. You know, if she remains in first, I'm about to have the interview with her. I got to ask her, how do you still have energy after 2 hits? This is her 3rd hit of the day. right in the end of the day. And how do you still have energy to put on 10 waves?
And cheer for our team in between warm-ups, meals, and the anxiety and the pressure of competing. It's, wow. I would be like max battery.
Oh, this is going to be a heat change.
Ooh,
for
Sana Orvalius from Sweden.
Right in the end of the heat.
I think she listened to us and she says, no one's it more than me. And she dropped that wave and pulled a nice check turn there. And I think she's going to get the 1-3-3 that she needs. And she does.
That was a quick decision by the judges. 2.4, making it the best wave of the heat. Sana Orvalius completely changing the heat situation right in the end. And up and riding is Noah. This is not going to change the situation anymore. She's the first place surfer. That was a good ending turn of the heats. And Noah and Sana passing on to the next round. Wow, that was a very dramatic end of heats. And congratulations for Sana to find that wave, and Noah for securing that first spot.
Buzzard beater, persistent, Swedish Sana Orvalius getting the second place, remaining in the competition alongside the Israeli Noah Lelior. Unfortunately for the Scottish surfer Robin Lark, she got third. Anna Maria Leckleitner got fourth position, only one wave ridden. Last wave of Noah, 3-point, the best scoring wave of this heat. And there you have it. We're going to jump into a quick commercial break and be right back for the last heat of the day. Stick with us.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Nuno Cardoso here for the call. Joining me for the last heat of the day is João Valente, and we are here to commentate heat number 6 of round number 2 of the Repechage Surf Women's Division. Who do we have in the water, João?
Hello, Nuno. Hello, everybody. Yes, this is the last heat of the day, and we're going to have competing in the red Victoria Backhaus from Italy. Then we're going to have in the white Erner McHugh from Ireland. In the yellow, it's surfer from Poland, Karolina Marczak. And from Denmark, we're going to have Anna Hornum wearing the black jersey.
Looks like Victoria was having a look at this left-hander. Unfortunately, she points her board up to the beach because the wave was a closeout, so not much there. Looks like the waves are a little bit more groomed, not so aggressive as before, João. I think the ocean is settling in for the upcoming tide, which is a little bit more favorable for our ladies to get opportunities to clock in some precious points.
Yeah, unfortunately, it came too late in the day. And if the girls in this heat have better conditions, well, lucky for them, because the surfers before this one had a very hard time trying to find waves with any potential for scoring points. So, but that's how the way it goes. Eventually, you're gonna be surfing on the wrong side of the draw and will be consistently getting the worst conditions. But if you want to win, that's what you have to do. You have to accept and adapt to whatever you have in front of you. And yeah, that's it. And we have now already 2 waves on the score, both of them under the 1-point mark. Carolina a little bit ahead with a .93, while just half a point for Victoria Backhouse.
Indeed, still pretty slow for these ladies. They're still feeling the conditions here. Most of them confess that this break, this podium number 1 surf break, is a little bit different than podium number 2 surf break. More current on the podium number 2. They were struggling with the conditions. They prefer the conditions here in podium 1. And still they need to feel it out because it's the first time for these ladies to compete today in this podium, the South podium. And yeah, for them is just the first waves is just a feel of things. And let's see who's going to come on top of this one. The last opportunity for 2 of these ladies to still remain in the competition, and unfortunately for 2 of them to get knocked out entirely from competition, reducing the chance of obtaining maximum points for their teams.
Now this is live, and it seems to me that's the yellow jersey, is
Indeed.
it? Okay, so it's again Carolina Marczak, surfer from Poland, getting ahead of this exchange, this initial exchange, showing some wish to catch the waves. And this is the surfer in red, I believe.
Exactly.
And it's Victoria Backhouse.
2 turns. Wow.
Yeah, this is
Italian
a rare sight
surfer
on this evening.
Yeah, I do believe that these are going to be the best scoring waves of the heat. Carolina just got a 1.4, and this is the replay of that wave of Victoria. First turn there, she kind of connects with the power source of the wave and goes for the end section for another small turn, and she gets a 2.83 out the back. Anna Ornum.
Yeah, not having much success on that ride. I think she placed her feet wrong on the board, and when she tried to adapt the trajectory, there was too much weight on her back foot, and it ended up totally stalling the board and not permitting her to advance anymore.
Indeed, let's wait for the last score of Anna Ornum. It was our first wave as well, and we'll get to some sense of the heat situation as we're still waiting for first wave of Emma McHugh as well. Meanwhile, we have an interview ready with the winner of the last heat. I do believe that Lorenzo Grandella is going to go to the glass for the last time today. And yeah, take it away.
Thank you once again, boys. I'm here with Noah Layler. Congratulations on your hit win. I just want to ask how, after already 2 hits, it was your 3rd time in the water today. After such a long day, how were you still able to put on 11 waves?
It was my 2nd heat today. I was in the main round on the south podium, but the conditions are so hard. And I just tried to stay like, you know, catch a lot of waves, make opportunities, and pass the heat, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions looked very tough out there. What was your strategy before getting in the water? Did you have anything in mind already planned?
I just tried to make a turn, you know. I just tried to catch as many waves I could because the conditions are really, really tricky. A lot of closeout, it's really close to the sand. So just catch a lot of waves and finish a wave, you know.
Yeah, today was a really good day for Team Israel. I mean, you have a lot of your teammates passing and especially winning their hits. What does that mean to you? Does that give you more momentum into your hits to see your teammates winning too?
Wow, first of all, our team is so strong, and we're like so happy to represent our country. And all of us are just really united, you know, and staying together, making heat, supporting each other. And that's we're surfing for our country now, you know. This is the contest. We're representing Israel proudly and strongly.
All right, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the comp to you and the whole team. And yeah, congratulations. Yeah. All right, thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and that is the key thing, the wish, and that's what she displayed on her heat, the will to get many waves, and it's paying off for all those girls in this afternoon, in this demanding afternoon. You can clearly see by the wave count who are the ones who really want it. And yeah, she really wanted, and it's paid. So let's keep on following this heat. Here is the final heat of the day, is the final heat to close the second round of the repechage as well. And it's playing pretty much in the same tone that all the other heats this round have played. Two surfers showing more wish to keep on going, and two surfers much more refrained to death. In this case, the surfer from Ireland, Erner McHugh, still not surfing a single wave.
Yes, first wave for Anna Ornum came out as a 107. So she now needs to find a backup. This is the fellow in yellow, Carolina Marczak, falling down there on their first turn of that left-hander. She's not going to be a keeper for Carolina. She's holding on to 1.4, and actually she got a keeper. 1.1, it's her backup.
Yeah,
so she improves her overall score, actually.
I'm not calling any shots here in this contest about what's a keeper and what's not, because I've seen surfers getting through with one-pointers or even less than that. And so we have to play out all the heat to learn which is a keeper or not, or how important are these apparently insignificant waves, but that in the end, depending on what the other surfers did, it might be like a very low scoring wave, can be the decisive one. Decisive one for the result. Excuse me for that. It's
no worries, it's a long day, João. I'm not going to blame you or judge you. 100%.
I mean, when the days are so long, I usually make mistakes in my own language, let alone in English.
Exactly. Looks like that was Victoria Backhouse on her backhand. Backhouse on her backhand. That's
wow,
cool,
and
huh?
that was a very, very strong move over there.
Exactly.
Probably
I think. Ooh, look at that, João.
4.5 Victoria Backhouse, really making an effort there. And she just scored the highest scoring wave of the heat, 4.5. And if it plays like the rest of this round, we can almost safely bet that Victoria is going to take this win.
That's the way you set yourself apart from the rest of the field, with a good move there on your backhand. That's the recipe for Victoria Backhaus for success on this one. She is leading comfortably this heat, leaving Carolina Marczak in second, needing a very high toll. Out the back, it was Carolina dropping a wave, but letting it go. The wave was too fast, and she saw that coming, and she let that wave go. And right now, it's all about second position. Anna Ornum needs a 1.43 to jump into second, and Emma McHugh needs 2.3. Out the back, looks like it was Anna?
It looked like Anna making her first, not actually her second
Mm-hmm.
effort there, so it won't be much.
Emma McHugh taking a beating on the inside. She's in the inside for quite a while, just getting pounded.
Just eating it.
She just got her first wave, 0.2, and she's now taking a breath as the set approaches, and she needs to recollect herself and wait for a lull on the sets so she can reach the outside once again. But she's not giving up. I like that about Emma.
Yeah,
you go, girl.
The thing is that even if the takeoff zone, the lineup here is really close to shore, just the power of those shore breaks can make it hard to get out the back. And that's why the girls were having trouble making it out the back on the second stage, because it's even harder on the second stage zone that it's here. So make no mistake, this looks close, looks easy, but it's far from either.
This is Carolina Marczak going for another wave. She's not able to complete the ride. I can see some of the girls going around the peak so they can access the lineup a little way more easier and faster, for sure. And it's still pretty much open between second, third, and fourth. And important placements are in question right now. It's third and fourth make a difference right now. Although you get knocked out of competition, it's more points on the third position on a heat than a fourth position for your team, of course. So that's all in the line right now. First and second, not so much important. Can be important for the seeding on the next round, but third and fourth also important, because even though you get knocked out, like I was mentioning, more points on the third placement and less points on the fourth placement.
Exactly, and in the end, every point counts towards your final punctuation and your final result as a team. So it's very important to, if you lose, you try to lose in third place, because that difference may play a role in the end.
Exactly. I don't know which kind of color was that last wave. Looked like it was red. Nice hook on the backhand. And she's going to clock in some more points. Victoria is setting herself apart from the rest of the field. 5 minutes remaining on this one. Victoria Backhouses as 1 foot in round number 3 of the repechage of women's division. Now it's all up to Carolina to defend their position, and Anna and Emmer to attack that position that is being held by Carolina. And wow, still some minutes on the clock. Anything can happen. We saw some last seconds efforts, some buzzer beaters, and that can happen still in this one.
Yeah, as long as the requirements are as low as they are, there's still room every time there's room for improvements, and it's never finished until it's really finished. Thing is that I don't know about you, Nuno, but what I'm seeing here, it seems like the swell dropped off a little, but maybe it's the effect of the low tide. But apparently those bigger set waves are not coming as often as they did in other times of the day. I've had no idea that if this is due to the tide or is a case of the swell losing part of its energy. Let's see how it plays, and especially let's see tomorrow, because for today this is almost finished. We are left with 3 minutes to finish this competition for today. Check out tomorrow here at the same channel at 9:15. Usually that's the starting point for the day, but you better check out a little bit earlier, maybe at 9 o'clock, if not at 9:15, to see how and with who we are starting the competition tomorrow, because one thing is for sure, we are running the competition tomorrow.
Oh, that's 100%. We have no time to waste on this one. We need to get the engines going if we want to unfold who is going to be the champion of this division, or the champions on any division, and then at the end, the overall team winners. That's what we're looking at after 7 days of competition. We've got defending champions, we got defending individual title winners, and yeah, most of
defending surfers, up-and-coming surfers, trying to knock out the more established names.
Yeah.
So plenty of entertainment, and besides, we're gonna have all the shows, all the little shops, food trucks,
and many reasons to visit Santa Cruz during this week. Or if you prefer a calmer and more easygoing vibe, just come to Santa Cruz in any other time of the month and you have all the tranquility that you might wish for. So we are approaching the last minute of the heat. Victoria Backhouse, as expected, ever since she scored at 4.5, hasn't moved from first place. Nearby is the Polish surfer Karolina Marczak. In third place is Danish surfer Anna Hernam, and closing out the heat is Emmer McHugh from Ireland.
Indeed, 45 seconds remaining on this one. Victoria, of course, she's leading this one on the strength of a 4.5 and a 3:17. She's comfortable out there. Karolina Marczak is not so comfortable because she's probably can be attacked by Anna and Emmer, but the time is in her favor, and I'm not watching any movement out the back in the behalf of Anna and Emmer.
You know
So,
what I do if I was those surfers coaches? I would take them into conditions like this and have them on a bodyboarding, just dropping, just feeling the rhythm of the waves, feeling the
speed, the push.
The push, the strength of the wave without that stress of having to do the takeoff. And
Mhm.
once they get used to that, would make it easier for them to transition into standing surfing. So that would be my call for these girls who are less comfortable. So we heard the horn. Nuno, this is the end of a long day of competition, and we'll be here after the commercial break for the last interview. But for now, stick with us and come back to hear what Victoria Backhouse has to say about her victory. Just after the commercial break.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Place to live and grow, that's what Santa Cruz is. I would add a place to come surfing to. This is one of the most consistent beach breaks in all of Portugal. And there's always some wave to be ridden here. And we just finished the competition today, and this day was exactly a proof of Santa Cruz outstanding, consistent conditions. We had very dynamic heats all day. Lots of wave exchanges. Even in these hard conditions of the afternoon and with the repechage girls, we had many waves ridden. And, well, that's a tribute to the consistent of the Santa Cruz and Torres Vedras area. And we can expect more waves for tomorrow, as we've seen high tide conditions giving better shape to the waves. So competition in the morning has been
with more opportunity for the surfers to show off their technical skills. But still, it was interesting to see girls who are not fully developed as surfers to try their best and to take the challenge of facing these powerful beach break conditions that we had here in Santa Cruz for the day. So well done for them. They have every reason to be proud of themselves, as have their teams and nations to be proud of their efforts in order to represent the country they are coming from. We're gonna stick around here for a little while to have word from the Italian surfer Vittoria Buchhaus, who in the end got this victory for Team Italy. It was well needed. Italy has lost some surfers today, as has Ireland. Also a day that wasn't very positive for our Irish brothers. On the other side, we had Israel making some moves today, taking some wins, and as well as the British team also doing well, and the Spaniards putting some very good performance. As for the Portuguese, in general, everybody had a great showing. It was just unfortunate that Francisco Ordonez is already relegated to the repechage round. And being in the repechage round is equals in this contest to be playing a football game already with a yellow card, meaning that next one and you are out. Here, once you are in the repechage, if you lose, then you're out of competition and you don't score any more points for your team. So the goal is to keep the team intact for as long as possible. And then, as we approach the final stage of the competitions, push for the victories and see if you can gather enough points in order to get ahead and take the team winning as well as individual ones. Right now, Portugal holds the title for the teams. We won here in 2023. And also the open men's title is Portuguese Guilherme Ribeiro, is the defending champion of the Eurosurf. And it's a very good prospect, the fact that both of them won in this very same beach that we are competing here in Santa Cruz this year. Right now we are going to talk to Nuno, who's with the winner of the last heat. Let's hear the winner of the day for the last time today. Take it away, Nuno.
Thank you, João. I'm here with the previous heat winner and the last heat of the day, Vittoria Buchhaus from Italy. Vittoria, conditions pretty tough, but I think you did the strategy that was working for most of the surfers in your round, catching many waves, finding at least two that would give you the advantage over the other athletes. Was that your strategy and mindset going into this heat?
Yeah, for sure. The conditions are really hard, so I tried to start really fast and catch more waves that I could. And fortunately, I was able to catch two good ones, so I'm happy for this. Let's go.
Where are you from in Italy? And that place has got similar conditions to this, or way different?
I'm from Milan, so we don't have waves. So we have everything, fashion, food, but we don't have waves. So I have to travel a lot during the year, and I spend a lot of time here in Portugal because the waves are so good. I think it's the best place in Europe, and yeah, that's it.
That's it. Do you want to send some message that's for someone that's watching back home? You can do it in Italian.
Okay. Ciao papà, so che mi stai guardando. E sono molto contenta di aver passato questa hit qua, è stata una giornata lunghissima, ma andiamo avanti, forza e forza Italia sempre.
Forza Italia. Congratulations once again, Victoria. We'll be seeing you in the next round. In the name of the European Surfing Federation, the Portuguese Surfing Federation, of course, the local council, which is Torres Vedras, we would like to thank you to being tuned in throughout the day. Tomorrow we'll be back with some more action, maybe in all divisions, so stay tuned in all the official websites, the official Instagram pages, where you can get the information on the upcoming divisions that's going to hit the water. I would also want to thank the streaming team, all of the judges panel, all of the staff, the beach marshals here that's been helping out and making everything possible here. And day number 3 is out, and I will see you tomorrow.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.